A Captain's Heart. Highland Heartbeats Book 5. By Aileen Adams. Chapter 1. It was a fine, soft day. The sort of day that made a man feel glad he was alive, and spring had finally returned. A warm breeze blew through Derek's long hair, ruffling it, and he smiled at even that small pleasure. One he had missed. The breeze blowing through his hair, as it always had when he stood on the deck of one of his ships. He looked out over the landscape, marveling at its beauty. He'd missed it so, without being aware of missing it. Ben Nevis, the Grampians with their towering peaks. Lush greenery, so different from the endless stretches of the sea he'd grown accustomed to. Both sights were equally majestic in his eyes, but after a winter such as the one he'd lived through, his current surroundings were just slightly more welcome to his snow-weary eyes. Endless winter months spent indoors huddled around a fire for warmth, and constantly in the presence of those also held hostage by snowdrifts and biting winds tended to bring a man's sanity near its end. At least, if that man happened to be Derek McInnes. But it was spring, finally and for all, the warm air a blessing he swore to himself he'd never take for granted again. How could it be that he'd forgotten so easily the severity of a Highland winter? He told himself he remembered, could recall the dangerous cold and would never forget the poor souls lost to it, foolhardy young people for the most part. The sort who'd thought they would live forever. Unfortunately for them, that simply wasn't the case. No man or woman who ventured out, without a solid plan, and a knowledge of how to read the ever-shifting weather could hope to make it back alive. He'd learned his lessons well in those days. Even so, with all of his history behind him, and the memories still fresh and clear, he'd been taken aback by the utter brutality of the winter he and the rest of those taking shelter in the Duncan Manor House had endured. It had come early, a mere 6 weeks after he'd arrived with his brother Hugh and Brock, and the young lass he'd rescued from drowning back in Concarney. By then, Derek had already started to itch in the way a man accustomed to being on the go itched when he'd been in the same place for too long. His mind had begun to dance with visions of everything he could be doing, nay, should be doing as the owner of a thriving shipping business. Not the largest in all of Scotland, but thriving nonetheless. Then again, as he had soberly reminded himself time and again, he had no knowledge of how his warehouse had fared. He was unaware of the location of his ships. There was no telling whether he even owned a business any longer. Every time the image of that burning warehouse rose to the front of his mind like the bloated, gas-filled carcass of a dead sea creature, he'd nearly burst with the need to get to the coast and find out everything he could. That was before the first snowflakes had fallen in earnest, when there had still been a chance of making it down to Kirkcaldy without being caught in a storm. It had been his last chance, too, since the snow hadn't let up for more than a week's time over the course of the 5 months following. When it wasn't snowing, the wind had roared, pushing the fresh powder against the walls of the manor, creating drifts which had all but reached the roof at times. It had been a never-ending battle against the elements, against snow which had seemed determined to make its way through every last chink and cranny in the stone walls. He couldn't count the number of times he'd noticed the household staff, accompanied by anyone who cared to assist them, dipping rags into melted tallow, and shoving the bits of cloth into any previously unnoticed crack. The tallow served to seal the cloth, preventing the snow from soaking it, and rendering it useless against the ever-encroaching and insidious elements. But it had ended, as all seasons do, and the ground was soft as a result of the melting which had only ended a few days prior to Derek setting out. The gelding which Philip had lent him was expert at picking his way over the muddier sections, careful not to get himself and his rider helplessly stuck. Derek was glad for this, but it didn't help that he wanted to get to Kirkcaldy immediately. He simply had to know the outcome of the fire which Dalla's uncle had set before coming to his grisly end on the shoals. The sound of Brock's gentle snorts were not a welcome one, since Derek knew they were the result of his first mate's attempt at disguising his mirth. "What are you snickering at, if you don't mind my asking?" he asked, casting a sour look over one shoulder at the hulking man riding astride his own borrowed horse. "At you, of course," Brock answered in his deep rumble of a voice. "And why, might I ask?" I know how eager you are to get back to it. You hate the way the horses are taking their time. Your fingers are so tight on the reins you may just snap the leather. Derek turned his gaze forward again with a scowl, unwilling to allow every one of his emotions to be read so plainly, but loosening his grip just the same. A man didn't take well to the knowledge that his mind was so open for examination. But the kinship he had with Brock was different from any he'd known. Over the course of his life, only he and Hugh had ever been closer. It was a good thing, a necessary thing, that they be able to read the other's thoughts and actions. That unspoken closeness had saved their necks on more than one occasion, while the seas churned and tossed their ship and its cargo. It took time for a captain to shout instructions to his crew when every last moment counted. Brock had never needed much instruction, and in fact had a knack for instructing the crew just as Derek would. It had been a natural progression for Derek to name him first mate. Had the business kept growing in its fashion, he would have made him a partner, perhaps in 1 or 2 years. Was all of that merely a memory now? His chest tightened at the thought of having lost so much of what was so dear to him. The only thing that had ever really, truly been his. He willed those thoughts out of his mind, as though that would work. He turned his attention to the countryside instead, breathing deep of the scent of pine as another breeze carried it to him. It was an intoxicating scent, clean and fresh. Unlike the salt sea air to which he'd become accustomed. They were just broaching the southern boundary of Duncan land, and he'd been warned time and again of the danger from warring clans. His route wouldn't take him through their lands, which sat to the north and west of the Duncan stronghold. A good thing, too, as he had no desire to run into the Orkneys or the MacGregors. He'd heard enough about them over the course of the winter to last the rest of his life. The muddy, uneven terrain would likely be enough to keep them to their lands, at any rate. He hoped so. He was having enough difficulty with his gelding, though he was far less accustomed to traveling on horseback than they were. Heather would carpet the ground soon enough, and the birch and oak trees would don their leaves. He could see it all so clearly in his memories of his childhood, when he and his twin brother had very nearly lived outdoors from sunup to sunset. Nothing could hold them back in those days, especially with such a brute of a father at home. Who would want to expose themselves to more violence if they could possibly avoid it? Those memories were nearly enough to keep Derek's dark thoughts at bay, for the time being at least. Almost enough for him to forget his eagerness to find everything he could about the fate of his ships and warehouse. That eagerness had gnawed at him throughout the long cold dark months. No matter how bright the fire or how warm the conversation, and he did certainly get along well with everyone who called the manor house their home, something had been missing. His brother Hugh had known. Hugh's eyes had watched him with growing curiosity over the weeks leading up to the spring thaw. Once the wind had shifted, bringing with it the first blessed taste of what was to come, he'd pulled Derek aside. "I suppose you'll be going now?" he'd asked, though it wasn't a question. I must. Though it won't be to stay, mind. I'm only interested in finding out what's happened to the warehouse and the location of my ships." "You'll return to where we made landfall then?" Hugh's expression had been anything but confident. "And why not?" "For one, it's far too dangerous a trek to be made over soaked earth," he'd reasoned. "For another, the harbor itself was practically empty when we arrived. Or have you forgotten? What are the chances that anyone with knowledge of your business would have recently traveled through?" His brother had a good point, which Derek had been loath to admit. It was never easy for him to step aside in the face of another's stronger reasoning. "What do you suggest I do then?" "I've been thinking about it," Hugh had replied. "I'm certain you have. And I believe you should travel south instead. To the coast, to Kirkcaldy. It's much larger, better established, and there's a good chance you'll hear word of your business interests there." It was a good point, and Derek hadn't had a choice but to take his brother's advice. It had been so long since he'd called the Highlands home, since he'd been aware of the doings so close to where he'd become a man. Once business had begun to grow, his attention had focused mostly on the coasts of England and France, where the bulk of his profitable trade took place. When he'd left home years earlier, the village hadn't been much more than a wayside stop-off for sailors looking to replenish their supplies, and perhaps indulge in a few of the pleasures afforded a healthy, hot-blooded man out to sea for months at a time. Derek had never begrudged a crew their pleasures, and had in fact worked such diversions into his schedules. Much better for a man to have something to look forward to, than to take his frustrations out on others. Derek knew there were sailors who kidnapped young lasses, and forced them into servitude aboard ship. He'd seen it with his own eyes. Even thinking about it sent a shudder of disgust through him. It had been years since he'd first taken to sea, first learning what it meant to live life on a ship. He'd been so eager in those days, so determined to learn everything he could in order to be the best there ever was. He'd wanted to know what made a good sailor and a poor one, what constituted a fair price for services rendered, and the many ways merchants tried to swindle the men who risked their lives to transport the goods by which they made their fortune. It was then that he'd gotten his first look at what men were really capable of. Certainly, life in the Highlands had been no fairy story to tell children whilst tucking them into bed at night. He'd seen more blood and viciousness than most lowlanders, he would have reckoned, at the time well accustomed to seemingly meaningless brutality, before he'd begun to grow hair on his face. And yet nothing could have prepared him for what he'd seen chained below deck, living among the rats. She used to be a beautiful girl. He was sure of it. Her hair, had it been clean, would have shone like the late afternoon sun, all amber and warmth. Her two wide, sunken eyes had been a charming shade of green, though the deep circles beneath them tended to distract from their beauty, that and the fact that she rarely opened them, having long since lost the strength. Or perhaps it was the only way she could protect herself. She didn't want to see what was around her. She'd been dressed in rags, or even less than rags, her body so painfully thin she was little more than skin and bones. Sores had developed on her wrists and ankles after so many days spent shackled to a post, and oozed a mixture of blood and pus. She'd reeked of filth and waste. And the dried sweat of the men who had so brutally used her. They'd sent him down to have his turn. That was the unholy hilarity of it all. They had expected him to take a look at the sickly wretch, and be stirred to passion. Selfish bastards. She had never spoken a word to him, only opening her eyes when he'd spent many minutes speaking softly to her. It was a mystery whether she'd even understood English, but she must have understood the gentleness of his tone, and the way he'd not laid a finger on her. They'd thrown her overboard the next day, having grown tired of her. Looking back, it was a blessing. Not a month had passed in all the years since that fateful voyage that he hadn't thought of the poor lass, and offered a clumsy prayer for her, never having been a praying man but feeling as though she deserved that much. He'd sometimes wondered about her family, about whether they'd long since stopped wondering what had happened to their lovely girl. "Are you listening to me?" Brock demanded. Derek was dimly aware of him pulling his horse up short. "What?" He threw a glance over his shoulder. "I suggested we make camp for the night." They'd been riding for hours, mostly in silence, as it took skill and focus to ride in such conditions. Conditions which Philip, Jake, their wives and most of the others had considered too dangerous. "Wait another week, even a fortnight," Sarah had urged, his mother's namesake at her breast. It had long since ceased embarrassing him, the sight of her bustling around the manor house while nursing her child. She was a busy woman after all, wife of the laird and a skilled healer to boot. It wouldn't do to keep herself locked away simply because she had borne a child. Philip had had plenty to say about that, and their rose had woken the entire house on more than one occasion. But Sarah had won out, as she normally did when it came to things she truly cared about. Even so, out of respect to the laird and his good wife, the men of the house had made a habit of avoiding her when she nursed. There had no avoiding her just then, when she'd all but blocked the doorway leading from his chambers to the corridor just beyond. "There's no need," he'd assured her, trying to avert his eyes without appearing too obvious, though a blanket covered her modestly. "I grew up here, I know the terrain like the back of my hand. I know how soft and yielding the ground will be, how thick and deep the mud. How vulnerable the young trees and their roots, with the ground so loose around them. How hungry the animals will be, having woken from their slumber, she'd reminded him. Aye, that as well, he'd acknowledged. And how easy it will be to track and fell them, whenever I have a mind to enjoy a piece of venison or boar. Or bear. Don't mention bears, please. She chuckled, though it had been a humorless sound. Nor boars, nor anything else which might find you. I'll be all right. If I can survive weeks at sea, I can survive anything. You just take care of wee Mary there, and your sister. Not to mention her husband. He'd laughed. Poor Jake had been beside himself once Heather's pregnancy had progressed to the point where she waddled more than she walked. Do you think you'll be back in time for the happy event? She'd asked as they walked side by side to the stairs which led to the first floor. I don't see why not. You say she has another month. Most likely. I cannot imagine it taking that long for me to find what I need and return, he'd surmised. She had merely laughed, shaking her head. You might be surprised. Seldom do excursions made by members of the Duncan clan turn out as expected. With this in mind, Derek looked around, taking in their surroundings with a practiced eye. The light was turning a shade of orange, so particular to that time of year when the sun began its descent, casting the southernmost edges of the Grampian Range and their snow-capped peaks in a haze of gold. It was nearly heartbreakingly beautiful, the sort of vision he wished his mother were still alive to see. She would have appreciated it. However, while beautiful, the setting sun brought with it the need to find or create shelter for the night. A fire would be welcome, the air turning decidedly chill so late in the day. It would only grow colder with each passing minute. They could heat the roasted rabbits which the cook from the manor house had provided them, and create makeshift shelter using the blankets which Sarah had insisted they pack, along with a small bag of poultices, tinctures and herbs from her collection. Just in case. Brock was waiting for his command, still the first mate. Still ready to defer to his captain. Aye, he decided with a firm nod, allowing reason to overcome his sense of urgency. Let us set up for the night. Chapter 2. From what Sarah and Heather had told him of the village, Kirkcaldy had grown in the fewer than 2 years since they'd taken their leave. By leaps and bounds. Derek looked around in wonder as they rode into the village, 5 days after they'd left the Duncan manor house. Both he and Brock were tired, irritable and soiled after spending the better part of a week sleeping in mud, which seemed to creep through even the thickest blankets. Even so, the wonder at such a bustling, prosperous village cleared most of the irritation he'd struggled with during the last legs of their journey. I thought you said this was little more than an outpost, Brock reminded him, the two of them riding abreast down the wide road which led into the village, careful to avoid the marshy sides. It was when I was a boy, Derek replied. It's grown considerably. No matter how the girls had described the place, there was no understanding until he saw with his own eyes how it had exploded over the years. Buildings crowding each other, built with only the narrowest of alleys between them for the disposal of slop and waste. Thatched and wood-plank roofs dotted the horizon, with smoke from dozens of fires rising until they created an ever-present cloud which hung heavy in the damp, early spring air. It must be the growth of the harbor, Brock mused half to himself. It's brought in far more trade, goods and the like. They fell in single file once a trio of heavily packed carts rolled past, each pulled by a pair of mules led by men who lobbed jokes back and forth, good-natured insults which invariably resulted in hearty laughter. The men raised their hands in greeting, their relief at the turn of the weather and their ability to go back about their daily routines obvious. Derek raised a hand in reply, unable to keep from smiling at their high spirits. Would that everyone in the village was that friendly. Brock chuckled as he fell in line with Derek once again. Even if they aren't, it's of no concern. It's only that I was thinking. Derek laughed. You? Thinking? When did you pick up that new trick? Brock scowled, grumbling. If that's the attitude you wish to take, I expect you won't want to hear the idea which came to me. It's just as well, I'm sure. Do share, Derek urged him, arranging his face in more serious lines. I wondered, on seeing how busy the village is, and how many ships a doctor weighs yonder, whether there would be room for McInnes shipping here in Kirkcaldy. He had to give it to his first mate, he hadn't considered it. Then again, they had only just taken sight of the village. His first thoughts had been of a hot meal, a mug of mead, and a bath. Business would come later. But Brock had a point. Re-establishing his business in Kirkcaldy, rather than returning to Concarney, would mean living in closer proximity to his brother and the Duncans. They were family, like as not, and the past months spent living among them had reminded Derek of the benefits of living among loved ones. He did love them. Philip and Jake were nearly as much his brothers as his twin Hugh. Mackay was more like a close cousin than a long-time friend. And the women, Sarah, Heather, Alice, Dalla, were the closest things to sisters Derek had ever known. He'd give his life for any of them, and in fact had nearly done just that on rescuing Dalla from drowning not long after their first meeting. He'd been without family for so long, he'd forgotten what it was like to have them in his life. Going back to Concarney, so far from them, wouldn't give him the pleasure he'd first assumed it would, back when his plan had been to return after a short visit with the Duncans. Damned blasted winter. Complicating everything. "I suppose we ought to stop in the first tavern we come across," he suggested, driving his thoughts back to the present. "The horses could use the rest, and I know I could." "Aye," Brock agreed, wincing as he stretched his thick shoulders. He wasn't accustomed to spending days at a stretch on the back of a horse, and Derek barely smothered a knowing grin when he considered the saddle sores his friend must have developed since their departure from the manor house. "We're bound to hear something of importance in such a thriving place," he mused, speaking more to himself than to Brock. Rumors had a way of spreading when people lived in such close proximity. It would take little more than a single ship, not even a large one at that, with loose-lipped sailors aboard to spread news of his warehouse hither and yon. Brock's idea lingered in the back of his mind as they reached the first outlying buildings, refusing to stay silent. Was it possible? Could he rebuild here? There wasn't overmuch love for Highlanders here in the lowlands, but Derek was hardly a wild clansman anymore. He'd learned to adapt and fast when the time came to do business with merchants from all walks of life. It behooved a man of business to ingratiate himself across all classes, to be whomever the men with the gold needed him to be. It didn't take long for them to find a tavern, the smell of roasted meat and ale pouring from the open door, along with several swaying, laughing men who seemed unable to steady their legs. Derek glanced up at the sun, its position nowhere near overhead. It wasn't midday, yet these men were already well on their way to complete drunkenness. "Is it a holiday?" Brock asked, chuckling as one of the men fell flat on his rump in the mud. The other two laughed themselves nearly sick, leaning on each other to avoid their friend's muddy fate. Derek shook his head. "I've lost track of time, but I don't believe so." The two of them tied off the horses along the post, which ran the length of the tavern's front-facing wall before going inside. It was a dingy place, cramped and full of the odors of men and sweat and the less appealing aspects of life. Nothing Derek wasn't familiar with, thanks to the course of his travels. If there was one thing he'd learned early on in his career, it was the similarity of taverns the world round. The language spoken there might have been different, but the overall spirit was the same. Brock requested ale, bread, and whatever sort of meat the owner could find in the kitchen, while Derek seated himself at one of the short, small tables. Short or not, cramped or not, it was a pleasure to take a seat in an actual chair again. He stretched his legs as far as he dared, warming himself by the modest fire in the long deep hearth. After so many days spent living outdoors, he might as well have been in heaven. Brock joined him moments later, unsuccessful in hiding a wince of pain as he sat his sore rump on the unforgiving chair. Derek turned his face away to hide his laughter. It would have been rude and, more importantly, hypocritical. He, too, felt acutely the effects of riding for so long, even if they were as severe for him. "How are you faring?" he asked once his mirth was under control. Brock's strong-featured face contorted in a grimace. "You damn well know, you sod," he grumbled, quickly followed by good-natured laughter in which Derek soon joined in. "You'll get used to it." "We all did," Derek promised as their refreshments were served by a comely lass who eyed them both from head to toe before turning away. She was a saucy one, no doubt about it. Are lassies bolder in this part of the country? Brock wondered aloud, his eyes following the girl's progress as she crossed the room. They're certainly shapely enough. Aye, and possibly as dangerous as a dirk to the heart. Derek chuckled around a mouthful of brown bread. He tore off a hunk of roasted boar, and wrapped another piece of bread around it, savoring the succulence. While the Duncan larders had remained comfortably stocked throughout the long winter, the variety of choices had slimmed considerably in the last several weeks of their confinement. If he never had to eat root vegetable stew and dried meat again, it would be too soon. Brock's eagerness to devour everything in front of them told Derek of his shared opinion. Once his appetite was somewhat sated, Derek could afford to turn his attention to the conversation around him. The usual village concerns, whose roof needed fixing after the weight of the winter snows had all but collapsed it, whose fields needed work after months of neglect. That would be everyone with a field to be worked, Derek supposed. Spring brought with it no end to chores. A pair of roughshod men strode in then, laughing and calling out for a cask of ale and the nearest wench to warm their laps. Brock and Derek exchanged a knowing look. Sailors only just arrived in harbor. Join us, Derek invited them, moving to make room at the already crowded table. We've been without the company of those in our line of work these many months. You're seamen? One of them asked, spitting on the hay-strewn floor. From the looks of it, this was a common practice among the tavern's patrons. Aye, homebound throughout the winter and itching for a new adventure. Derek grinned. You were likely better off for it, the spitter assured them as he sat, splaying his legs open wide, and leaning his elbows on his ill-patched dirt-streaked tunic. His appearance, and that of his companion, caused Derek to wonder at the conditions under which the pair worked. Most sailors, at least those under captains worth their salt, donned more presentable clothing when it came time to go ashore. These two were still barefoot, as they would be while climbing ropes aboard the ship. It was a rough winter to be sure, the other said, shaking his head. When he laughed, a mouth full of rotten teeth was on full display. Derek remembered when such a sight would have turned his stomach, even after he'd seen a man disemboweled in battle. The man continued, I'm surprised my blood hasn't turned to ice. We were hung up in an ice bank for a while there, the spitter admitted before spitting on the floor once again. It looked fairly grim. Our last run of the season, or so the captain told us at the time. We were supposed to make it to harbor well before the weather changed, but it wasn't to be. No one could have predicted this past winter, Derek pointed out. He then ventured to ask, would it so happen that either of you two passed through Konkani of late? Nay, the second of the pair replied. No one has. No one. He exchanged a concerned glance with Brock, who remained silent. Brock was far more skilled at observation than he was at conversation. His insights often proved invaluable. The entire harbor was destroyed by fire at the end of the summer, the spitter reported. It started in a warehouse, from what we were told. A fire set by filthy Norwegian scum, the other asserted, snarling. Aye, Norwegian scum. The fire spread before the villagers arrived with their buckets of water, but they would have done little good from what we heard. It was raining, but the wind was strong enough to whip the blaze up until it stretched over the docks, some of the fishing boats, the roofs of nearby buildings. Derek's stomach turned, the boar he just enjoyed staging a revolt. The fire had claimed not only his warehouse, but the livelihood of so many others. He was only glad Dalla wasn't there to hear the sailor's tale, as it would add to the guilt she'd struggled with, as a result of her uncle's actions in his attempt to kidnap and kill her. To think, Derek had been so eager to hear of the result of the fire. He'd never imagined how dreadful the result would be. All records of his ships, their cargo, all of it was destroyed. His ships were like as not sitting idle, his men without work to keep food in their mouths and the mouths of their families. And there he'd sat all winter, warm and well-fed in the bosom of the Duncan clan. The look which Brock shot him, his deep-set eyes troubled, expressed the same sentiment. The appearance of the saucy young wench diverted the attention of the sailors. The comely young lass looked considerably less enthused than she had on her first visit, Derek noted with a grim smile, which gave him the chance to speak somewhat privately with his friend. "You know, I'm certain they would have found other work by now," Brock grumbled, leaning forward so as to avoid raising his voice. "Aye, it's the best we can hope for." He didn't make a practice out of employing dotards or dimwits. His men were sprightly, smart, strong and skilled. They would have had no trouble finding other positions. But what of the men who called Konkani their home? They would have had no choice but to travel elsewhere to seek openings, and with the winter having been what it was, there was nothing to be done about that. It was in the past. If there was one thing Derek had learned, it was to leave the past where it was. It was far too heavy a burden to carry in one's heart. Their refreshment long since finished, the two of them stood and prepared to find lodging for the evening. There has to be an open room somewhere, Derek reasoned. With so many ships coming and going, some of them must carry passengers in need of a bed and wash basin. To sleep in a bed, Brock muttered, sounding as though he were describing a dearly loved dream. Derek laughed, clapping his first mate's broad back. "I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you, old friend. We won't find anything half as comfortable as what we've grown accustomed to in the manor house. The thinnest straw tick would be more comfortable than what we've slept on over these last evenings," he reasoned, groaning with the unhappy memory and stretching as if to soothe tight muscles. "To hear you tell it, one would think you were of royal blood, raised on the finest roast of beef and aged wine, sleeping in silk bedding from the day you were born." Derek trailed off when he noticed a flurry of activity at the end of the narrow street, down by the docks. "What is it?" Brock asked, when he noted the direction Derek's attention had taken. "I don't know." That didn't stop him from following his curiosity. He strode through the barely dried mud, careful to avoid piles of what looked like waste thrown from the windows which lined the street on both sides. A broad road separated the village from the harbor. It took caution and quick reflexes to cross without being run down by an ox-drawn cart or a team of horses. By the time he reached the outer edges of the crowd which was quickly forming around a trio of sailors, he was nearly out of breath. That didn't stop him from noticing the wide-eyed, trembling scrap of a lass they held captive. Words flew, as did exclamations and more than a few knowing chuckles from the other bystanders. In the middle of all of it, one word was clear. Stowaway.
Chapter 3. Marjorie had come so close to escaping without being noticed. It had been such a long journey too, but she'd done everything in her power to stay silent. Hidden. Away from prying eyes and hands. Curled into a ball behind casks of ale which were obviously meant to be delivered to their destination, rather than enjoyed by the men who worked aboard the ship. They would leave her hiding place alone. A stroke of luck which Marjorie had celebrated. She'd taken it as a sign that her voyage was blessed by God, that he had turned a benevolent eye toward her. That he didn't think her a fool for wanting. For simply wanting more. According to her estimation, 4 days had passed since she'd boarded the ship in Silith. Not enough time to make it to the Thames, at least she didn't believe so. Perhaps she had gotten close enough to it to make the rest of the way overland, as she had on her journey to Silith from Thrushwood. She had already gone through too much to accept defeat. Beatrice would never believe the stories she had to tell. Sleeping in barns, burrowing into the hay to keep herself warm. Watching the activity in the farmhouses the barns belonged to, the little cottages with glowing fires visible inside. Hearing the laughter of loving families floating on the night air, reminding her of what she was missing out on by striking out on her own. Of what she'd always missed, except for the moments she'd shared with Beatrice. They were all the other had in the world. And they needed better than their miserable little lives in Thrushwood, no matter what anyone else said. She'd stowed away and hidden herself, heart racing all the while. Racing to the point where she wondered if she'd be able to keep from fainting, as her eyes had darted about in the nearly pitch-black hold, searching for a place where she would remain safe. The casks had seemed the most likely hiding spot. And it had worked. For 4 nauseating days, full of the rising and falling of the ship as it crossed the sea. Days full of the smell of her own waste as it collected in another corner of the hold, where she would venture only to relieve herself before scurrying back to her hiding place like the rats who called the ship home. More than once, she'd asked herself what she thought she was doing. How insane, thinking she could survive on a ship. With only the few bits of food she'd managed to purchase from a market stall in the harbor to keep her alive. Hunger had gnawed at her by the end of the 3rd day, and became nearly unbearable by the start of the 4th. That was just this morning. Perhaps it was for the best that her journey had come to an early finish. So long as she managed to get away from the angry, jeering sailors. Considering the grip they both had on her arms, the odds did not appear to be in her favor. A crowd had begun to gather, all of them thinking it amusing that a young woman dressed in boys' clothing had been captured. Marjorie's cheeks burned hot enough to hurt, feeling their eyes on her as their laughter assaulted her ears. Tears pricked behind her eyes, stinging, but she didn't dare allow them to fall. It would be the height of humiliation. "What did ya think you were doing there, lass?" One of the leering, stinking sailors leaned in closer, the stench of his breath making her nose wrinkle without her thinking about it. She didn't wish to offend him, especially since her life was in his hands, but she couldn't help it. He was repulsive. And it seemed as though he wanted an explanation. I wanted to get to the Thames River," she explained, her voice shaking. "I want to get to London." "London?" He blinked, his face going slack. A moment later, he broke out in hysterical laughter, which turned into a fit of coughing. The other sailors, the one holding her other arm and the one behind her, joined in. "What?" she asked, looking this way and that. The only person not in on the joke, her heart sinking fast with every passing second. "Lass, this ship isn't going to London," the first of them to stop laughing explained, wiping tears of mirth from his cheeks where they cut a path through the dirt caked on his skin. "It departed from Silloth and travelled north, around the northernmost tip of Scotland. You wanted to go south." Her voice seemed to disappear as the weight of the truth settled on her chest, nearly crushing her. She was in Scotland. No longer even in England. "Where am I now?" "Kirkcaldy," one of them announced. "Just about as far from London as one could hope to get, I'd expect." Another chorus of laughter, jibes, and general nastiness. Her soul shrank, just as she wanted to shrink and curl into a ball and fade into nothingness. They were laughing at her. They thought she was a fool. Perhaps she was. "No, you're not." It was Beatrice's voice in her head, strong and clear. "You're brave and resourceful. You made it this far. They're only angry with themselves for not having noticed you before now. They want to know how a silly little girl made a fool out of them. Don't allow them to hurt you." Her spine straightened, her chin rising in defiance. "Take your hands off me. All of you." Her voice was as strong and loud as it would be if she weren't afraid at all. It was enough to silence them, at least, the 3 sailors gaping at her in surprise. The crowd had begun to thin too, the novelty having worn off. Only a few villagers remained. One of them, a tall, broad-shouldered man with thick arms crossed over an equally thick chest, watched with keen interest. No matter how strong her voice sounded, however, it wasn't enough. The grip on her arms tightened painfully, one of the sailors pulling her to him until her body was flat against his. She tried to recoil, to push herself away from him, but another of them pressed himself to her back until she was trapped between the pair. It was enough to make her skin crawl, their stench choking her. Enough of this. The voice was as sharp as the crack of a whip, and all involved turned to the source. Much to Marjorie's surprise, it came from the same thick-armed man. Even with space between them, it was clear that his eyes burned with rage as he watched what unfolded before him. It was enough to send a shiver through her, in spite of the disgusting position she found herself in. She could almost forget her repulsion. "Who do you think you are?" Her left arm was mercifully released, numb from the rough treatment, and hanging useless at her side, as one of her captors approached the much larger man. "Derek McInnes, owner of McInnes Shipping." extremely well acquainted with nearly every shipping company in England, Scotland, and France. Large strong hands moved to his hips, framing his trim waist. Do you enjoy being employed? If not, I'm certain that something could be done to remedy your situation. His sharp, fiery eyes shifted in the direction of the other sailors. All of your situations. Just like that, Marjorie was free. She nearly sank to the wood planks of the dock on which she stood, she was so weak with hunger and relief. It had been a very long journey, indeed. The sailors cast doleful looks her way, cursing and spitting near their feet before returning to the ship. She would gladly never see them again. Or smell them. The strong nauseating odor seemed to hang all around her even after they were nowhere near, and the breeze coming from the sea swept over her. The makeshift pack she'd been carrying since leaving home was lying near her feet, and she bent to retrieve it. On standing, a wave of dizziness nearly overtook her, and she felt herself swooning. The noisy activity all along the harbor went silent in her head, as darkness began to overtake her. Suddenly, she was suspended above the dock, never touching the rough wooden planks, though her legs were no longer beneath her. She forced her eyes open, the lids fluttering, and found herself looking into eyes which no longer burned but were just as brilliant as they stared into hers. The arms which had been crossed over his broad chest were around her, her body pressed to his unyielding muscles. The man who had saved her was saving her again.
Chapter 4. Perhaps it was the memory of what he'd seen before. The lass from the ship whose name he'd never learned, who had lived merely one day past the day they'd met, before her nearly lifeless form disappeared over the ship's railing. Never to be seen again. He told himself this wasn't the same girl. This one had fire and spirit, had lifted her head and all but bared her teeth at her captors. She had the nerve to stow away aboard a ship, even if it was the wrong ship entirely. That might not have been nerve, however. It might have been plain stupidity. Her body was warm and soft in his hands, almost welcoming. So easy to press her to him, so pliable. Another few seconds, and he might begin to entertain thoughts which weren't entirely devoted to the lass's welfare. Her eyes opened, searching his. A bright, frank blue, which reminded him of the sea on a clear day. They brought him to his senses. "Are you all right, lass?" He helped her straighten up, careful not to entirely release her until he was certain she could stay on her feet. She bent slightly, hands on her knees. The long flaxen braid she tucked into her tunic fell from inside and hung over her shoulder. "I'll be all right now, thank you," she murmured, sounding markedly less determined than she did when she was being so roughly handled. It had all been an act, naturally. The poor thing had been more frightened than a rabbit in a snare, and in just as much danger whether she'd known it or not. Brock caught his eye, watching the scene from several feet away. His expression was unreadable. What did he think of this development? Derek turned his attention back to the girl, who was taking great gulps of air as if to clear her head. "You're safe from them now," he offered. "Thanks to you." She gave him a weak smile. "Do you?" He was at a loss. It seemed unthinkable to leave her alone, vulnerable. She weighed less than nothing, and looked as though she hadn't enjoyed a proper meal in a fortnight. Her skin was sickly pale, her breathing heavier than it should have been, considering she wasn't stressing herself in any way. "Do you know where you're going now?" Her teeth sank into her lower lip. Even teeth all present, clean enough. She was well cared for prior to stowing away. Not a homeless wretch. Well spoken to. Learned. Not a gentlewoman perhaps, but a step above poverty. "I don't know," she admitted. Was it his imagination, or did her chin quiver ever so slightly when she admitted this? "I didn't intend to disembark in Kirkcaldy," he confirmed. "The lowlands of Scotland." "Do you?" She pressed her lips together in a show of utter dismay. "Do you know how far I am from London?" She sounded like a lost child, terrified to the point of tears. He shook his head, sorrowful. "Quite far, however. That much I can tell you with certainty. At least the better part of another week over the sea." And much, much longer over land, she murmured, staring off into the distance as though considering making the trip. He was beginning to wonder whether she was touched in the head. Who would consider such an outlandish journey? A woman, traveling alone to boot. Indeed. Months perhaps? Her face fell. I was afraid of that. Why is this of such importance to you? It was a rude question without a doubt, but one he couldn't help asking nonetheless. She seemed determined enough, recklessly so. She had to have a strong motive for putting herself in such danger. I have my reasons, she assured him, tucking her grey tunic more firmly under the length of rope cinched tight about her waist. She wore stockings beneath that, with leather sewn to the soles which took the place of shoes. Reaching into her pack, lumpy with an assortment of goods, she withdrew a hat which she jammed firmly onto her head. As though that would hide her being a woman. Did she think she had anyone fooled? Her shapely legs were a giveaway under their dark hose, and even a bulky tunic many sizes too large for her couldn't hide the curves of her bosom and hips. She actually believed she could go about her journey disguised convincingly, and survive. If it wasn't all so dire, he might have laughed. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked, stepping in front of her before he could stop himself. What was he thinking, getting in the girl's way? What business was it of his? Brock snickered under his breath, but not silently enough to escape Derek's hearing. "I'm going to do what I need to do. Whatever that is." She looked up at him, her jaw set firm. "Unless you can help me in some way, I suggest you step aside now." "But—" Her expression softened and she sighed. "Forgive me, sir. You were of great service to me earlier, and I owe you my freedom." She owed him much more than that, but it was likely better for her if she didn't know the particulars of what a band of sailors could do to an innocent young woman. "However," she continued, "I feel it is best that we part ways at this time. I'm certain you have duties of your own, as do I. I will not require your assistance any longer." His mouth fell open at her formal turn of phrase, and before he knew it, a barking laugh escaped his throat. She drew herself up to her full height, lips pressed tightly together until they all but disappeared. "Do not laugh at me." For such a small thing, she could lash out with her sharp tongue. "There is nothing amusing here. I have to find a way to exist, which I hardly consider a laughing matter." "My apologies, lass," he offered, his hands held up with palms facing out. "I meant no insult, I assure you. I was taken aback by the way you have of expressing yourself is all. It isn't often a man is treated to such politeness. Especially a man accustomed to rather hard living." He jerked his chin in the direction of the ships in the harbor. "Oh. I see." She fell back, only slightly, as though she was unsure whether or not to believe him. He turned his attention to the rows of buildings which lined the other side of the road, abutting the docks. There sat the tavern in which he'd enjoyed refreshment less than an hour earlier. His mind was made up. "At least allow me to ensure you have a hot meal before we part ways," he offered. "You look as though you could use one." She was sorely tempted, it was clear. He wondered how much money she could possibly carry on her person. Considering how naive she appeared, it seemed unlikely that she'd brought nearly enough to sustain herself. Something about her captivated him. Why was she traveling alone and under such circumstances? Why would she take such a risk? How did she intend to live until she reached her destination? Why London, of all places? Who did she belong to, and why would they let her go on such a foolhardy journey? Brock approached, standing by his elbow. "If I may." "Yes?" Derek asked, turning his head slightly. "I thought we were going to find lodging for the night. Rest a bit before deciding what to do next." Derek held back a sigh, knowing his first mate was right. The girl was none of his concern. If only he wasn't so certain that she would get herself killed before the day was out, he'd leave her to her own devices and go about his life. "I highly doubt every room in the village will be filled during the short amount of time we'll spend in the tavern," he decided. Brock went silent, his face falling once again into unreadable lines. He turned to the girl, pointing across the road. "Come. We'll go to the tavern." Hardly the sort of place a lady would normally choose to seek refreshment, but there aren't many choices, and anyhow you're pretending to be a lad. Right. He couldn't help having a bit of fun with her. Her eyes narrowed, as though she were carefully considering whether to lash out at him. Her better judgment won out, and she composed her face into normal lines. "You don't have to do this. You've already done more than enough. I insist. I went to a lot of trouble getting you away from those three, and I don't intend to allow you to starve to death now." She looked reluctant, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. Which would win out? Her hunger or her considerable pride? He'd battled both within himself over the years, and knew which of the two was inevitably the stronger, so it was no surprise when his new charge slung the pack over her shoulder and followed him and Brock. "Do you have a name?" he called over his shoulder. "I do." Brock chuckled at her reply. Derek merely gritted his teeth and asked, "What would it be then?" "Marjorie." He knew he wasn't imagining the saucy edge to her voice, as though she were teasing.
Chapter 5. It would be a relief to sit in front of a fire again. A relief and a blessing. Marjorie prayed silent thanks for this turn of events, confusing though they were. Who was this dark-haired man who seemed to determine to protect her? And what would he expect in return? She had little money to give, though she would gladly offer some in return for his valor. Would that be enough? She had no experience with men, absolutely none. The only men she'd ever known in person were the village deacon and old Cedric Miller, whose grain mill was the closest building to the farm on which she'd grown up. Otherwise there were passing acquaintances with merchants, farmers from whom she'd purchased anything unavailable on the farm, and of course, fellow members of her parish who would undoubtedly think her daft for the chances she'd taken to this point. That was it. The entire extent of her life, summed up neatly. Depressingly so. All she had were the stories and warnings of her mother, a woman who hadn't risen from bed of her own volition in more than a decade before death had finally come, granting her the mercy she'd prayed for most fervently. In the deepest corner of her heart, Marjorie knew she'd prayed for the same thing, for death to finally take her suffering mother. She would never admit that to another living soul. Not even her sister, with whom she normally shared everything. This village was unlike anything she'd ever seen before. Even Thrushwood on market day was nothing compared to the amount of activity she saw and heard on the short walk to the tavern alone. Several men hurried past, bumping into her hard enough to nearly spin her in a circle. They kept going, unaware or uncaring, she wasn't certain which. An old woman wheeled a cart in which she'd loaded apples and onions, struggling to keep the wheel within the ruts already driven into the drying mud. A group of dirty, barefoot young boys ran past, 3 of them distracting her, while another 3 grabbed for as many prizes from the cart as they could. She cursed them, called them wicked little devils as they fled. "Watch out!" The tall man took her by the arm and pulled her to him, causing her to almost bounce off his unforgiving body. Before she had the chance to cry out in anger, a bucket of slop was emptied out the window in front of which she had been standing only moments earlier, its carrier paying no attention to whom or what their waste might hit. "Thank you again," Marjorie gasped as she stepped away from him, nearly vomiting at the thought of what may have splashed all over her if it weren't for him. He had a strong body, and extremely quick reflexes if he saw what was coming long before she did. He was a sailor after all. From the commands she'd heard shouted above her head during her voyage, she knew they had to be quick on their feet and able to jump to action at a moment's notice. He shrugged, continuing on. "It's nothing." They turned down a narrow street, lined with even more buildings. It seemed as though they were built on top of each other, crowding in until there was hardly space to breathe. Not that Marjorie wanted to breathe in the foul, stale odors which assaulted her from all directions. Was this what life in a village meant? Stench and overcrowding? It was nothing like what she had imagined. The thought was a sobering one which left her feeling strangely hollow inside. London was larger than a village, with far more people than the village of Kirkcaldy, if the merchants who travelled through Thrushwood were to be believed. She'd taken their word thus far, and allowed the fire they'd set in her imagination to bring her to what might have been a rather painful end, had it not been for her saviour. He ushered her into a tavern, and bade her take a seat, while he went about procuring food. She'd never seen the inside of a tavern before, having only ever increased her speed while walking past before then. Taverns were not the sort of place in which a woman would be welcome, or if they were welcome, it would be for the wrong reasons. Marjorie wasn't certain what she'd expected, but what she found was very nearly reassuring. The room was small but cozy, rather than cramped. A fire blazed in a deep hearth along one wall, adding to her comfort, and the men enjoying refreshment spoke amicably among themselves. Perhaps this wouldn't be so terrible, after all. The man who'd rescued her stood head and shoulders above the others near him. He was quite large too, though not as tall as the dark-haired, hazel-eyed man who'd rescued her. She offered him a thin smile. "What is your name?" she asked, hoping to sound friendly. "Brock." That was it. He offered nothing more. One word. She remained smiling. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you. This wasn't my idea," she added, laughing shakily. He nodded, his light brown hair not touching his broad shoulders. "I know. It's difficult to change my captain's course once he gets an idea in his head." His captain. Did this mean Brock worked for him? He'd referenced owning a shipping company. He was probably quite wealthy, or at least well off. His tunic appeared to be of good quality, and its deep green color told her he could afford dyed cloth. She had always longed for a kirtle of that shade, knowing it would turn her hair to gold and make her blue eyes appear even bluer in comparison. But that was vanity, and vanity was a sin. Even so, hadn't she committed a multitude of sins over the course of her journey? Breaking into a barn that wasn't hers, taking shelter there without the knowledge of the owner. Stowing aboard a ship without paying for passage. Lying. She told so many lies. "The owner will prepare food for you," the dark-haired man assured her as he joined them at the short, small table. His presence crowded things a bit, and she took pains to distance herself from him. Being too near him seemed a dangerous idea, though she couldn't have explained why her instincts told her so. He wasn't threatening, not like the sailors who had handled her so roughly. He'd been gentle and seemed concerned for her well-being. Even so, he overwhelmed her. "Thank you very much," she murmured. "I wish there was something I could do for you in return." He leaned in slightly, folding his arms on the surface of the table. There was no humor in his gaze, in fact his intensity was almost frightening. "Are you truly set on traveling alone?" he asked. "I am." "And what is the purpose of this travel? I mean, are you meeting someone?" "I'm not. I'm going to find work and save money to send for my sister." He drew a sharp intake of breath, which he let out slowly. "Well then. Your first lesson, though you haven't requested it, do not ask a strange man if there is anything you can do to repay him for a kindness." "But I mean it," he insisted, his tone flat. "Never ever offer that. There are men of dubious character who would take such a statement as an invitation or an offer." "An offer of what?" He exchanged a look with Brock, who shrugged. "Are you serious?" he asked, grimacing. "I am, sir." "Derek." "Call me Derek." "Derek," she echoed. "I am serious." "You don't know anything about strangers? About the sort of people you might meet on your travels?" "I know enough to avoid main roads whenever possible," she allowed, feeling at once ashamed of her naivete and curious as to what he might possibly mean. "I know it's a good idea to avoid strangers, to keep to myself whenever possible." Her cheeks burned when she recognized the fact that she was breaking that rule by sitting with two strange men in a strange tavern. Brock managed to maintain a straight face, though his eyes crinkled in the corners. Derek merely shook his head. "I'm happy to assist you in any way I can," he insisted, and I believe the most I can do, aside from ensuring you eat a decent meal, is to offer you advice. Whether you choose to accept it or not is your decision. She thought this over, then nodded. All right. Please, I'm eager to hear what you have to say. Remember the first lesson. Never offer repayment to a stranger without naming strict terms. A piece of silver, whatever it happens to be. Understood, she said, nodding again, though she still wasn't entirely sure what he was alluding to. Did he really mean to insinuate that she might come into contact with a man looking to ravish her? Second, he continued, never looking away, you must find proper lodging. Do you have any money? Some. I don't know how much it costs to lodge for the night, she admitted. Of course you don't. It would change from place to place anyway, he grumbled. And any innkeeper would be sure to charge you double, since you're so clearly inexperienced with travel. She drew herself up, her chest puffing out. I found my way from my village to the harbour in Silith on my own. With only my wits and the stars to guide me. I lived through that relatively unscathed. He grinned, admiration clearly present. Where did you sleep? In barns mostly. Smart. He leaned away when a young woman delivered a platter of roast meat, cheese, bread, and ale. Her mouth watered at the scent of the meat, the first good aroma she'd enjoyed all day. No, that wasn't true. Derek had smelled good when he held her close to him, preventing her from fainting on the ground. Leather and perspiration and fresh air. Not unpleasant, not at all. He nodded when her eyes met his, as though she were asking permission to eat, and he granted it. She dove in without hesitation then, tearing at the meat with her teeth, biting into bread and cheese and nearly closing her eyes from the pleasure of it all. How long did it take you to get to the harbour? She counted on her now greasy fingers. A week. An entire week? As I said, she explained, washing down a mouthful of food with a gulp of ale, I avoided main roads and picked my way through field and forest instead. You encountered no wild animals? No. The two of them looked at her as though she were mad. You didn't? Not a single one? Brock asked in his deep rumbling voice. Not one. She shrugged. Perhaps I was fortunate. More than fortunate. Derek chuckled, leaning back in his chair, long hair touching his shoulders. The light from the glowing fire played over his face, alternately brightening and then casting him in shadow. She wasn't surprised at her luck. She had divine guidance. She was certain of it. Don't count on that good fortune to hold out, he warned. That's your third lesson. Counting on good fortune because good fortune has visited you previously is a sure way to make a mistake and leave yourself vulnerable. Always be aware of your surroundings. She swallowed a bite of cheese, nodding. I see. Thank you. Why are you determined to go to London? He asked. Because there is so much life there, she clarified. That was the simplest way she could explain herself. The two of them blinked without speaking, as though they waited for her to continue. When she didn't, Brock asked, Is that all? Your entire reason for making such a long journey? Yes. My sister and I wish to live in London. Why? Derek asked. Why not? Why do we have to have a reason? I'm sure it wouldn't suit you, judging by the way you're looking at me. He scowled. It's only that London is hardly the sort of place for a lass like you. A lass like me? She asked, raising an eyebrow. You know so little of the world. Which is why I wish to live in a city such as London, she replied, speaking slowly and measuredly, trying to hold on to her temper. It wouldn't do to anger him, when he'd been so generous. Do you know how quickly disease spreads there? How filthy it is. I saw how your nose wrinkled when you noted the slop in the streets, how close you came to having a bucket emptied on you. Filth flows through the streets into the Thames. Fires regularly break out and spread quickly, thanks to the way homes are crowded nearly one on top of the other. You're not equipped for life in a city 10, 20, 30 times the size of this village. Was he correct about this? For the first time, she began to truly question whether her journey was rooted in folly. Perhaps she wouldn't be able to handle herself in a city such as the one he described. Perhaps she didn't want to live in such a place. What do you think I should do then? I've already come all this way. You don't want to know what I think, he muttered darkly. No. Please. Tell me. What do you think? You've already shared so many opinions. There was an edge to her voice, one which she didn't take pains to disguise. And he heard it, and his eyes twinkled in response. I think you should book passage back to Silith and find your way back home. That I will not do. She looked about her, at the tavern with its patrons, so quick to laugh and raise their mugs to one another. She reflected on what she'd seen up to that point, shops, men and women selling both goods and services. There were many children, or so it seemed. She might be able to teach them, her sister having already taught her so much. There were always choices. Beatrice had taught her that too. What then? Derek asked, sounding dubious. I will stay here. In Kirkcaldy. I will find a position, and a place in which to live. And I will send for my sister once I've saved enough to do so.
Chapter 6. That decided him. She was touched in the head. There was no other excuse. How in the world did she think she could possibly protect herself, even in a village of this size? She clearly knew nothing of the world. She knew nothing of the damage men could do. She couldn't possibly know how to identify a thief or other sort of criminal on sight. She certainly couldn't handle herself when in the middle of leering, grabbing, lusting men. He had seen that much for himself. He'd once known a boy who was touched in such a way. Young Isaac, whose father's farm was the closest to theirs, sitting at the northern edge of Duncanlands. He had always been a rather shy, timid sort, always more comfortable indoors with his mother and sisters. He hadn't been the sort of rough-and-tumble lad the McInnes brothers were. Still, he'd been a good lad. Until the day he stood too close to the mule without thinking. He never was one for using common sense, his thoughts normally in the clouds. The mule had spooked, kicking out behind himself, clipping Isaac's head. After that, things simply weren't the same. He'd recovered after half a year. Derek could remember the way the lad's poor parents had rejoiced, certain that this was a sign from heaven. God had brought their son back to them. Only he wasn't their son. The difference had been plain from the start. Where he'd been slight, timid, nearly afraid of his own shadow, he was suddenly more boisterous than either of the McInnes brothers. Always looking for an adventure, always raring for a fight. At first, the brothers had enjoyed their new companion. Until they became frightened of him. He was so intense. And then came the day they'd rounded the sheep pen and found him torturing one of the lambs, holding it up by its hind legs and swinging it around his head, until the limbs had snapped. Derek would never forget that sound. Hugh had turned and retched quietly, while Derek stood and gaped at the horror in front of him. The lamb's blood, flowing freely on the well-trodden earth while the sheep bleated and screamed. Isaac's father hadn't wanted to believe it. Not his boy, his good boy, the one he'd often had to force out of doors in order to get some fresh air and avoid becoming too much like a woman. He'd rebuffed the brothers' claims and insisted they were making it up. They were always troublesome, always looking for a fight. 2 nights later, the home and all its contents, including the family, were lost to fire. Nobody ever knew for sure how it had started. There was never any proof. Even Isaac had died, which Hugh and Derek's mother had insisted meant he had nothing to do with the setting of the blaze. If he had, she'd reasoned, he would have escaped. Derek was never so certain. He'd seen the empty look in his friend's eyes after mercilessly torturing the poor lamb. As though there was nothing there. He shook himself away from this turn of thought, wondering where the memory had come from. He hadn't thought of Isaac or his family in years. This girl was nothing like him. There was life in her eyes, determination. The only person she was a danger to was herself. Somehow this thought didn't make him feel better. What do you plan to do to earn a living? He asked, leaning forward, searching her face. It was a lovely face, to be sure, delicate and smooth and clear. A face that had never known hardship. Bright eyes, behind which was intelligence but little common sense. She frowned, her smooth forehead creasing. I'm not entirely certain of that yet. He refrained from rolling his eyes. What can you do? Do you have any skills? I've run my household for 10 years. More than that, in fact. No parents? Brock asked. It was rare for him to speak in such a situation, especially since his question was rather insensitive. Derek had the impression his friend had grown tired of her, and possibly of him. He wanted to bring an end to the whole affair, and get back to the reason why they'd come to the village. It had already taken longer to reach their destination than originally intended, and it had been a far less comfortable journey than he was accustomed to. His patience was as thin as a pane of glass. Marjorie winced but took the question in stride. My father passed away when I was very young. My mother was sick for many years, and passed away over the winter. For the first time in their long acquaintance, Derek saw Brock's face darken in what could only be labeled as a blush. I beg your pardon, he mumbled. She shrugged it off. I'm skilled at caring for the infirm, cooking, baking, washing, tending gardens, sewing and mending. And many other things I'm sure I'll remember if necessary. How do you plan to use any of those skills to earn a living? She waved her hands, becoming flustered and more than a bit frustrated. Aren't there inns? Seamstresses? Healers? I would do anything. What did I tell you? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Careful the words you use. You would not do just anything. Never offer anything without being specific. An exasperated sigh exploded from her. Are people really as evil as you make them out to be? Not evil. Not truly. But more than willing to take advantage. Not everyone. But most people. It's clear you haven't had much experience with the world, or you would understand this already. He couldn't say what was in his heart. He didn't truly understand what it was either. Why should he care the way he did? She was none of his concern. A stranger, a girl obviously determined to allow life to beat her down. And that was what weighed heaviest on him, the fact that she would lose the refreshing innocence about her, the frank, clear-eyed, level gaze that seemed to penetrate his thoughts. She would grow older in an instant. Perhaps even bitter. He hated the thought of it. I do not think this is a wise undertaking, he said again, as though she had forgotten. As though she cared. It is a blessing, then, that you have no concern in the matter. She wiped her fingers on the hem of her tunic before standing. I thank you most humbly for your assistance. Truly, you've saved my life today, a fact that is not lost on me. I shall include you in my prayers. I can't say anyone has ever offered to pray for me before. He chuckled, glancing at Brock. She frowned. Do you find it amusing that I plan to pray for you? All the more reason, then. She was the one she should be praying for, but he didn't have the heart to remind her one more time that she was bound for disaster. She was still determined, eager, even enthusiastic. Who was he to break her of that? She picked up her pack, allowing the long red braid to hang over her shoulder once again. I suppose there's no longer any need to disguise myself. She smiled. I suppose not. Best wishes to both of you. Brock and Derek stood out of deference as she left the table. Derek followed her progress as she wound her way through the growing crowd inside the tavern, before reaching the open door. Why do I get the feeling you're not going to let her go that easily? Brock muttered. Derek remained silent.
Chapter 7. It was easier to remain positive, with fresh food in her stomach. She hadn't relished roasted meat in many moons. While the tavern's offerings weren't exactly the most delicious she'd ever enjoyed, she had been too hungry to feel particular. Especially when her savior was generous enough to provide the meal for her. He was a contradiction she couldn't seem to make sense of. On the one hand, he'd warned her most fervently of the evils of the world, especially of men. He'd urged her not to offer anything to others without being specific. And yet he'd saved her from the sailors, guaranteed she didn't lie in an unconscious heap on the docks, and had ensured she ate a hearty meal before going on her way. Why? What did he want in return? Nothing, it would seem, as he had allowed her to leave the tavern without attempting to hold her back. He'd never demanded or even requested repayment. Was he the one exception to his own dire warnings? The day had turned cool, the sun well past the halfway point in the sky by the time she stepped out of the cramped tavern and into the almost equally as cramped street. She was no longer shocked or surprised by the village and its activity. It was more a matter of curiosity by now. How did these people live? How did they pass their leisure time? What did they need, and how could she meet that need? It was one thing the miller had taught her, when she had confided her plans to him. Aside from Beatrice and the deacon, Cedric Miller was the only other soul aware of what she'd intended. It wouldn't have been wise to leave her sister alone, without bringing the situation to the attention of at least one trusted friend. Marjorie could rest a bit easier, knowing someone had her sister's best interests at heart. She remembered sitting at the round wooden table in his hut, warming her hands and feet by the fire after making the long trek to his home from the farm. Once she had managed to convince him of the seriousness of her plans, it had taken quite a bit of time at that. He had sat across from her and begun his lessons. They were different from the lessons which Derek had shared with her in the tavern, but Marjorie was certain they were just as critical to her success. Find someone in need of something you can provide. They won't want to pay what you deserve. You're a woman, and a young one at that, and when they catch on to the fact that you're new to the area, they'll want even more to take advantage of you. What should I do? She'd asked. He'd spat on the floor, scratching the top of his balding head while considering her question. While he might not have been a learned man, he was the shrewdest she knew, and the most trusted when it came to matters such as this. He spoke slowly, carefully, weighing his words as he would weigh the grain brought to him for milling. Remind them what your service means to them. What it means to not have it. If you offer your skills to a seamstress, remind her what it means to get her work done twice as quickly, and how much more she can charge her patrons as a result. If you offer to clean an inn, remind the owner how much more he can charge once word gets out of the cleanliness of his lodgings. What is that worth to them? Is that what you do? She'd given him a sly smile which he'd returned. Aye, young lady. I make certain that my most tight-fisted patrons remember the importance of finely milled grain when it comes time to put bread on the table, and how much time I save them, time they could spend in other pursuits. It always works. It always works. She held his advice close to her heart as she explored the village, searching for a place to start. The narrow streets seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions, with even narrower alleys jutting out from the streets at random. Peering down one of them, she squinted in order to see down the dark, dingy length. There was a man and a woman standing there, perhaps halfway down, both of them leaning against a wall. When the woman wrapped a bare leg around the man's hip, Marjorie's eyes widened in mute surprise. The two of them began moving together, bumping against one another, and she suddenly understood. At least, she thought she did. A pair of hands closed over her shoulders and turned her away from the sight. She didn't have time to fight off her attacker, before she realized he wasn't an attacker at all. Take care when out for a walk, lassie. Derek grinned, glancing down the alley before looking at her again. You might see things you'll wish you hadn't seen. They were. Aye, and you nearly brought attention to them. Neither of them would have been very happy with you if they'd seen you, or if others had leered at them because you attracted attention. Why were they, out in the open? Her cheeks burned painfully hot, her shame more severe than it had ever been. She hadn't known there could be such shame in the entire world. That's the way of life in a thriving village such as this, he explained, steering her away from the area and drawing her a bit farther down the street. Especially one located on the coast, part of a busy harbor. Sailors come ashore and do as they like. But out in the open? Marjorie quaked inside, suddenly uncertain as to whether this was the life for her. She wasn't a child. She understood the existence of women such as the one she'd just observed. Even so, she had no idea. Perhaps I should have given you another lesson to take with you: do not stop to watch what goes on in darkened alleys. There was humor in his voice, and his eyes crinkled at the corners, but he wasn't laughing at her. She felt it. Shaking off the hands which still rested on her shoulders, she replied with a firm nod. Perhaps you should have. I won't make that mistake again. Wise lass. He grinned. When he looked at her the way he did, hazel eyes sparkling with good humor, she found it difficult to breathe. Why was that? And why was the touch of his hand such a comfort? She almost wished she hadn't shaken him off. He made her feel safe, which was something she hadn't enjoyed since leaving home. Do you not have business here in the village? She asked, struggling to pull her thoughts together. The day was waning, growing short, and she still had to find a place to spend the night, if not employment. She did not expect to enjoy such luck. Aye, he replied. Why don't you go about it then? She asked, lifting her chin. Or is your business that of following women from place to place, ensuring they don't fall victim to unforeseen danger? Unforeseen to you, perhaps? He cast a glance around, taking in the buildings which surrounded them. They all looked roughly the same to her unpracticed eye, and not much unlike what she was accustomed to seeing in her little village. Squat stone walls held together with dried mud. Most of them had roofs made of thatched straw, while some were composed of wood planks. She couldn't help but wonder about the people who lived and worked inside. Did they understand how different their lives were from those spent on a farm, out in the open, without the sounds of their neighbors and those walking about outside constantly meeting their ears? Before she'd arrived, before she'd received a cold dose of reality, she had imagined life in a thriving village as the height of excitement. Always something new to see, always a neighbor nearby to visit or to request assistance from in times of need. What if the neighbor refused, however? She saw very few smiles on the faces of those hurrying on their way, and couldn't help remembering the man who'd nearly knocked her down, without so much as a backward glance in her direction. Just how wrong had she been? Too late for that now, Beatrice's voice reminded her. Might as well make the best of it. Thank you again. I shall take your advice to heart. She sidled past Derek, eager to be away from those eyes of his. He seemed to know her. While the sentiment should have been a relief, should have made her feel a bit of comfort in the middle of such a large, friendless place, it made her uncomfortable. The thought that someone knew her without knowing her. She ducked into the first building, which appeared to belong to a craftsperson rather than a villager. The scent of baking bread greeted her, wrapping itself around her head and awakening memories of home. Memories of kneading the dough, sprinkling it with flour, smiling along with Beatrice as whichever one of them had gone to the miller's to fetch the flour, shared stories of their day. Yes? A large, plain-faced woman emerged from a doorway in front of which hung a curtain, to separate the front room from what was beyond. Marjorie, still caught halfway between memories of Beatrice and the present, was almost surprised when someone so different from her sister appeared. I wondered. Why couldn't she get her tongue to work? Well, out with it, girl. I have too many orders to fill, and I can't waste time. You have many orders? Marjorie jumped on that piece of information, hoping to turn the tide to her advantage. Perhaps I can be of service then. I've only just arrived in the village and you're looking for work, the baker surmised. To Marjorie's surprise, the statement seemed to disgust the woman, instead of offering her relief at the prospect of her workload lessening. Yes, I am. I'm certain I could be of great assistance. Save your fancy talk, lass, and get out of my shop before I throw you out, the woman grumbled, cutting her off with a wave of her hand. She turned her back, retreating through the curtain without another word. Marjorie felt as though she'd just been slapped. The stark revelation that it may not be as easy as she'd assumed to find a position sent her heart into a tailspin. Even so, she stepped outside with her head held high. All she had to do was keep trying. It was what Beatrice would have done, and it was what she would do too. Chapter 8. The innkeeper narrowed his one good eye, looking her up and down with a cruel, shrewd expression. "Nay, lassie. I'm in no need of help. I've got more than I need as it is, and canna be held responsible for yet another." Her face fell. It had been a long 2 hours, and her feet ached terribly, but no worse than her heart, which was bruised and battered and ready to give out after experiencing so much rejection. She had never known there could be so much harsh cruelty in the entire world, much less in one single village. Not everyone had been as short-tempered as the owner of the inn in which she currently stood. There had been a little kindness, a little concern for her. But only a little. Not enough to outweigh her growing despair. To despair was to turn one's back on God. Wasn't that what the deacon had so often reminded her and her sister, when mother's health had been at its worst? There was no room for despair in a heart closely connected to one's faith in the Lord. Or so she had been told so many times. Where was that loving God of hers, as she stepped out of the inn and into the cold, darkening day? Had he turned his back on her? Why? What was so sinful about wanting a better life for oneself? What was so dreadfully wrong with refusing to accept a few meager crumbs? There was nothing back in Thrushwood. Nothing for her, nothing for Beatrice. Certainly they could have scraped by. Marjorie might have taken in sewing and mending, and Beatrice might have taught the village children, though it would have been nearly impossible to earn a living when they lived so remotely. They would have needed to find another home, but they had no money with which to purchase one. She knew that most women of her and Beatrice's age would be of a mind to find husbands, and that might have been a worthwhile course of action too, had there been a single prospect anywhere nearby. Again, without access to the rest of the village, there was no way for either of them to meet a worthwhile suitor except on market day, and even then, until mother's passing, it had only been possible for one of them to go to town at a time, while the other stayed behind to care for their invalid. Beatrice was nearly 23, while Marjorie had celebrated her 21st birthday over Christmas. Who would look at them and consider either a desirable match, with no dowry and what little was left of their farm? They had no other family, no friends in the town. Nothing at all but each other. The situation had proven itself untenable long since, and it had been a harsh winter full of nothing but snow and bleak prospects for the future after their mother's passing. It was then that Marjorie had made up her mind, and not even her beloved sister could force her to think otherwise once she'd set a course of action. She was beginning to question the wisdom of her stubbornness. The activity in the village was lessening as the sky darkened, and Marjorie supposed this was because the evening meal would soon be enjoyed by many. The village's inhabitants were preparing to go about their warm, comfortable lives, while she continued to wander to yet another business and accept yet another rejection. Surely there had to be an end to this. Surely not everyone could turn her down. The weight of her sorrow suddenly felt so heavy, she leaned against the nearest wall for support. It was as if she could no longer stand on her own. Was this the sort of thing people went through all the time? How did they live through it without dissolving into tears on a constant basis? The sting of tears made an unwelcome presence behind her eyes, but she made no move to wipe them away once they began to course down her cheeks. What difference did it make? No one would notice. No one would care if they did. How many crying women had leaned against this very wall? It was probably a common sight. Her feet ached horribly, the leather sewn to the bottoms of her stockings unsuited to such heavy use. Every stone and pebble made itself known, digging into the soles of her feet and adding to her growing misery. To her surprise, Derek came to mind. Where was he? Why had she been so eager to be rid of him? He was smart. He knew she'd made an unwise decision, but she had been too stubborn and foolhardy to see it for herself. He might be able to help her find a place to spend the night, as she was nearly exhausted and didn't know where to start or what a fair price would be. She'd be taken advantage of for certain. It had been weeks since she'd had a good night's sleep, and the lack thereof was beginning to catch up with her. It was growing dark, the days still short, and it was of no surprise when a fine mist began to fall. Why not? It was in keeping with the way the day had turned. If the skies had opened and a deluge had drowned her, she wouldn't have been surprised. Would she be forced to beg on the streets? She'd seen more than a handful of beggars on her travels, sitting in slop and wearing nothing but the thinnest of rags. Their wasted bony bodies smeared with dirt and dust and the foulest smelling waste, holding their hands out trying to smile though their mouths held few teeth. Would that be her fate? Would Beatrice ever know what became of her? Or would she fall so far as to work as the woman she'd accidentally watched earlier in the day, the one who had mated with the strange man in an alley? A shudder of disgust ran through her, and she shook her head. No, never, not ever. Not even if she were on the brink of starvation. Was that what the woman she'd seen had once told herself? She was certain that no one grew up wishing to be that sort of person, someone forced to sell their body for money. Something must have happened to force her into it. Would that be her own fate? No, she whispered, pushing herself away from the cold, now wet stone wall with one shaking hand. No, she would not allow her life to come to that. There had to be a way to survive. She would not allow herself to fade into nothingness, to become just another faceless wretch with nothing and no one. She would not allow Beatrice to spend the rest of her life wondering what had happened to her sister. She'd blame herself, Marjorie was certain. She would be of a mind that were it not for her, her sister would never have taken such a risk. Beatrice would die blaming herself. Not if Marjorie could help it. She squared her shoulders, pulling the wet hat more firmly over her head as determination surged through her veins. All that was left to do was to put one foot in front of the other. So she did.
Chapter 9. Something about that single gesture touched Derek's heart in a way nothing else ever had. What would she think if she knew he was following her? That he had been following her for hours? She would certainly believe he had ill intentions. It was almost amusing, the fact that he had warned her about men who did the same sort of thing he was doing. But he had no wish to do anything but protect her. He only hoped he could. It wasn't going well. Anyone with eyes could see it. Every time she left an establishment, no matter the nature of business conducted within its walls, she left with her head hanging low, lower in fact with each passing rejection. He was watching her spirit crumble. And there was nothing to be done about it. She was bringing it on herself, insisting that her way was the only way. That instead of going home, back to where her life made some semblance of sense, she should wander the streets of a foreign country and ask for work in an accent which gave away her English heritage. She wasn't even Scottish. Another mark against her in their eyes. He hadn't had the heart to tell her that, for there was nothing she could do about the land in which she'd been born. Not that it would have mattered at any rate, she would have brushed off his warning just as she'd brushed off nearly everything else he'd offered. Stubborn thing. Stubborn enough to keep going, in spite of her obvious fatigue and the way she limped along on pained feet. In spite of mist which was slowly turning to rain, she walked on. She deserved better than what was happening to her. There had to be a better way. What would Brock think? Derek was certain he'd hear all about it on returning to the room they'd found in one of the village inns. A small, dingy room, but better than some of the ones they'd made use of in the many ports and harbors they'd dropped anchor in over the years. Men such as they didn't need comfort. It was warmth and protection from the elements which mattered. The roof didn't leak, and there were no holes in the walls or floor. There was a fire in the small stone hearth built into one wall. That would do. He hadn't been able to stay, however. After quickly washing up and changing out of his travel-soiled tunic, he'd headed back out into the village to find the lass who had made such an impression on him. Brock had held his tongue. Wise of him. That would not be the case on Derek's return, of course, but he was prepared for that. The rain dripped down the back of his neck, rolling down beneath his tunic. The elements had never been a problem for him, seeing as how he'd spent so much of his life out in them. Either on the battlefield or on the sea, a man could expect his share of water soaking into his clothing. It was of no difference to him. He knew it made a difference to her, but she didn't show it as she rounded a corner and continued out of sight. He followed, but only when he knew she was unaware of his presence. She would make a scene if she knew. The last thing he needed was to be placed in the stocks as punishment for harassing a defenseless woman. The rain and the lateness of the hour meant a thinning of the number of villagers on the streets. Those still walking along the narrow, increasingly muddy streets paid no attention to just one more wandering woman, her head hanging low, as she hurried to the next welcoming doorway. She'd already visited nearly the entire village, and he wondered how many options she had left. Could he make it to the next business before she did? Perhaps he could persuade the owner before she arrived. What did he have to offer? Money? Some. He'd never been one to overlook the power of a well-warded bribe. She paused in front of a tavern, on the other side of the village from that where they had started out together. Unlike the one closest to the docks, this looked like a much rougher establishment. Profanity and high-pitched drunken laughter poured from the open door. Was she mad? Why would she even slow her pace in front of such a place? She was clearly a woman of faith, unaware of the uglier aspects of life. The way her face had paled when she'd realized what the couple in the alley were doing together. And she thought she could keep a handle on herself among a group of bawdy drunkards. This would never do. He hurried his pace, lengthening his stride in his haste to reach her side before she went in. It would mean revealing himself to her and facing her anger, but he would have to take that chance. He was too late. She was inside, disappearing into the jostling crowd of men who stood shoulder to shoulder. "Damn her," he muttered, kicking at a stone to vent his frustration. He could wait outside, listening for any sound of distress coming from inside. Or for any sounds of increased mirth, for a man whose blood was heated by drink was more likely to find it amusing when a smaller, defenseless creature was cornered. Would they dare do such things to her? Were they the sorts of animals who would take advantage? He'd seen enough to know not to underestimate the ability of a man, or woman, to forget their better nature and become little more than a greedy, vicious beast. If he went in there, she would know he was following, and she might raise the attention of those around her. And they might decide to punish him for it. He could handle himself against even a handful of men, but more than that. And with the aid of drink. Across the muddy street, a light blazed in the window of a wool spinner. He was fairly certain that Marjorie hadn't paid a visit there, and the woman who inevitably owned the shop would be more likely to take on the help of a young lass in need. He hoped. He hurried across the street, keeping an ear out for anything coming from the tavern as he did. There was still a chance for something unpleasant from the men inside. The old woman who worked the spinning wheel appeared to be closing for the night, winding up one last batch of yarn before blowing out her candles and retiring to what appeared to be her living quarters above the shop. He couldn't see much of her face, her back turned to the door, but he hoped for a kind one. He hoped she was kinder than the others Marjorie had dealt with throughout the day. She was. She was also shrewd. "What are you able to give me for the girl?" she asked, looking Derek up and down. One corner of her mouth quirked up in a sly grin beneath her long hooked nose. "What do you mean?" He'd expected nothing less, but he'd assumed it would be him offering money, rather than the old woman demanding it. "Your tunic is a fine shade of blue," she mused, scratching her jaw with one bony-knuckled finger. "It takes a fair bit of silver to purchase such a finely dyed tunic." He should have dressed far more plainly, it was clear. "I'm not a wealthy man, I had a thriving business, but—" She had no intention of listening to his story. "If you want the girl to have a position with me, and a place under my roof, you need to be willing to pay a bit for the favor I'm doing for you." "How much?" he asked, wishing he had taken the time to count the coins in his pouch before entering the establishment. Her eyes narrowed as she considered this, weighing her chances of fetching a good price. "6 pence," she finally decided. He gritted his teeth against the epithets ready to fly. Sixpence? The woman should be fined for robbery. Still, it would mean decent work for Marjorie and the potential to live a somewhat safe life. A life she could feel secure in. He'd never known a woman who wanted or was able to earn her own living. The women he'd known had worked, of course. From dawn until dusk in most cases. In those instances, the work had been done in return for a good or service. The laird's protection or that of a husband or father. The exchange of eggs for grain, washing for mending, fresh vegetables from one's personal garden for freshly baked bread from a neighboring home. Never because a woman needed to support herself, alone. Perhaps that, too, was part of what unsettled him so about Marjorie's insistence that she find a position. He'd certainly never met anyone like her before, not a bad thing upon reflection, as his heart would like as not had given out long since from the strain of attempting to protect her from herself. He kept one eye on the tavern across the street, from which she had still not emerged. "You'll tell her nothing of this?" he asked. "She'll be none the wiser." "All right." He handed her the coins, barely refraining from throwing them in her smug face. She was making his life easier by taking the question of the lass's safety off his mind after all. "I'll send her over to you right away." He rushed out, intent on saving Marjorie from whatever she might be battling inside such a rough, threatening place. Images ran through his mind, none of them pleasant and most of them making his stomach roil in rage. He'd only just reached the door, elbowing his way past two rough, filthy drunkards who could hardly keep their feet on stumbling out, when a third figure slammed into his chest and nearly knocked him on his rear end. Not that the person who ran into him was overly large, more that they were in an awful hurry and had taken him by surprise. It wasn't often that a person didn't look where they were going, and slammed into him. He was a fairly large man and difficult to miss. When he made out the identity of the offending figure, he rolled his eyes toward the cloudy sky. Of course it was her. Running with the hat pulled low over her eyes. "What are you trying to do?" he gasped, rubbing the spot where she'd struck him with her shoulder. A shoulder she was rubbing, wincing as though in discomfort. When she heard his voice, she lifted her head in order to look him in the eye. "Oh. It's you." In the glow of lantern and firelight coming from inside the tavern, he caught the sight of high color in her cheeks and a sparkle in her eye. For the briefest moment, he considered that she'd been imbibing while inside, then immediately dismissed the very notion. Not her. "Yes, it's me, and you nearly crushed my chest," he grumbled, eyeing her up. "I'm sorry," she breathed. "I'm glad to see you. I want you to be the first to know." "To know what?" She lifted her chin even farther, resting her hands on her hips. "I found myself a position. With real wages and a room to boot." His heart sank. "What do you mean?" "A position. Work." She looked and sounded nearly ready to hug herself, she was so pleased. He blinked, struggling to make sense of what she was claiming. "Hold on. You mean in there?" He jabbed a finger toward the tavern, from which shouts and laughter were still heard. She didn't so much as flinch. "Yes. Where else?" She was so matter-of-fact about it all. How could she possibly be so? "And you accepted this position," he blurted, incredulous. "Why wouldn't I? I've been looking all day, and it's cold and wet out here, and I need a place to stay and coins in my purse. Who am I to turn down a warm room?" She looked at him as though he'd gone mad, which was perhaps the most unbelievable thing of all. "It's true that I've never been in your exact situation," he began, struggling against the urge to take her by the shoulders and shake her into some sense rattled around in her head. "I can understand the appeal. However, this sort of place? A lass such as yourself." She sighed. "I can ill afford to be choosy at this juncture. And frankly, I should have known better than to think you would be proud of me for doing this all on my own. For a man who doesn't know me, you have far too many opinions on the way I should live. For a wee lass who's seen nothing of the world, you seem to be overconfident in your ability to handle yourself." Her chest puffed out, her nostrils flared, and it was clear that she was about to unleash her wrath on him. Until her chin quivered. "I should have known better," she muttered, her voice shaking with barely suppressed emotion. "I do not know who told you I needed your constant assistance, but I can assure you now that it isn't necessary. I no longer require you. I do not want your help." His thoughts went back to the woman who currently held his sixpence. "But I do not want your help. I do not want you at all," she whispered in a rush, as though she were about to cry and didn't want him to see. "Then why were you so glad to see me?" "I thought." She bit her lip, shaking her head. "I was wrong. Goodbye. Thank you again, but goodbye." She was back inside before he could stop her.
Chapter 10. Curses on him. Curses forever. She didn't know what she'd expected, not really. He didn't know her. She'd accused him of just as much, hadn't she? Why then, had she hoped for him to be pleased for her? And why did his reaction strike at her heart as it had? Why had she struggled against the need to cry? He had very nearly broken her down, without doing anything other than behaving as he had. He hadn't laid a hand on her, hadn't shouted or put her down. He had only neglected to be happy for her. So why had a wave of pure heartache hit her, the way nothing had since the day her mother died? Even then, she had expected the day to come. If anything, it had been a blessing for Mama to finally go. She had suffered enough in her life, and would go on to her eternal reward, one which she richly deserved. It had been a dreadful, sad day nonetheless. One which she and Beatrice had ended in Beatrice's bed, arms wrapped around each other the way they'd slept as young ones. Instead of whispering and giggling, the way little girls did, they had cried themselves to sleep. They were alone in the world except for each other, and they had known it. Perhaps that was what had struck at her heart so suddenly, out in the wet night with Derek looking down at her in such disapproval, the sudden understanding that she was alone. Truly, impossibly alone. No Beatrice. And no Derek. She hadn't known until just then, that very moment when he had refused to share her happiness, that she didn't have him either. Had she been looking for him when she'd rushed out of the tavern? Thinking back, yes. Yes, she had. Not that she would have been able to find him if she hadn't run straight into him, but the need to see him had been in the back of her mind. The need to see one person who might understand how happy she was just then. Someone who wasn't a complete stranger. He hadn't joined in her happiness. He had reminded her how silly he thought she was. She had no one. The room behind the tavern was smaller than the one she was accustomed to at home, but she'd never required much space. That wasn't a concern. The concern was in how alone she was. It had never been more clear than at that moment, sitting in a cramped little room with no windows. Nothing but a straw-filled pallet for a bed, a shelf, and hooks for clothing and a candle. A chipped wash basin and pitcher, beside which sat a small cake of brown soap. At least the candle's light added a bit of cheer, reminding her of many quiet evenings spent with her sister, sitting by her mother's bedside as she'd embroidered or knit or mended. Mama used to scold her for doing such work in low light. It was that type of work one did in the day, in front of a window to lessen the strain on the eyes. Mama had scolded her for many things. Marjorie shook her head, squeezing her eyes shut as though that would push away the memories. They felt disloyal. A daughter had no right to think such things about her mother. Mama had been sick for so long, she'd naturally been difficult and unhappy, and easily upset. Remembering her life that way did nothing to make her little room seem more cheerful, and that was what she needed. Someplace cheerful. A room to escape to at the end of the day, someplace to be alone and rest. How exactly did a person cheer up a room so utterly devoid of cheer? A brisk knock at the door made her jump. The fact that the door swung open at the slightest touch did little to soothe her. She'd have to devise a way to remedy this. The tavern's owner stayed in the tight corridor dividing her room from a storage room in which jugs and casks were kept. Besides the tavern itself, the only other room on the bottom floor was what passed for a kitchen, one which, even in her most positive, determined frame of mind, Marjorie couldn't help but gag slightly at the sight of. It made her wonder about the food she'd eaten earlier in the day, albeit in another establishment. "Just wanted to be sure you were getting on all right in here," he nearly barked in his gruff, abrupt manner. So very different from the men she'd known. She didn't move from the bed, sitting with her knees drawn tight together and her back straight. "I'm doing well. Thank you." He cleared his throat, obviously uncomfortable. No matter what Derek seemed to believe, she wasn't without instinct when it came to those around her. The owner, who'd introduced himself as Hamish, was not a threat. His face turned 10 shades of red just being so close to where she sat, when a half-closed door stood between them. "If you're needing anything, you can use the broom in the corner to bang on the ceiling and alert me. That's what the last girl did." What did she need? Where had the question come from? She had no idea. It seemed an appropriate thing to ask, since Hamish had brought it up first. He cleared his throat again, louder this time. "Och, once a patron." He looked at the floor, scuffing it with the toes of his worn leather shoes. Marjorie's head spun. She could almost see it in her head, a young woman, with nothing but a broom to defend herself with, using it to bang on the ceiling to call for help. "It was only the one time, you understand," he continued, flustered. "And nothing came of it. I made sure of that, you can believe it." She looked at the door again, her forehead creasing. He took her meaning. "I can have it repaired," he assured her. "First thing in the morning, I'll inquire about a new door with a working latch." "Thank you very much," she breathed, unable to raise her voice louder than a whisper. She hadn't thought to ask about her security, or whether there would be any at all. It was only one night. She would be fine for one night. Wouldn't she? Once she was alone again, truly alone, she went to the door. Sure enough, the latch was useless. Had the man who'd threatened the girl broken it? Or was it always broken? No matter. What mattered was finding a way to make things right. She turned in a slow circle, as though a solution would suddenly present itself. Oh, what would Derek say if he knew she'd rushed headlong into this predicament without inquiring about the conditions? Why did she keep thinking about him? There had to be something which would make her feel safer. There was a metal handle attached to the inside of the door, a ring which was still intact. The hooks for her clothing were mounted on the wall to the right of the door. She pulled her few belongings from her pack, underclothes, a kirtle, another pair of stockings, shoes which Beatrice had insisted she take along, being in better condition than her own. Touching the shoes brought tears to Marjorie's eyes. What would her sister think, if she knew what the journey had come to? "There's no time for this," Beatrice's voice reminded her in its typical no-nonsense manner. "You need to find a way to secure yourself, or there will be no hope of getting sleep tonight." This was a truth Marjorie acknowledged rather grimly. She wouldn't sleep a wink until she was certain she would go the night unmolested. But how? Derek's face flashed in the forefront of her mind. Oh, if she only had him to keep her safe. Silliness. Beatrice admonished her. Marjorie could almost see her, hands on her hips, red hair billowing around her head like a sail in the wind, her creamy skin turning red as her ire grew. "You took care of yourself before meeting him, did you not? You survived the trip to Silith using nothing but your wits. You can do this too." She took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. Yes, she had taken care of herself, and she had survived. She'd even found a way onto the ship, and had hidden herself successfully until they'd docked in Kirkcaldy. With a shrewd eye, she surveyed the door once again. So long as there was something barring it from opening fully on first being pushed, she could rouse herself in time to take hold of her broom and scream at the top of her lungs if necessary. Oh, would that she had possession of a dirk, something more dangerous than a gnarled old broom handle. But it would have to do. The stockings. She was quick to peel off the pair she was wearing, soiled after many days of travel. She wouldn't have worn them again until they'd been washed, and tied them to the door's handle. Then she tied the other end to one of the hooks on the wall, leaving no slack whatsoever. The cloth was taut, leaving no room to swing the door open unless force was used. She would have time to go on the defensive, if the situation called for such action. It would have to be enough, just as washing up using the pitcher and basin would have to be enough. Oh, for a washtub, someplace she could wash her hair and truly scrub the dirt from her skin. It would feel as though she were washing the entirety of her past away, and that wasn't entirely an unwelcome notion. To start fresh. Clean. Putting all the crushing disappointment behind her. That was life, or so she'd been taught. The idea that penance and self-sacrifice were the true way had been driven into her since the day she was born. As much a part of her as the color of her eyes or her somewhat crooked smile. She reflected on those early lessons as she unwound her braid, running her fingers through her hair to loosen any dirt which had settled inside. What would it have been like to grow up in a village such as Kirkcaldy, where there might be friends and laughter, and perhaps even a suitor or two? Naturally, there would have been hard work. Nobody in the village was exactly well-to-do, quite the opposite, in most cases she'd seen over the course of the day. But life had been difficult on the farm too, and without anyone's help but her sister's, and the occasional offer of assistance from the miller. He had his own work, of course, and was of advanced age. They couldn't accept it. So the farm had shrunk considerably from what it once was, back before Papa had passed away. All the animals had to be sold, until all that was left was a cow, 2 pigs and a handful of chickens. Enough to get them through. There was simply never enough help, and never enough money to hire it. So much disappointment. Seemingly endless years spent watching out the window of her mother's sick room. Watching for what? She couldn't have said then, and still didn't know. For something. Anything. Life. She had always been certain of there being more out there, somewhere. A place where she wouldn't have to feel so lonely, as though everything of value had passed her by. Somewhere she could shed the years of playing healer to a woman who would never heal. Where she could be young, as she'd never had the chance to be. A laugh bubbled up in her throat, which she quickly squelched. What were the chances of her being young and carefree, in a room such as the one she was about to bed down in? Very slim indeed. Perhaps non-existent. She fell asleep the moment her head hit the flat, lumpy pillow, the smell of stale ale and meat roasted long ago, already less prominent than it had been on first arriving in her new home.
Chapter 11. If only there was a way to check on her. Derek rolled to his side with a growl in the back of his throat. If he managed to get a single moment's sleep, it would be a miracle. At least she was safe for the night, or so he tried to tell himself. She wasn't out in the elements, getting rained on, curled up in a ball as a way of protecting herself. Perhaps in a doorway or beneath an overhang. No. She was only sleeping in the back room of a tavern. Quite a step up. He squeezed his eyes tightly closed, willing thoughts of her out of his brain. He needed to sleep, if he were to have his wits about him when he visited the village shipping business in the morning. He'd already wasted nearly an entire day. A fact Brock wouldn't allow him to live down. Upon his return to their shared room, his first mate had fixed him with a keen eye and his usual sharp observation. "What went wrong this time?" he'd asked, raising a bushy eyebrow. "What makes you think anything went wrong?" Derek had replied, a grateful groan escaping his lips as he sat on the edge of the bed. It was nothing compared to the luxurious accommodations back at the Duncan Manor House, but it would beat sleeping on the muddy ground any day of the week. "You have those lines between your eyes." Brock had gestured to the space between his eyebrows, above the bridge of his nose. "I know that look. I've seen it too many times. When a merchant was trying to swindle ye, or a storm was brewing on the horizon. Perhaps it's been a long day, and I'm merely tired." "I've seen tired. You've been tired since not long after we started out from the manor house. I know because I felt the same way. We spent far too long growing soft in front of a winter fire." Derek had chuckled at the truth in this. There's nothing so dangerous as a comfortable fire for men such as we. Especially when it's a 5-month-long fire. The truth was, spending nearly half a year without strenuous activity had made him easily fatigued compared to how he normally behaved, vital, energetic, ready to leap into action at a moment's notice. He wasn't nearly as trim as he'd been the night Hugh and his bride had ridden into town, either. Brock hadn't ceased pressing the matter. "No, this is more than fatigue. What happened out there? Did you find her?" "Did I say I was looking for her?" "You never had to say it, but that doesn't mean I didn't know all along. I'm hardly feeble-minded." "Then perhaps you should know better than to press me when I'm in a mood such as the one you claim I'm in," he'd snapped, rising to go to the basin to wash his face and hands. A good long swim would have done a much better job of cleansing him. He knew better than to dream of a washtub by the fire, as he'd grown accustomed to back at Phillips, but there was nothing to do but make the best of what was available. Brock had held his tongue while his captain had washed, staring out the open window at the rain-drenched night. It was better than snow at any rate, and left the air smelling fresh. "Will you go with me in the morning?" Derek had asked, drying his face on a strip of linen hanging by the basin for just such purpose. Of course. I wouldn't allow you to go alone." "Why do you think I'm with ye?" "I thought it was for the pleasure of my company." Brock had chortled. "I wouldn't use those exact words, begging your pardon." The two of them had fallen into a companionable silence as they'd stretched out on their respective beds. They were lumpy, stuffed with straw which had flattened in some places but not entirely uncomfortable. A small fire had burned, warming the room and casting dancing shadows on the wall opposite the fireplace. Even with the peace which hung over the room, Derek had known Brock was merely waiting for him to confess the truth of his evening walk. And the truth was, in spite of his reluctance to share his thoughts, he'd needed to get them out of his head. So he'd told Brock of following her, of watching her spirits fall a bit at a time as she'd made her way through the village, of bribing the woman in order to secure a position for her, and of losing the sixpence for no good reason. To his credit, Brock had remained silent throughout the tale, even when Derek had confessed to squandering the money they might have need of before their journey came to a close. The room had fallen silent again, only the crackling of the logs in the fireplace and the soft, steady rain outside the window providing sound. That and their breathing. Derek had been certain his companion was asleep, which made the sound of his voice a surprise. "I have to give the lass credit for being hard-headed," Brock had grumbled almost grudgingly. He'd never had much time for women aside from the ways in which a man normally appreciated women, so Derek knew this was high praise. "Yes, but her hard-headedness is going to get her killed." "It hasn't yet. She made her way to Kirkcaldy purely by accident. And it was a purely lucky accident which led her our way. I don't think I have to tell you what would have taken place had I not stepped in prior to those sailors doing what they intended to do." Brock had let out an almost animal snarl. They were of the same mind when it came to such behavior, which was one of the many reasons Derek trusted him so implicitly. She wouldn't have been long for this world. She would have been fortunate if it had ended early for her, Derek had agreed, his stomach twisting at the mere idea of her being so ill-used. "You see what I mean then?" "I do. But I also see that she's not your responsibility." "Which you don't seem to see." That had been the end of the discussion, as Derek had felt the beginnings of an argument he was not of a mind to begin, nor had he the energy. He'd allowed Brock's flat, matter-of-fact observation to be the final word for the time being, which was wildly against his nature. Not many men ever got the last word when Derek was involved. This was different. She was different. And Brock was right. Derek rolled to his other side, groaning inwardly as he reflected on how much of the night had passed without sleeping so much as a minute. He faced the wall, where the shadows were much fainter than they'd been when Brock's breathing had turned to snores. The fire was all but dead, just another piece of proof that the night was slipping by. Marjorie wasn't his responsibility. Why, then, was it impossible for him to forget about her? Why did the image of her lying there in his bed, tucked up against his body, fill him with something deeper and more primal than lust. To be sure, the beginnings of desire unfurled in his core, causing his manhood to stir, but there was more to it than that. When he closed his eyes and imagined hard enough, imagined her being there in his arms with her small, warm, soft body tucked firmly against his, a sense of peace came over him. Calm. Certainty. It was enough to help him finally sleep. Chapter 12. McBride Shipping. Brock read the sign on the warehouse swinging in the gentle breeze coming up from the Firth of Forth. Above the name was a carved wooden ship, to alert those without the ability to read of the business transacted inside. "If he's the sort of man we've heard he is, it'll be best to take our time with him," Derek muttered, turning his face away from the warehouse as he spoke. It wouldn't do for someone inside to know of his intentions before he stepped foot inside. "Aye," Brock agreed, looking at his feet as he spoke. "A hard-bitten man." "A shrewd businessman," Derek replied, remembering the stories he'd heard over the morning meal of hard bread, thin soup and ale. A strange way to break the fast, but welcome nonetheless. The soup, thin as it was, had warmed his blood nearly as well as the ale had. Good thing, because the morning was far more chill than any since they'd left the manor house. He wasn't certain of what he foresaw for the purpose of this meeting. He'd originally considered meeting the owner of the business, explaining his difficulties, and finding out if there was business enough for the two of them in Kirkcaldy. It seemed to be a thriving harbor, with 3 new docks in the process of being built to accommodate growing demand. On reflection, however, he began to wonder if he wanted to start over at all. "You would consider selling the ships to this man?" Brock asked, likely for the 10th time since Derek had broached the idea over breakfast. "I wouldn't do anything without getting a strong feel for the man's character," Derek assured him again, almost trying to soothe his friend. He understood the severity of the situation from Brock's point of view. His livelihood depended upon Derek's decision. But he would never sell the ships to this McBride, without a firm promise that Brock would be in charge of the ships upon their sale. It was only fair. "You never mentioned this before," Brock argued, crossing his arms over his formidable chest. "Why is this the first I'm hearing of this idea?" "Because, in all honesty, I hadn't considered it before." "What's changed?" he challenged, eyes narrowing. Derek couldn't say. Something had changed, something in his heart, over the course of the winter spent with the Duncans. He'd forgotten what it was like to have a home, a real home and a family. He'd never had either of those things as a man, first the army, then his shipping concerns. That was all for him. And it had been enough before the winter had come so early and so severely, crippling travel and forcing all of them to spend months in each other's company. While it had driven him to distraction at first, the inability to come and go as he'd become accustomed to doing, he'd warmed to the idea in nearly no time at all. After a while, it had become a comfort he'd realized was sorely missing from his life. The comfort of a home and a hearth. And a wife. None of which he could enjoy in his old profession. Until their arrival in Kirkcaldy, the notion of selling the ships and making a new life with use of the profits hadn't been more than the wisp of an idea in the back of his mind. At some point in the last day, that idea had solidified until it looked more attractive with each passing hour. Almost intoxicating. Walking through the door, at the end of a long day, greeted by the welcome sight of a lovely smile. A plump, attractive rear to admire, as his wife bent over the fire to stir the stew she'd put on for the evening meal, the fire making her golden hair gleam. He shook himself, clearing his throat, realizing too late exactly what had changed. What had made the notion of settling down crystallize in his mind. Damn her, the wicked temptress, changing his heart the way she already had. He couldn't tell Brock about this, knowing what his friend would think. He wasn't certain he had to, at any rate. The look on the man's face told him everything there was to know. He knew Marjorie had something to do with Derek's change of heart, but was merely biding his time before speaking of it. The docks were hardly the place for such conversation at any rate, bustling with activity as they were. There was no hope of standing still, the need to step out of the way as men carried crates and casks from a ship which had just docked that morning, making the two of them hop from side to side as though they were dancing. He did love it so, that rush of activity. It made his blood course a little faster, a little hotter than before. It made his brain fairly buzz. The excitement of a new arrival, the business of taking stock of the shipment to be certain everything promised had come in. The sense of pride and accomplishment, the swelling of his chest when one of his beautiful ships made it back in one piece. Hell, the last time he'd felt anything akin to excitement was when they'd outrun Dalla's uncle, when he'd been forced to dive into the sea to rescue her from drowning. That was the last time he'd felt truly vital and alive, at one with the forces of nature, forces which he'd been able to bend to his will, laughing at the storm and the churning sea. He did miss it so. Uncertainty made him nearly ill. Perhaps this isn't the best time, he reasoned, taking into account the ship's arrival. It can't hurt to introduce yourself, Brock reminded him. True. There was little other choice. They were wasting time which could be better spent in other pursuits. He lifted his chin in resolute determination as they approached the door to the warehouse. He had something very valuable, just how valuable to McBride they would soon find out. Chapter 13. The inside of the warehouse was dusty and dark. The swirling, cloudy window glass did little to allow light in, especially since the glass hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Perhaps it never had been. A glance at Brock told Derek he noticed too, and was like as not comparing the place to the warehouse they'd taken such pains to care for back in Konkani. The glass had fairly shone, the floor always swept clean. He'd paid several in the village to help with upkeep, and had been happy to do so, seeing it as a way to provide wages to more than just the men serving on his ships. As a result of this, the villagers had considered him sort of a benefactor, someone who added a great deal to the livelihood of the village in which he transacted business. He'd never once been vandalized, not even something as commonplace as a broken window. That was not the case here. Derek's practiced eye noted the presence of rat droppings in the corners and webs near the ceiling. Dust covered most flat surfaces. The air was dry, dusty, stale with the odors of pipe smoke, sweat and flatulence. The plank floor creaked underfoot as the two of them made their way to the small desk in one corner, piled high with what looked like orders. A man sat in front of the desk, a large man whose girth strained the seams of his stained tunic. McBride, Derek surmised. A man who clearly enjoyed life's pleasures, so long as they had to do with food. He marveled at the strength of the stool on which the rotund man perched, wondering how much longer the thing could possibly last without giving out. "Excuse me," Derek began, his voice strong and confident. He could match wits with this slovenly creature, he had no doubt. The man turned his head just enough to catch sight of his visitors through the corner of his eye. "Aye," he barked. "I'm busy today, so make it quick." Derek exchanged a look with Brock. "My name is Derek McInnes, and I'm here." "Hold everything." The man turned fully, finally showing his visitors a bit of respect. "You said McInnes." "I did." "Would ye be the Derek McInnes of McInnes Shipping, then?" The man's eyes narrowed, and Derek instantly understood why others referred to him as shrewd. His brain was already weighing his options in this meeting, without the benefit of knowing why Derek was visiting. "I would that. This is my first mate, Brock McFadden. And I'm Ian McBride." He extended a hand, large, dry, rough, which Derek shook firmly. A strong grip, the grip of a man who knew who he was and what the world held for him. They were cut from the same cloth, to be sure. "This is your warehouse, then?" Derek asked. "Aye, for these 12 years, the man replied with a great deal of pride. "I've seen Kirkcaldy grow in that time, you can be sure of it, and I like to think that growth is due in no small part to my business." "I'm certain you're correct. I remember the village from my youth, and was shocked at how it had grown since the last time I passed through." "You're from the area, then? I assumed you'd always made your home in Konkani." "Nay, I was born and raised in the Highlands." "A Highlander." The man's eyebrows arched until it seemed they would leave his sweaty forehead. Well, I must say that's a surprise. Why a surprise? Derek laughed. You expected a savage. I admit, you're a bit more civilized than I'd ever expect from a Highlander. McBride spat on the floor, an action so well timed that Derek had to bite the inside of his cheek to squelch more laughter. A man such as this, speaking of civilized manners. I take that as a compliment. He looked around the warehouse again, as though he hadn't taken it in upon first entering. You've done well for yourself here. Just the sight makes me long for what I've lost. I'd heard of that. The man's face darkened before he spat again, this time in anger. A foul turn that was. And the beast who set the fire, a Norwegian pig. Aye, but he met his end. I made certain of that. Derek smiled at the memory of hearing the enemy ship tearing itself to pieces on the shoals. The screams of the men on board. He would never have rejoiced in such a turn of events otherwise, believing it bad luck to wish harm on another ship, but this was different. They had tried to kill him, his brother, his sister-in-law. I only wish the harbor hadn't suffered as a result. The last I heard they were rebuilding, McBride offered. I hear they should be ready for new shipments by the end of next month, perhaps early May. The news lifted Derek's spirits somewhat. They would rebuild and life would go on. That's good to hear. I had worried. And you? You'll rebuild? A note of interest leaked into the man's voice, belying the true nature of the question. He was not merely asking out of courtesy. He understood, without being told, the purpose of Derek's visit. If I do, I don't believe it will be in Konkani. I've family in the Highlands, as I explained, and I would prefer to remain close to them now. You'll be setting up along the northern coast then? Perhaps Clacknahari? The north wouldn't do, though Derek wouldn't expect a lowlander to understand the intricacies of clan relations. Traveling south was far less treacherous than traveling north of Duncan Land, seeing as how those lands belonged to the opposition. He couldn't possibly hope to run a stable business there, with threats from the Orkneys and others hanging over his head. Nay, I don't believe so. West then? McBride offered. Derek had the unpleasant certainty that he was being toyed with, something which didn't sit well. He sensed Brock's growing impatience too. It was time to get serious. In truth, I had considered setting up here. In Kirkcaldy. The man blinked. You canna be serious. I am, sir. It seems to me there's more than enough to go around. I have my own ships, 3 as a matter of fact, and am confident that any of the merchants I've worked with in Konkani would be pleased to open shipping lanes to Kirkcaldy if they knew I was in charge. And where would that leave me then? McBride sputtered. Exactly where you are, sir. I would have no need for your business, as I'd have business of my own. Of course, if any of my contacts have already made arrangements with you, I would be happy to step aside. I have no interest in taking anything from you. The truth was, Derek was nearly certain that McBride would lose business even without his interference. Who would choose to ship with such a slovenly, undisciplined and likely not entirely honest man, such as the one before him when they had another choice? And Derek had always prided himself on honesty, forthrightness, and fair dealing. He was notorious for it. McBride's demeanor changed. He hadn't been exactly friendly or warm, but he'd been somewhat welcoming. Suddenly he was blunt and unsmiling. I don't take well to competitors, no matter what you say now. A man's mind can change rather quickly when silver is involved. I have no doubt of this, Derek agreed, dropping all pretense of friendliness in favor of a businesslike demeanor. However, ask anyone I've ever done business with, and they'll tell you the same thing. Derek McInnes is a man of his word. If that weren't the case, I wouldn't have built such a strong business. If your business was so strong, why come here? I don't buy this story about family in the Highlands. It's a good 4 days' ride up there. And far more from Konkani, but that's none of your concern. He placed his hands on his hips, as did Brock. He looked forward to hearing his first mate's thoughts on the situation, since his silent observations often proved invaluable. I was considering an alternate plan, but your entire manner has persuaded me to think otherwise. What would that be, then? The man snarled. I had considered asking whether you could use another 3 ships, as I may be interested in selling them. Once again, McBride changed in the time it took to blink an eye. He nearly licked his lips in eagerness, then took pains to disguise his interest. That's another story, he observed. Indeed. I'm uncertain that I wish to sell, you see, and I'm not certain that I'd wish to sell them to you after the reception I've enjoyed here. McBride rose, hefting his considerable weight off the stool with a soft grunt. You think you're going to wear me down until I give you whatever you ask for. Is that it? I've said nothing of the sort. You're hinting at it, though. McBride's cheeks went deep red, before the color spread over the rest of his fleshy face. I want ye out of here if ye think you can put the squeeze on me. Fair enough. Derek exchanged a look with Brock before the two of them left the warehouse, McBride's grumbled curses following them out the door. What do you think about that? Brock asked once they'd left the harbor and were on the other side of the wide street separating it from the village. I think we got his attention. And he'll be in touch before long, Derek surmised, feeling rather grim. When McBride found him and pressed him for the ships, would he want to sell them? Had he just set something in motion, before being fully aware of who he was speaking to?
Chapter 14. What's taking so long? Marjorie winced as the sharp bark of the tavern owner rang through her head. Gone was the shy, quiet man who'd refused to step foot over the threshold of her room the night before, a room which belonged to him, after all. In fact, he'd become very nearly threatening, seemingly overnight. He glared at her, as she fumbled through filling 4 mugs with ale. I'm on my way, she promised, blowing a strand of hair out of her eyes as she finished pouring. She owed ale to 4 sailors at one table, bread, cheese and boiled eggs to another table, and wine to a pair of men at a third table. And there were more coming in all the time for their midday refreshment. She had never worked so hard in her life, not ever. A day full of chores and gardening and washing was nothing compared to what she'd been through since dawn alone. The tavern didn't open for business until late morning, but the work had begun before the sun rose, when Hamish had announced at the top of his lungs from his living quarters above the tavern that it was time to get out of bed and get moving. Without a window through which to gauge the time of day, Marjorie had been fuzzy-headed, confused. How could she have slept a full night when she was still so tired? The answer was clear when she'd hurried out into the tavern. It was still full dark outside, and dawn wouldn't arrive for another hour. If you aren't accustomed to this sort of work, it'll come as a shock to ye, Hamish had acknowledged when he brought out their simple meal, boiled eggs, bread and wine. She had never been one to drink much wine, but it seemed as though this was the only choice she had. The wine had warmed her stomach and her head, and had given her the fortitude to get through a morning full of grueling work. She'd scrubbed the floor, and applied a fresh layer of straw to absorb spills and the spittle of countless men. She'd scrubbed down the tables too, and washed the mugs and crockery. After that had come cleaning the hearth and building a new fire. In the meantime, Hamish had worked in the kitchen. She wished he would let her do that too, since the conditions in there were so unpleasant. It couldn't hurt to give the entire room a good scrubbing, perhaps another day, after they'd closed for the night. As it was, by the time they opened for business, she was sore in places she hadn't even known existed up until that very morning. We fell behind in the cleaning, Hamish had admitted early on, as he'd raked out the filthy straw which had previously covered the wood floor. After the last girl left, there was no way to keep up. The lads in the village want too much money for the work, and I can't afford to pay both one of them, and alas, to help with the patrons. She had bitten back a sigh of dismay at that statement, seeing as how she was doing the work of 2 people, but being paid barely enough for one. So that was why Hamish had been so amenable when she'd approached him the night before. He had been looking for cheap labor. And at the rate she was going in delivering food and drink to hungry, thirsty men, he wouldn't be willing to pay her for long. She was strong enough to perform menial tasks for hours on end, but running back and forth from the kitchen while remembering what several groups of patrons wanted all at once was enough to make her head throb. She placed 4 mugs on one table, forcing a smile as the men seated there leered at her. They didn't bother to hide it, either. No gentlemen they, but she had at least gotten their order right, and was busy enough to have an excuse to hurry off and fill the next order. When one of their hands brushed against her backside, she blushed in shame, but pretended not to notice the caress, or the raucous laughter the 4 of them broke into. She had never been so humiliated, not ever. She'd had no idea what men were capable of. Derek had been right. Him again. When would she stop thinking about him? It was bad enough that he'd haunted her dreams throughout the short broken night, that she had gone from imagining his strong arms around her, to wondering what it would feel like to have his lips pressed to hers. Crash. What in blazes was that? Hamish screamed over the low roar of conversation in the increasingly packed room. Marjorie's stomach dropped as she looked down at the jug of wine she'd just dropped. It wouldn't have broken, had it not hit the leg of a table. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She bent to pick up the pieces, cheeks burning and eyes blurred with hot tears. That's coming out of your wage, lassie. I know, she whispered, wishing she could melt into the floor rather than face him or any of the men around her ever again. What had she been thinking, taking a position like this? She was no match for any of them, nor for the work which needed to be done. She wasn't meant for this place. And hurry up with it, or I'll take out even more. Hamish bellowed. You're keeping the men waiting. She kept her head down and worked as hard and as fast as she could, wishing desperately for the day to be over, though it had only just begun. They wouldn't close until well after dark, when the worst of the village's drunkards came out to share a jug of ale. And she would have to serve them that ale, and likely endure even further abuse. She delivered bowls of stew, thin almost like gruel, but they seemed to be grateful for it, and ran a hand over her head in an attempt to smooth her hair into place. She knew she must look a fright, all bedraggled and sweating as she was. She felt soiled, stained, and knew she wouldn't be able to take a proper bath that evening. Just another sad fact in her increasingly sad life. Just as she entertained that thought, her eyes locked onto a familiar face with eyes which seemed to burn as they watched her. How had she not noticed him? He must have only just come in. There was no way that she could have avoided feeling his eyes boring into her otherwise. Why did he have to be here? He would see for sure that she was no match for the work she had to do. He would see how right he was and how very wrong she was. You weren't wrong. You can do this. You can do anything. She wasn't certain Beatrice knew what she was talking about. If she were there, watching her sister fumble through the simplest tasks and hearing the way she'd been threatened and humiliated, she might not sound so bossy. She held her head high, blowing another strand of hair out of her eyes as she strode to the table at which he sat. Alone today? She asked. Where's Brock? Is that any of your affair? He challenged, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. She bit back the retort she wished she could throw at him. She wished she could throw more than that. I'm very busy. What can I bring you? Ale, if you please. Nothing to eat? His eyes shifted to the next table over, where bowls of stew were being eaten. No thank you, he replied with a wry smile. She couldn't argue with his observation, the food looked barely edible. On turning to fetch the ale, she passed a table at which a pair of men had been arguing quietly since their arrival. She hadn't had time to slow down and listen to what they discussed, not that she cared very much. It was none of her affair. So long as they paid and avoided touching her, they could talk about whatever they wished. Until one of them stood and slammed his fist into the face of the other. She screamed and scurried away to the farthest corner, unable to stop watching even as her stomach churned at the sight of flying fists. She had never witnessed such violence before, had never heard the sound of a nose breaking or of a tooth being spit out of a bloody mouth. Several of the surrounding patrons tried to break up the fight, only to be shoved aside in favor of more violence and blood. It was only when Hamish wedged his way between the two of them that the fighting ended. "Get out of here and stay out," he roared, taking the two men by the collars of their tunics and nearly throwing them outside. The table they'd sat at was on its side, the mugs and bowls scattered on the floor, along with spattered blood. Marjorie fought back a fresh wave of nausea. "Well?" Hamish glared at her. "Clean up that mess. I've enough to do already." Her soul shrank just a bit further than ever before. She would have to clean. She looked to Derek, who had been watching her all along from his table. He no longer looked as relaxed as he had on first arriving, every muscle now tensed, ready to spring into action. The entire room was between them, but she had the feeling that he would have leaped to her aid had she needed it. Just as he had along the docks. There was pity in his eyes and concern. He had warned her, after all, but there wasn't a trace of smugness about him. Somehow, his pity stung even worse than if he'd rubbed in how right he'd been. Why did he have to be there at that moment? Instead of offering comfort, he merely reminded her how foolish she had been to accept work in a place such as this. She swallowed back her fear and disgust, fetching a jug of ale and a mug and taking it to his table. It meant walking through the bloody straw, but she did it as though the straw were still as clean as it had been that morning. Even when it soaked into the bottom of her kirtle, she pretended not to care. "Here you are," she said, pouring the ale. "I'll be busy cleaning up the mess, but please call out for me if you require anything else." He didn't reply, choosing instead to stare at her. She managed to wait until the rush ended, and the village went back to work for the day, before escaping to the storeroom to weep behind her shaking hands. Chapter 15. The following day wasn't much better, though there was no fighting. Hamish had apologized for his temper, and assured her he wouldn't take anything out of her wages. "A broken piece of crockery or two is nothing," he'd assured her in a tone so completely unlike that which he'd used earlier that she wasn't certain how to take him. Was he quite all right? Moving so rapidly from one mood to another, and back again. Just another reason to be sure she'd made a mistake. She'd never know how to take him. Even so, no reason to lose the chance to impress him. "If you wouldn't mind, I would be happy to scrub down the kitchen when the tavern is closed for business. I'm sure you haven't had the time, being as busy as you are." The fact was, hunger was leaving her weak, but the thought of eating anything from the kitchen made her stomach revolt in disgust. She'd had just a little dried meat left in her pack, and had eaten that after her first night of work, leaving her with nothing else. His eyes had nearly glowed with appreciation. "That would be a welcome favor, and I thank you for it. You can do it on Sunday." Sunday. Her heart dropped. The day of rest, the one day a week she'd counted on not working. She'd thought about asking after churches in the village, hoping to visit one of them. Any thin connection to her old life, to what had mattered to her for so long. Spending the day cleaning was not what she'd expected. What choice did she have? All right. Sunday it is. She had done everything in her power to sound cheerful, and he had seemed willing to believe her. In the meantime, what was she supposed to do for food? Perhaps she should lower her standards. After all, men visited and ate there and didn't seem to suffer any ill effects. But they didn't see the kitchen, did they? Hunger would eventually win out, she knew, and she would have to break down and eat what she could find. Just another choice, which wasn't really a choice at all. To think, she had taken off from home, with the certainty that she'd be able to make decisions on her own, to avoid the demands and opinions of others. One more thing she'd been painfully wrong about. She was getting used to being wrong. "Do you need anything else?" she asked a patron who'd come in long after the midday rush ended. Her feet were terribly sore, she was nearly dizzy with fatigue and hunger, and she wished most fervently that the man would leave so she could sit down and perhaps eat some bread at least. "Anything." "I'll tell you what I need, lassie." He laughed nastily, in a way she now recognized clearly. She had never heard a man laugh like that before her arrival in Kirkcaldy, and was already accustomed to it. Before she could turn away, his arm shot out and wrapped around her waist. She couldn't suppress a cry of revulsion as he pulled her to him, the scent of his body choking her. She turned her face away, unable to believe this was happening, as he used his free hand to squeeze her breast beyond the point of pain. "Stop! Leave me alone," she shouted, beating at him with both fists. He was either immune to pain or too drunk to feel her blows, because she might as well have been beating at the air for all the good it did. She was already so weak, so tired, and what remained of her strength faded away as the man continued to touch her. "Oh, please stop," she nearly wept. There was no one to help her, with Hamish having gone to the locksmith to inquire about a new door while the tavern was otherwise empty. She was all alone with this animal. "Just be nice." He laughed, straining upward in the hopes of kissing her. His breath stank almost as strongly as his body, and he wanted to put his mouth on her. Something deep inside her mind snapped at the revolting thought, and gave her just enough strength to pull back her arm and bring it down in a wide arc, her palm making contact with the side of his face and sending a jolt of pain up to her shoulder. No more than the pain she'd inflicted on him. He leaped to his feet, incensed, sputtering and swearing, with a glaring red patch in the shape of her hand on his cheek. She nearly laughed at the sight, wondering how he would explain that to whomever he saw later in the day. "How dare you?" he spat, advancing on her, hands curled into fists as though he intended to pummel her in return for her slap. "How dare you?" Suddenly a pair of hands took the man by his upper arms and yanked him away, hands attached to Hamish. He threw the man out, shaking his fist and shouting. Marjorie couldn't breathe. She bent at the waist, hands on her knees, struggling to pull in a single full breath. Her heart was racing far too fast, her lungs seemingly unable to take in air. She could still feel his arm about her waist, pulling her in, straining upward in order to kiss her, squeezing her. Hamish's questions and concern fell on deaf ears, since the blood rushed too loud in her ears to enable her to hear anything else. Not that there was anything he could say to make things better. If he had lingered just a bit longer at the locksmith's. She had to get out of there. She gasped, pushing past him and hurling herself through the open door before he could stop her. She wondered if he would have dared. There was a chill in the air, heightened by the closeness to the water. She couldn't remember ever feeling that sort of chill before, the sort that sank into a person's bones no matter how they tried to warm themselves. A chill that seemed to linger even in front of a fire. The street was as clogged as ever, the same old woman with her cart of apples and onions, the stable hands leading horses to the blacksmith for shoeing, a little girl singing as she offered flowers for sale on one corner. The contents of a slop bucket flew from an open window and landed not 5 paces from where Marjorie walked. She stepped over it, hardly caring any more, and turned the corner blindly without slowing down. And clipped the arm of a much taller, much sturdier body. "Marjorie!" He caught her just before she tripped over her feet and hit the ground. His voice was familiar, as was the touch of his hands on her arms. They didn't hurt, they didn't squeeze, and he didn't stink of weeks spent without washing. He cared about her, he honestly did, or else he wouldn't sound so alarmed. "Oh, Derek." She felt herself melting against his chest as he pulled her to him. She told herself it was only his way of making sure she stayed upright. A reflex. Even so, it was heavenly, feeling safe for the first time in days. "What is it, lass? What's happened?" "I don't know where to start." "You look a fright." He removed the warmth and security of his chest when he held her away from him, eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of her. "What's happened to you? Have you eaten today?" "No," she whispered, feeling as close to weeping as possible without shedding tears. "Och, lass. You've got to eat something. Here." With a protective arm around her shoulders, he walked to the next street, where a baker sold meat pies. It felt so nice, not having to think for herself for a moment. Giving herself over to him, allowing him to take care of her. Leaning against him, as he nearly carried her into the baker's shop, where the delectable aroma of meat pies made her mouth water. Moments later, he handed her a steaming pie and led her back outside. "Eat," he ordered, leading her down the street until they reached the docks. She could breathe again, and made it a point to take deep, full breaths between the hurried bites of fresh, savory meat and root vegetables which had been stewed until they nearly melted in her mouth along with the thick, hearty crust. He didn't seem to mind when she licked her fingers at the finish. In fact, he smiled. There. Better. A little, she admitted, once again in his debt. It occurred to her that she didn't mind. If there was a single person in the world she didn't mind being indebted to, it was him. He was the only one who had bothered to help her thus far. What happened to send you scurrying away from the tavern, in such a way? The question was a gentle one, without judgment. Even so, she turned her face away, and looked out over the sea, unable to put to words her shame and revulsion. Did someone hurt you, lass? When she still didn't answer, he touched her hand to bring her to a stop and stepped in front of her. You might as well tell me. There isn't much I haven't heard or seen, and not much can shock me at this stage in my life. It's not you I'm concerned with, she whispered, then shook her head. It's all too horrible. I don't know what to do. When he touched me. She shuddered, closing her eyes as though that would help push the memories away. Who? Hamish. I'll kill the. No, not him. It was her turn to pull him to a stop, since he had already turned in the direction of the tavern. One of the men, who came in earlier. Not Hamish. Hamish was at the locksmith's, since the place was empty once the midday rush ended. He came in just in time. He looked down at her with narrowed eyes. Did you recognize the man from yesterday? Could you describe him? She shook her head. Please, Derek. It isn't worth it. I don't want to see anyone get hurt, and not if you're the one to do it. I wouldn't want to see you get in trouble over something to do with me. He frowned, clearly torn between wanting vengeance and wanting to abide by her wishes. Finally he sighed. Did he hurt you? Not very badly. Her breast ached, and she was certain there would be bruises on it when she checked later on, but she wouldn't dream of sharing this with him. Her heart hurt worse, and her pride. Swine, he snarled, then spat on the ground. She could only wrap her arms around herself and nod in mute agreement. He looked her up and down, still unhappy with what he saw. You're not taking care of yourself, lassie. You've seen what it's like there. I have little time to even think about how I look. I've seen. He sounded absolutely disgusted. With her or with the tavern itself? It's all right, she insisted, feeling foolish. She couldn't possibly convince him though, could she? Not after admitting how terribly she'd been treated. Not after nearly dissolving into tears against his chest. He looked down at her, his face stormy, his eyes sad and angry and disappointed all at once. She had never seen such a mix of emotions in anyone's eyes before. How bad does it have to get before you decide to do something else? What else is there? She shrugged, her stubbornness coming to the rescue just in time to stop her from admitting how wrong she'd been about everything. I'll grant you, life is a bit rougher than I'd imagined, but it's nothing I won't get used to. That's what I'm afraid of, lassie, he nearly whispered before raising his right hand, as though he were about to touch her hair or cheek, then quickly lowering it. What did he mean by that? She felt hot and prickly all over, an uncomfortable feeling she didn't wish to continue. It seemed the longer they stood there like that, looking at each other, locked in each other's gaze. What are you still doing in the village? She asked, desperate to change the subject. He chuckled, shaking his head a bit as they continued their walk. With hot food in her stomach and plenty of fresh air and sun on her skin, she felt better than she had since she'd first stepped off the ship. How do you know I don't live here? I don't know, she admitted. I only had the feeling. You're right, naturally. He chuckled. I came to the village to pursue business concerns. I'm still here because those concerns haven't been settled. What concerns? It wasn't that she cared, not strictly, but she enjoyed listening to him as he spoke. His brogue was almost musical, rising and falling over the course of each sentence. Unlike anything she'd heard before. I own a shipping business, he explained. I'm uncertain as to whether or not I wish to keep it. Why wouldn't you? She blushed and bit down on her bottom lip. I'm sorry if my questions are too much. Not at all. In fact, it's a comfort to be able to speak freely on it. What about Brock? He's been my first mate for many years, and he's too involved in the business. I have a responsibility to him, too. If I were to sell, he would lose his livelihood. Why do you want to sell then? He let out a long breath. She waited. It's far too complicated. Not for you to worry about, lass. I've been living in the bosom of a happy family for these last many months, and well, everything looks different than it once did. She guessed at his meaning. He wanted to settle down. Many men reach that point in their lives when they decided the comforts and joys of home outweighed what had once mattered to them. I think that's a good idea, she offered. You do? Men should settle down and marry when possible, she reasoned. Otherwise, how would families come to be? A keen observation. He chuckled. For once, it didn't bother her to hear someone laugh at something she'd said. He had a pleasant laugh, and it wasn't as though he laughed at her expense. He peered at her from the corner of his eye, pursing his lips as though deep in thought. You insist on going back to the tavern, I assume? I do, she replied, resolute. He grimaced. Then. If you insist, lass, I insist on teaching you a few ways with which you can defend yourself in case of another swine like the one you met today. She weighed this in her mind, and quickly decided that it was better to learn a thing or two than to be defenseless should another such situation show itself. All right. If there's anything you have to teach me, I'm happy to learn. And once again he growled, watch how you say things, lass. There are men who would take advantage of that. Her cheeks heated, making her duck her head in a vain attempt to hide her embarrassment. If he noticed, he was kind enough to pretend not to. He stood in front of her, his height and broad shoulders reminding her how small she was in comparison. The sheer size of him was enough to take her breath away. Unlike the other men she'd met thus far, he didn't intimidate her. Instead, when he looked down at her with stormy eyes as he did just then, her heart beat a little faster. I'm about to attack you, he snarled, his eyes flashing. She swallowed back the fear which seemed intent on choking her. You're what? I'm pretending, he muttered, coming back to himself for a moment before turning nasty again. I have you cornered. There's nowhere to go. No one around to stop me. It seemed silly, pretending that such a thing were true when they were out in the open, and there were people moving back and forth all around them, but she was willing to pretend for the sake of learning. Now, I'm going to place my hands on your shoulders to pull you to me. He did just that, his hands all but swallowing her. And then, one hand over your mouth while I wrap my arm around your back. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. If there was one thing in the world she worried about, it was not that. He would never hurt her. She was as certain of that as she was of anything else. When his hand clamped over her mouth, her eyes widened, but she didn't fight him off and he didn't apply pressure. The nearness of him, the sheer masculinity of him, was delicious. It had to be a sin, having such thoughts, but there was no avoiding them. There are two things you can do now, he muttered, clearly unaware of what went on in her mind. There is one thing you absolutely cannot do. Can you guess what it is? She shook her head, not that she could speak with his hand over her mouth anyway. Panic. You cannot panic. No matter what. You must keep a clear head, and remember what I'm about to tell you. Promise me. He lifted his hand enough for her to agree. I promise. Now, two things, and they're the same whether a man approaches from the front or behind. Before she knew it, he spun her around until her back was pressed against his front and his arm was across her chest. 1. With your heel, slam down on the top of the man's foot as hard as you can. I mean that too. As hard as possible. Your heel is very hard and very strong. All right, she choked out, overwhelmed at being so close to him. He had no idea what he was doing just by holding her as he did. The second thing you do, when the man's arms have loosened and he's more than likely howling in pain, is much worse for him and much more likely to get rid of him. Can you guess? She merely shook her head, too focused on the thick forearm across her chest to be able to speak. I thought not. You need to grab the man's, you know. His meaning slowly filtered through her mind until she understood, and she flushed once again. His? As hard as you can and twist. Twist hard. If you can't reach with your hand, use your knee or your foot or anything near enough. Don't worry about hurting him, he deserves it if he attacks you. You just hurt him enough to get him to let you go, and you run. Don't look back. Scream your head off if you have to. And it will work? He released her, nodding sagely when she turned. Oh yes. It will work. But you can't hold back. Do you understand? You cannot be gentle. All she understood was the way she wanted him to hold her again. I understand. What do you think you're doing here? Both of them turned to find Hamish rushing over, red-faced and blustering with rage. You think I'm paying you to stand out here with your gentleman friend, when you ought to be workin'? His brogue always thickened when his temper was up. She opened her mouth to apologize, but Derek beat her to it. Perhaps she's out here with me because you were foolish enough to leave her alone in that pit you call a tavern, he spat. Derek? Please don't. She looked from him to Hamish, whose face was nearly purple with rage. You know what might have happened to her, don't you? He asked as though she hadn't spoken. And that would be on your conscience, but I can promise it wouldn't be the worst you would suffer. Who do you think you are? Hamish demanded, nearly standing nose to nose with Derek. Marjorie's heart sank. She was about to lose the only chance she had of earning money to send for Beatrice. The thought of her sister sitting alone, waiting for word from her, spurred her to action. It's all right, she said, touching Derek's arm before turning to Hamish. I needed to get some air after what happened, but I feel much better now. Let's return to the tavern. He seemed satisfied, turning around after casting one last doleful look Derek's way. Lass? You're certain of this? He asked, searching her face with anxious eyes. I'm certain. And I'm certain of something else, I can't have you fighting my battles for me. You'll cost me my employment for one, and I'll be without any prospects at all. Please go about your business and allow me to go about mine. She backed away, her heart sinking further at his clear disappointment. I do thank you for all you've done for me, she added, then dashed after Hamish before she had the chance to change her mind. Chapter 16. It took 5 solid hours of the hardest, filthiest cleaning she'd ever subjected herself to, but when she finished, Marjorie finally felt confident in the kitchen's cleanliness. Dumping the last bucket of nearly black water in the back alley was a relief on par with the most heavenly she'd felt in her life. There were moments in which it had felt like she'd never finish. The amount of grease and grime which had built up over the years had turned her stomach more than once. The only way she was able to distract herself from focusing on the task at hand was to think about Derek. Not that she had much choice in the matter. She'd thought of little else but him since that last encounter on the docks. When he had shown her how to defend herself, and coincidentally, had held her closer than a man ever had. He wasn't just any man, either. Any other man wouldn't have set her heart off at a sickening pace, enough to make her head swim and her breath come in short little gasps as he had. He was nothing like any of the ones who'd come into the tavern over the 5 days she'd spent working and living there. There was a sense of great honesty about him, and integrity. She respected honesty more than just about anything else. It wasn't difficult to imagine him being successful in business if he treated his customers as decently as he treated her. He was protective too. He'd insisted on showing her how to defend herself in the future. He'd even double-checked that she was certain about going back to her position at the tavern. Why did he care the way he did? He was only being kind, she was certain. There couldn't be any other reason. Could there? She could hardly breathe when she considered it. No, he thought of her as a sister or a good friend, as tempting as it was to hope otherwise. The sort of friend one grew up with, and never thought of as anything more than a close companion. After all, he'd had more than enough chances to take liberties with her, or at least to attempt wooing her. Not that she would know for certain, if a man were trying to woo her. How did one determine such things? She thought this over as she washed up and dressed, having worn her travel clothing while cleaning in order to keep her kirtle grease-free. The freedom of being able to work in nothing but a tunic and thick stockings was considerable as well. No long skirt to bunch up over one's knees before kneeling to avoid tearing it. These were the times when she most missed having her sister to confide in. Perhaps Beatrice would know better than she how men wooed women, though it was doubtful. How would she have learned of such things when Marjorie hadn't? They knew all the same people, and had lived nearly the same life. It doesn't matter, she whispered to herself, braiding her hair and smoothing it into place. After all, she had told him to leave her alone. It had seemed like the most responsible request to make at the time, since his appearing at Hamish's tavern might put her in further danger of losing her position along with her room. It wasn't much, but it was all she had. What must Derek think of her? He'd been nothing but kind, thoughtful, generous, and understanding. She had only shown him contempt and the sharp side of her tongue. He deserved better than that. If she had the chance, she would apologize most sincerely. She wouldn't get the chance, would she? He had most likely left the village by now, 3 days having passed since their encounter. Surely his business concerns had been settled at this point. She wondered vaguely, as she left the empty tavern, whether he'd sold his shipping business or not. He wanted to settle down in a home, with a family. If this were true, he would have sold, and would have earned a bit of money for it too. The sort of money that would make him even more attractive as a suitor. Not that he needed any help. Who would the lucky girl be? She would be lucky for sure. Luckier than she knew. Marjorie's chest tightened at the thought, and for the first time in her life she understood what it was to feel truly envious of another woman. A woman who didn't even exist outside of her head, a made-up creature. Knowing this didn't stop her from wanting to scream in jealous rage as she walked along the streets, enjoying the relative quiet of a Sunday afternoon. It was a beautiful day, and she resolved to focus on the deep blue of the sky and the soft, warm breeze instead of envy over a make-believe situation. On a day such as this, it was almost possible to believe the village was a lovely, inviting place. To think she'd been on her way to London, or at least so she'd intended. A place far worse than Kirkcaldy, if what she'd been told was to be believed. How much worse would life have been if she'd stowed aboard the correct ship? Derek wouldn't have been there to save her. Why couldn't she stop thinking about him, for heaven's sake? Her swirling, conflicted thoughts rang loud enough in her troubled head to drown out the sound of the 2 men who followed her up and down the streets. Not until it was too late did she notice the sound of their breathing just behind her. In an instant, they crowded her, bundling her into a dark alley and pressing her against a stone wall. She opened her mouth to scream, eyes wide and panicked, but a filthy hand clamped over her mouth. She clawed at it, desperate to pry it loose, but there was no moving it. A tasty thing, the one who held her in place whispered in her ear, his breath hot and sour. All alone, just waiting for us. His body crushed hers, his legs sliding between her thighs. She screamed behind his hand, the sound lost, tears streaming down her cheeks as she realized for certain just how hopeless the situation was. The streets were nearly empty, the alley dark and quiet. Nobody knew her, nobody would look for her when she didn't come back after her walk. The second man was to her left, his hands sliding over her body as he chuckled nastily. "Save some for me," he whispered before laughing. Her skin crawled at his touch. Black dots danced behind her eyes, and sheer terror threatened to overtake her and plunge her into unconsciousness. Just as it had back in the tavern when she'd been mistreated, something snapped in her brain. This time it was Derek's voice which flooded in, pushing aside her cold, blind panic with his deep voice. "Do not panic. That is the one thing you cannot do. Hurt him. Hurt him as I taught you." and so she forced herself to keep from fainting. Instead, she felt along the ground with one foot, identifying the foot of one of her attackers. It didn't matter which one, if she stomped hard enough, it would throw them both off balance. She lifted her leg with difficulty, pinned to the wall as it was, but managed to get it off the ground. "Oh please," she prayed. Then she stomped. Ah! It was the foot of the man beside her, and his scream rang in her ear just before he fell back, doubling over to clutch his injured foot and curse her in ways she had never heard before. Just as she had prayed, her attacker backed away in surprise, just enough to give her room to slide her hand between their bodies. She'd never do anything like this at any other time, but this was more important than propriety or the teachings of the church. She felt the bulge in his tattered trousers, and curled her fingers into claws, latching onto it before twisting with a sharp flick of her wrist. His scream echoed off the walls as he dropped to his knees, nearly taking her with him as he fell. She released him, leaving him to roll onto his side with both hands clutching himself, as he whimpered and wept, while she gathered her skirts and took off at a run, nearly flying from them in her haste to escape. Manic laughter bubbled up in her throat and out of her mouth, mingled with her rapid breathing, as she continued to run without taking notice of anyone or anything around her. She wasn't afraid. For the first time since arriving in Kirkcaldy, she was alone but unafraid. She had never felt so capable, so strong. Another laugh escaped her, and she didn't care who heard.
Chapter 17. The knock at the door was unexpected. Brock and Derek exchanged a look. Yes. Derek finished tying the laces at the top of his tunic, opening the door once he had them fixed. The owner of the boarding house smiled in apology. "I'm sorry to bother you so early in the day, but Mr. McBride has been asking throughout the village after you. I only received word minutes ago that he wants a meeting with you." Derek thanked him before closing the door, turning to Brock. "What do you think of that?" he asked. "I think he's a desperate man," Brock surmised, sitting on the edge of his bed. "Why would he be looking all over for you otherwise?" "I have to agree. I only wish I knew what I was going to tell him." Derek sat too, running his hands through his hair. He'd fought himself for days over the decision of whether to sell or maintain his business. "You have to decide now," Brock reasoned in his usual straightforward manner. As though it were that simple. "You built that business on your own, using your wits and your character. It would be a shame to see it go to a far lesser man than you." "I don't think I've heard you string that many words together at once in the years I've known you," Derek observed. He didn't feel much like smiling just then, conflict and guilt making it nearly impossible to feel light-hearted enough to do so. "I suppose I was waiting until something important enough came around." Brock wasn't smiling either. "You realize how important this is to me as well." "Why do you think it's taken me so long to reach a decision?" he asked. "If it were only me, I wouldn't have nearly as much to take into account. And it isn't just you, either. It's the other men, those who may be relying on me." "Then stay in business," Brock suggested. "I've seen how you love it. I've seen how good you are at it. You can't walk past the harbor without your eyes going over every last bit of activity there. As though you want to be part of it." "I wouldn't have started the business if I didn't enjoy the work," Derek admitted. Brock frowned. "That doesn't mean you want to do it anymore. You want to settle down, be one of the landlocked. Like your brother and the rest." His contempt was obvious. "You didn't seem to mind very much when you were enjoying the laird's generosity this past winter." "I didn't enjoy it enough to give up everything that ever mattered in my life." "This is how you truly feel." "It is." The tension in the room was nearly unbearable, and unlike anything they had ever been through. While they'd butted heads from time to time, as any who worked closely together were bound to do, their arguments had never been over personal matters. Until now. "Thank you for your honesty," Derek muttered, standing. "I'll attend to Mr. McBride, and find out if he's arrived at an offer for the ships." "What will you tell him?" That depends upon the offer he makes, doesn't it? Do you want me there with you? Brock asked, moving as if to stand. No need. Derek's reply was clipped, brusque. I'm not certain I trust the man, Brock warned. Nor am I. Yet another reason why I'm unsure of my course of action. Do I trust him with my ships? Would you even want to work under him? If I were to rebuild here, what would he do to sabotage my business? Those questions and so many others weighed on Derek's mind, concerns Brock couldn't understand. He left his friend behind as he strode from the room and out to the street. The air was warm, as sweet as it could be considering his surroundings. Sarah and Heather had grown up here, he remembered. He'd even passed the smithy once or twice and spied the house in which they'd grown up. But they'd lived on the outskirts of the village, closer to the cliffs overlooking the Firth of Forth. They hadn't been cramped together, as those living in the heart of Kirkcaldy had. They had at least known what it was like to run with the wind in their hair, their shouts disappearing as the wind picked them up and carried them away. As he had once played with Hugh. Children of the village had no such luck, he concluded, as he traveled the streets. The smoke from dozens of cooking fires rose over the thatched roofs, carrying with them the odor of boiled meat and baked bread and lard. It might have been pleasant if it didn't sometimes choke him when the wind carried it his way. Maintaining his footing was another constant concern, and he picked his way around puddles of slop and waste which children ran through as though it were nothing. He grimaced in disgust as just such a thing happened, 3 curly-headed boys laughing and shouting as they flew past and in grey water splashing in all directions. Once he reached the last row of stone buildings before the wide street which separated them from the harbour, he could breathe more easily. Just being in the proximity of so many boats and their owners and builders did his soul good. How could he consider leaving this life behind? A man's life, a real man's, in many ways the best of both worlds. He had the pleasure of riding the waves on ships which bore his name, whenever he felt the need to leave land behind for a while. He could battle the elements, breathe deep of the salt air, and feel its sting as it pelted him in 100 places while he rode up and down the cresting swells, shaking his fist at the sea. He could also use his skills as a businessman, the intelligence he'd always known he possessed, but had little chance to use up to that point. Soldiers weren't employed to think, nor were farmers on the laird's land. Even navigating his way through a brutal storm and coming out in one piece on the other side hadn't given him the satisfaction he'd obtained from skillfully negotiating his way through a tricky deal. The activity around the warehouse was considerably subdued when compared to what he'd seen on his first visit. No shipments going in or out, he guessed, which meant McBride's attention would be that much sharper. He would want to negotiate. And he did. Come in. Come in. You're a tough fellow to locate. He was wearing a cleaner tunic and a wide smile, as he waved his arms motioning for Derek to join him. I apologize for having inconvenienced you, Derek replied, taking his time in crossing the warehouse floor. It wouldn't do to appear eager in any way, not that he was especially eager to have another meeting with this rather offensive man. McBride rubbed his hands together, reminding Derek for all the world of a greedy little boy in front of a holiday feast. His eyes nearly shone as he pulled up a second stool for Derek to sit upon. I don't think the two of us got off to the right start, McBride announced, pulling a corked bottle out from seemingly nowhere. Had it been beneath his tunic? He pulled the cork, taking a long swig before offering it to Derek. No, thank you, he replied with a smile, hoping to appear gracious but unwilling to take his chances on whatever might be in that bottle. It's a bit early in the day for me. Early in the day for men such as us. McBride's laughter was loud, raucous. Come, come, no need to put on airs with me, lad. We seamen have a code of our own. Seamen? Derek wondered if the man had ever been to sea. It was one thing to own a business such as his, but another to take the wheel and lead the ship to its destination. Just the same, I'd rather not. But please enjoy yourself. Some of the light left the man's eyes, and his attitude shifted as quickly as ever. Derek felt something ending, as if the chance to have the upper hand in the conversation had slipped through his fingers. If getting drunk early in the morning was what it took to gain McBride's respect, it wasn't respect Derek wished to earn. Might as well get to it then. What is it you wish to see me about? He asked. I wanted to know whether you'd given any thought as to your course of action, McBride replied, clearly disappointed to be drinking alone. He corked the bottle again, and slid it into a pocket of his tunic. So that was where it had come from. Another piece of the man's character revealed itself, and Derek was hardly surprised. I thought about it, but I'm still uncertain. He sighed, looking around the room before turning his gaze out toward the water. I would miss it, to be sure. Being out here, I mean. It's a lot for a man such as us to live his life away from the sea, once it's in his blood. Again, a man such as us. He truly considered the two of them to be of like mind. Derek knew this was a ploy to earn his trust, to break down any barriers which stood in the way of them making a deal. Did McBride think so little of his intelligence? Derek turned to him. I assume you've done your fair share of asking around after me, my business, my ships. And I must say, I was impressed. You built yourself a modest business, but it was a good one, with plenty of room to grow. He spoke in past tense as though he assumed Derek would sell. Or as if he were trying to push matters along. Thank you, was all Derek replied, choosing to overlook McBride's choice of words. This was what he liked best, to be sure, outwitting his opponent. It wasn't like being on the battlefield, using swords and shields to achieve victory. There was another level of skill involved when one was fighting with their mind. McBride paused, as if waiting for Derek to elaborate. When nothing more was said, he slid a small bit of linen across his desk on which was written a figure. This is what I'm willing to offer for all 3 ships and access to the accounts which they served. He'd been expecting a low number to start out, but nothing as flagrantly insulting as the one before him. This doesn't cover what I paid for 2 of the 3 ships when I purchased them. Derek chuckled as he shook his head, sliding the figure back to McBride. I cannot accept this. You will have to do better. McBride's eyes narrowed, becoming dangerous slits in his puffy face. Who do you think you're dealing with here, lad? Gone was all pretense of friendship. I think I'm dealing with a businessman who knows the value of what I have to offer, he replied, rising. And if there's no further negotiation to be made, I will have to bid you a good day and be on my way. The fact that he wouldn't even consider negotiating told Derek all he needed to know. The man was a bully, who thought he could take what he wanted and offer next to nothing in return. Like as not, he treated his men like slaves to be worked near to death. He'd never do that to Brock, but wouldn't sign over his ships without knowing they'd be cared for in his absence. Brock was the only man he'd trust with such a task. No matter how he looked at the situation, it was clear McBride was not the man to do business with. McBride did not share his opinion. When Derek turned to the door, intent on leaving the warehouse behind, he found 2 sailors barring the way. One of them sneered, revealing the space in his mouth where teeth should have been. You don't get to walk away that easily, my lad. McBride's voice was close, just behind him. You can't walk in here with a ripe little business like yours and hint around that you're looking to sell, then turn your back on me this way. It's still up to me, whether or not I sell to you or anybody else. Derek held his chin high, sizing up his opponents as he spoke. If only he had brought a dirk or something similar to defend himself with. Not that he didn't believe his fists were enough, but he wasn't keen on being outnumbered. McBride wouldn't fight. He would leave the fighting to his men, but they looked tough enough. He'd seen tougher on the battlefield. You think you're smart, do ye? McBride's breath was hot on the back of his neck, but Derek didn't dare turn away from the pair in the doorway. You'll find I'm smarter, lad. Perhaps you are, but the business is still mine, Derek snarled. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other things to attend to. You had better attend to getting out of the village, if you know what's good for you. Even so, the men at the door stepped aside, probably at some signal from their employer. As he walked out, Derek called over his shoulder, and if you know what's good for you, You won't need to find out what happens to anyone who threatens a McInnes. What did he think he was playing at, this McBride? How many had he threatened in the past? Was this how he managed to maintain the only shipping business in a growing village, by threatening anyone who dared stand in his way? Stepping into the sunlight was truly what Derek imagined stepping into another world would be like. Leaving behind the dank, stench-ridden, rodent-filled warehouse was a joy, and he filled his lungs with as much fresh air coming from the Firth of Forth as he could, in an attempt to clear away the memory of that terrible place. He would never go back there again, and would certainly never bend to a bully such as McBride. If only he had never become involved with him at all.
Chapter 18. Here you are, lassie. As promised. Marjorie tried not to appear too eager, as she held out her hands to accept the payment Hamish owed her. She'd waited all day, wondering when he would finally get around to fulfilling his end of their arrangement. The first wages she had ever earned. Oh, would that she could share her happiness with Beatrice. Or Derek. But he was in the past. More than likely long gone by now, and already having forgotten about her. She wished she could forget him. Hamish wore a look of expectation, waiting for her to react. She forced herself to smile in spite of the way her heart suddenly ached. Curses on Derek for spoiling this moment for her. "Thank you very much," she murmured, weighing the coins in her palm. "Don't spend it all in one place." He chuckled, almost fatherly. How he could sound so threatening at times, when at other times he could be so kind, she had no idea. "Oh, I won't," she promised, shaking her head. "I have plans, you know." "I'm sure you do, and you're not a silly lass either," he acknowledged, scratching his balding head as he summed her up. "Anyone with eyes can see that." "Thank you." She smiled. "But take care," he warned, serious again. "Be certain you keep your money in a safe place. There are plenty of cruel, thieving folks who'd be more than happy to relieve you of it." "I will," she promised, suddenly struck with the realization that she had no such safe place. She went straight to the room which had been hers for the last 7 days and looked around, chewing her lip. There had to be somewhere to hide it. Tied in a handkerchief perhaps, on her at all times. What would happen if someone became wise to this and decided to attack her and steal it? Within another fortnight or two, it would become too much for her to feel comfortable carrying. She wouldn't be able to stop thinking about it, would constantly be checking to make certain she hadn't lost it. Her eyes fell on the straw-filled pallet, and an idea took root in her head. There was bound to be a slight tear somewhere, or a fray she could work with her fingertip until it was large enough for her to work the coins into it. Until another option came along, it was the only chance she had to keep her precious wages hidden. She examined the bed until she found just such an opening, likely chewed by a rodent who had once called the tiny room home, and slid the coins inside with shaking fingers. She'd never had money of her own before. She hadn't guessed it would feel like such a heavy responsibility. The sound of male voices rang out as the tavern began to fill. She was loath to leave her wages there, even hidden as they were. Was this the reason money was considered a curse? Why a rich man could never enter the kingdom of heaven? That was what she'd always heard, from the time she was old enough to attend services. The deacon was quick to remind the poor villagers that it was better for their souls that they remain poor, always, as money caused men to do wicked deeds and lose sight of the true aim of their lives. She could see that, as she went out to greet the men who had just entered the tavern, already laughing and sharing the stories of their day, as they waited for ale to warm and cheer them further. She'd wondered many times already how these men lived. Did they not have wives and children? Homes of their own? Why would they choose to avoid going home and enjoying the evening meal with their loved ones? Not everybody had loved ones, she reminded herself as she went from table to table. It was easier for her to become lost in her thoughts, the work no longer as taxing as it had been only a week earlier. She could imagine what life was like for the men she served. Perhaps they were all alone, never having married. Or they were married but didn't get along with their wives. This was true of several men who could be counted upon to complain loudly of the shrewish women waiting for them at home, who were overeager to collect the week's wages and leave nothing for their hard-working man to enjoy. Of course, Marjorie wondered about this. If she had a husband who spent his wages in the village tavern, rather than bringing them home for the good of the household, she wasn't sure she wouldn't behave exactly as the wives did. Not that she would ever know how they felt. Her chest ached, but she did her best to swallow back the pain she felt whenever thoughts of Derek haunted her. Why had she been so rude? Why hadn't she explained just what his kindness meant to her? Even if she couldn't have spoken the words, and she was never able to find the words to express herself, she could have shown him. Somehow. She could have found some way to explain how her heart raced whenever he was near. How her skin tingled when he touched her, even in the most innocent way. It couldn't be right to feel the way he made her feel. Perhaps it was for the best that he'd mostly likely returned home. But how else did people find each other and marry, if they didn't feel the way she did whenever Derek was anywhere near? How did they develop feelings of love for one another without that first something? It couldn't be sinful if it came from her heart, which she was beginning to believe it did. Not that it mattered. She would get over him in time. She had no other choice but to adjust to life on her own, as she was already beginning to do. He had taught her what she needed to know, and that would have to be enough. Marjorie rolled her head on her shoulders, every part of her aching the way it normally did after a long day of carrying jugs and platters of food, but it was a good ache. The sort of ache a person almost enjoyed when they knew they'd done a good job. And that there was a reward waiting for her, where she had hidden it. Hamish was just going about the business of covering the cooking fires with ash to put them out for the night, when Marjorie walked past the kitchen with the intention of going to her room. "Good night," she said, barely stifling a yawn. "Good night to ye, lass." He was a pleasant man when he wanted to be, especially after a day in which she'd managed not to drop or break anything. As she walked away, she heard him begin to hum a happy little tune. Life was certainly not the way she'd imagined, but it was becoming more bearable by the day. She was smiling to herself when she entered her room, not noticing until it was too late that the latch gave way far too easily. As though it had been broken. There was no time to gasp or make any sort of sound at all before a hand clamped over her mouth from behind, and an iron arm closed around her, slamming her into an unyielding body which stank indescribably. Her eyes found the bed, which naturally had been overturned and nearly torn apart. Her wages would be gone, somewhere on the person who held her tight. "If you don't scream, this will go much better for ye," he promised, his rasping whisper like a dagger in her ear when she understood what he intended to do. "No, no, no." She slammed her heel down on what she hoped was the top of his foot, but he pulled it away just in time to avoid the worst of her blow. His hand tightened painfully, squeezing her cheeks and crushing her lips until she was sure they would bleed. "Now, now," he hissed, turning and slamming her into the wall with his arm still around her. The force of the impact knocked the air from her lungs. She struggled to remember what Derek had taught her, what she had done before when she'd been cornered. But her arms were pinned to her sides, and no amount of fighting could dislodge them. He hadn't told her what to do when that happened. The man wedged his leg between hers, forcing her thighs apart. She screamed behind his hand, but knew Hamish would never hear, having probably gone up to his living quarters. He had to let go of her at some point, didn't he? She would never stop fighting, not ever. He moved his hand just a bit, giving her more room to breathe, and she managed to open her mouth and bite down hard on the side of his hand. He drew in his breath in a hiss. "You wicked?" He threw her to what was left of the bed, finally giving her the chance to scream, but the air left her lungs again on impact. She struggled to draw in a breath to shout for help, but he fell on top of her before she could. "You bloody bastard." In a flash the man was off of her, and against the opposite wall, being pummeled by a pair of large meaty fists, attached to a screaming raging man who grunted viciously with every blow. She sat up slowly, unable to understand what had happened until her attacker sank to the floor and her savior turned, flying to her side with a stricken expression. Her hair was loose and tangled about her face. When she brushed it aside with one shaking hand, she let out a whimper of disbelief. Derek? Och, Marjorie. He brushed back what was left of the hair covering her eyes, and took her face in his hands. Marjorie, lass, I'm here. He was there. Thank heavens he was there. She burst into exhausted, heartbroken tears.
Chapter 19. What you thinking, leaving her alone as you did? He demanded, stopping just short of strangling the fool who owned the tavern. Hamish, Marjorie had called him when he'd entered her pathetic excuse for a room at the back of the building. She was retiring for the evening, the older man sputtered, eyes wide. And you didn't hear a struggle. You didn't even hear someone going through the place. He swept his arm over the room, where the bed had been torn apart. I didn't, he cried out. He's a bit deaf, Marjorie murmured, sitting in a chair with her hands clasped between her knees. Is that true? Derek demanded. Is what true? Hamish asked, confirming what Marjorie said. He hadn't heard her call him deaf. Derek paced the length of the room back and forth. It didn't take long, the room being small as it was. What would have happened if I hadn't come to say goodbye? What would have happened? When will you learn that I'm right when I tell you this place isn't safe for you? When? She raised her eyes, ringed with dark circles and red from weeping, and guilt wrapped itself around his heart. He had no business accusing her in such a manner after what she'd been through. His hands were sore from the pleasure of beating the bastard until he was half dead, though he wished he could have finished the job. After taking back the money stolen from Marjorie, he and Hamish had thrown the attacker in a slop puddle and left him there, still unconscious. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. She lowered her head again, chin nearly touching her chest, the shaking of her shoulders revealing the sobs she tried so valiantly to hold back. With her face tilted away from his, he couldn't see the marks on her creamy cheeks from the hand which had been pressed over her mouth. Guilt pierced him again and again, reminding him how he'd failed her. He should have done more to prevent something such as this from happening. He'd known it would, hadn't he? He should never have left her side for a minute. The room was dark, lit only by a pair of candles, and a chill had long since worked its way into Derek's bones. She'd slept in this very room for a week. This depressing, threadbare little room without so much as a fireplace. It was a wonder she hadn't frozen half to death. In winter it would be unbearable. The sobs which Marjorie tried to hold back burst forth just before she covered her face with her hands. Why did I think I could do this? Why did I ever leave home? I was such a fool. Part of him wanted to agree with her. Yes, she was a fool, just as he had accused her of since the day they'd met. She was stubborn and pig-headed, and refused to listen to reason. She'd rushed ahead without thinking, with no knowledge of what she was getting herself into. She had put herself in grave danger again and again. Yes, she was a fool. She was also terribly important to him, or else he wouldn't care half as much. He went to her, dropped to his knees to kneel at her feet. Och, lass, you only did the best you could. That's all any of us can do. The tenderness in his voice surprised him, as it did her evidently, since she lowered her hands to stare at him in open-mouthed awe. Do you mean it? I rarely say things I don't mean, he murmured. Hamish cleared his throat. For a moment, Derek had forgotten he was still in the room with them. I'll be heading up to my chambers now, he said. Normally, I wouldn't leave a young lass alone in the company of a man, but you seem the type who can be trusted. Aye, Derek acknowledged with a nod. He waited until they were alone before turning back to Marjorie, who wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand. Hamish had filled the basin pitcher with fresh water for Marjorie to wash her face in, and Derek soaked a piece of linen before handing it to her. Here. Use this. She took it with a smile of gratitude. I can't imagine what you must think of me, she murmured with a shake of her head. I think you were unfortunate. Unfortunate? She asked, laughing without humor. I was fortunate that you found me in time. Misfortune would have been if you hadn't come at all. I don't even want to think. Don't, he cut her off. Don't think on it at all. You're right. Oh, I wish I had never come to this terrible place. Whenever I think I understand things, that I can handle myself, I find out it isn't so. I'll never be able to save enough money to bring Beatrice here, and I wouldn't want her to live in this place, she added, nose wrinkling. I would spare her this. You're a good sister, he assured her. Brave and loyal and willing to sacrifice. I've been sacrificing my entire life, she whispered, then sighed unhappily. Did I tell you about that? Anything about my life before now? No, only about your sister and about your mother who recently passed. She nodded, then looked down at her hands. I come from a tiny village named Thrushwood. We live on a farm. We have no friends, no one to take care of us now that Mama's gone and Papa has been gone for so long. It was either go to a city or rely on the charity of the parish, which I would rather die than do. He nodded, knowing he'd feel the same in her shoes. There are no prospects there, either. No suitors, she murmured, turning her face to the wall. You see, that is our only hope. Marriage. A family, a home, a man to care for us. We'd heard so many things about London from the merchants who passed through, and I suppose our imaginations took off. We created an entire world between the two of us. Oh, we were so childish. You had no way of knowing. True, but it was still terribly foolhardy, coming all this way on my own. What is your sister doing at home? She teaches the children of the parish, who come from miles away every week to receive lessons. The deacon gives her a small stipend for this, so I have no worries about how she'll fare while I'm away. He nodded, studying her face. She looked up at him, eyes now blazing with defiant fire. It isn't enough. It will never be enough. But I have to allow it to be, I suppose, since there is no future here. She'll be so disappointed. Her chin quivered on that last bit, and Derek's heart went out to her in a way it never had before. So much of what she'd just shared might as well have been his own story. I know what it means to want more, he offered, crouching at her side. Truly I do. My brother was content to serve the laird for the rest of his life, and still is as a point of fact. I wanted more than that for myself. It was what drove me to go to war, and then to leave the Duncan lands and set out for Concarney. That wanting was what pushed me. And I'm certain there were those who felt I was a fool for leaving the security of the laird's protection, but it was what I had to do. She listened in silence, the lines which appeared between her eyebrows as she concentrated on his story her only movement. But you're a man, she whispered at the finish. It was possible for you to do that because you're a man. He saw the truth of this and acknowledged it with a mute nod. Even so, she continued, you understand me. I do. The only person in this terrible place who does. She sounded so broken. He reached for her before he could stop himself, wanting only to soothe her if he could. He cupped the side of her face and she leaned into his palm with eyes closed. So beautiful, so fierce. It wasn't her fault that she was up against forces she was no match for. Seeing her as she was, at the mercy of a brute about to take away the last vestiges of her innocence, had changed something in him. He'd gone from merely being enchanted with her to knowing in the depths of his soul that she was meant for him and could be only his. His to protect, his to cherish, his to love until he breathed his dying breath. He was gentle, taking his time in drawing her face closer to his. Would she pull away in light of what she'd been through? He'd never force her. He didn't have to. She leaned in, opening her eyes briefly before he touched his lips to hers. Her quiet sigh sent desire unfurling in his core, an urge he had no choice but to control for both their sakes. Her mouth was sweet, warm and full, intoxicating. He kissed her slowly, using all his skill to ease her into accepting his ardor when he wanted to do so much more. She wasn't just another woman, one of the ones who serviced the sailors who came ashore. There was no racing headfirst into such matters with a woman like Marjorie. His woman. Whether she knew it or not, she would always be his. It became too much too quickly, and he pulled away only by sheer force of will and the desire to refrain from harming or frightening her. His body ached for satisfaction, but it could wait. He was a strong man. Her eyes opened slowly, and only then did he note the way her nostrils flared as she breathed in short, sharp gasps. She'd never been kissed before. He hoped he'd lived up to her expectations. Something in the lass's life had to live up to her ideas of it, after all. "It's very late," he whispered, as though he needed to. "Yes. It is," she breathed, still shaky. "I don't want to leave you alone." "You should," she assured him. "It wouldn't be proper to stay here, in the room, and I couldn't imagine making you spend the night on the floor outside. The door locks from this side. I'll be all right." He looked at the bed, which was still in disarray. "I'm not concerned with that either," she murmured. "I don't think I could sleep tonight if I tried, anyway." "Because of him," he growled, the brute's broken face reappearing in his mind. She merely smiled. "No. Because of you." He lifted her hand to his lips, kissing the backs of her knuckles and relishing her soft sigh. "I'll be back in the morning." "First thing?" "I'll be here." She chuckled, rising to see him to the door. Only when he was certain she'd locked it between them did he leave through the tavern, closing that door carefully behind him, before turning in the direction of the rooming house in which Brock waited for him. He wouldn't want to hear of what had just taken place, especially since it meant that Derek no longer wanted to return to Duncan Manor so soon, though they had discussed doing that very thing after his ill-fated meeting with McBride. How could he leave her behind? Thoughts of her were the only things he could keep his mind on as he walked the dark streets. It was a new moon, with only the light from the stars above his head. He was accustomed to this, having navigated using nothing but the position of the stars more times than he could count. What would Brock say about this? He didn't think he wanted to find out, but there was no choice in the matter. There was an uncomfortable conversation on the horizon. There was also a tall, dark-cloaked man standing in the distance. In the near blackness, it was impossible for Derek to get sight of the man's face. Was he one of McBride's men tracking his prey? Not McBride himself, surely. The figure was mostly hidden in shadow, but there would be no missing his rotund body. Not the man he'd beaten in Marjorie's room. He wouldn't dare, as much as Derek wished he would. Without her watchful eyes on him, he could give the bastard what he truly deserved. He didn't slow his pace, not wishing to give away his awareness even as every nerve stood on end and his senses went on alert. Suddenly he heard everything more clearly, his sight sharpened, he even felt the hair along the back of his neck stirring in the breeze coming off the water. Still, he walked as though there was nothing to fear. The house was only another 2 or 3 minutes away. Why had he ever stopped carrying a dirk? He'd softened, to be sure, and now with a new enemy. It would be just like McBride to watch his movements, but he wouldn't do it himself. He'd have someone else do the dirty work for him. There were footfalls other than his own, coming in closer and closer behind him. His every muscle tensed, his heart beating faster with every step. He was fortunate in that his tracker believed he had the element of surprise on his side. If he timed his move just right, he could spin on him and take him off guard. The footfalls were closer than ever. He judged his opponent to be no more than 10 feet behind him. At the rate they were walking, the man would reach him in no more than a second or two, possibly too soon to change his course. And Derek would spring into action. He stepped forward with his right foot pivoting sharply to whirl on the man behind him, and found himself looking into his own face, or one nearly identical to his. Hugh. Chapter 20. What do you think you're playing at? Hugh demanded, keeping his voice low to avoid calling attention to the two of them. The stone walls of the homes and merchants around them picked up every last bit of sound and caused it to echo, bouncing back and forth. The strain it took for him to withhold his anger was evident. "I'm not playing at anything," Derek hissed. "Oh. That's why you're still here in Kirkcaldy, when you should be on your way back to the manor house. if not already there. It took much longer than usual to travel here, Derek explained. You've still been away from the house for nearly a fortnight, Hugh accused. Do you know how the women have fretted over your absence? The strain nearly brought Heather's time sooner than it should have come. Imagine what Jake would do to you if anything happened to her or the wee babe on your account. You sound like one of the women now, Derek sneered. Hugh's sharp intake of breath and the move he made toward his twin, one hand lingering near the dirk at his waist, put Derek on the alert, but nothing came of it. Watch what you say, Hugh whispered, dangerously close to losing his temper. I put my neck on the line to come after you, and I'm rewarded with insults. What do you mean, your neck was on the line? Hugh sighed, leaning his back against the wall behind him. Philip received word only 3 days after you departed that there's been rumors of dissension among the Orkneys. It looked as though the worst of the bad blood between the clans had ceased, but months spent behind walls with nothing to do but talk each other into a fight seems to have set things off again. Derek rubbed his temples, the beginnings of a headache teasing there. Granted, they were only rumors, but everyone knows better than to put anything past an Orkney, Hugh continued. Fighting is what they do. And you all thought they had something to do with my being held up, Derek concluded, feeling slightly chastened for having insulted his brother in the light of this information. That's right. I decided to come out for you with a handful of my men, and what do I find? I find you walking the streets of Kirkcaldy as though nothing in the world were wrong, as though you had nowhere else to be, and no one waiting there for your return. Which is why I ask, what are you playing at? I'm playing at nothing, he insisted. It's more complicated than that. Only once he'd looked around to be certain they were alone. There was no telling whether someone was waiting in the shadows between buildings, in the alleys, even at an open window. He lowered his voice even further and leaned in to be heard. I've made a bad friend here in the village. The man who owns the shipping company here, who demands I sell to him. I'd planned to leave tomorrow at first light, to avoid another confrontation with him. It's not like you to run from a fight, Hugh observed. But I'm fairly certain I'd be well outnumbered. And there's nothing more to be done here, not at the moment. I need to decide a plan of action, and as you've pointed out, I've been away too long already. Hugh eyed him up, one eyebrow cocked. And, he prompted. And? What else? I know it hasn't taken you more than a week to decide. You don't know what you're going to do. What else has held you here? Why does there have to be anything else? I've already spoken to Brock. Damn it. Derek's voice echoed again and again, building on itself until it filled the street. The two of you speaking behind my back. What did he tell you? Hugh snickered. Enough. I can only imagine. He doesn't understand why you've allowed a strange foreign lass to turn your head the way she has. Derek glared at his brother. And you? Do you understand? You know I do, to a point. But not when it means letting everyone who cares about me believe I was killed, Hugh growled. You have no idea how we worried over you. Philip was ready to send out a group of his men to search Orkney territory for you. What would have happened if he'd gone through with it? How many would we have lost? What stopped him? Sarah, of course. He grinned in spite of his anger. She's got a sharp tongue, no doubt about it, but a level head. The sort of wife Philip needs. She thought it best to bide their time then. When I suggested I follow the most likely trail you would have taken, it seemed the closest thing to a compromise. After all that fretting, I would think you'd be happy to see me alive and well. Derek smirked. Give me time to get over wanting to beat you to death first. Hugh folded his arms, shaking his head as he looked his brother up and down. Do I get the chance to explain myself? Or do you wish to heap more guilt upon my head? I'm certain there's more I could say, but it can wait. A ghost of a genuine smile played at the corners of Hugh's mouth. You must realize I'm unaccustomed to living life as you do. I've spent years coming and going as I've pleased, with no one to answer to but myself. You can't expect me to adjust so quickly. You have a responsibility to more than just yourself now. You're under the Laird's protection. I didn't ask for that, he argued. If Philip had sent a man to the Orkney lands for me, that would have been his choice alone. I never asked him to do anything of the sort for me, and would rather he didn't. We don't always get to make these decisions when there are people who care for our well-being. Dalla has been beside herself, no less so since my announcement that I was coming to inquire after you. And if you think you'll get away with telling me I wouldn't have to make any such journey on your behalf, you're more daft than I imagined. Nay. I would do it for you, brother, Derek admitted. You still plan on leaving at first light? Hugh asked, sounding skeptical. As though he could read his brother's mind. Perhaps he could, as there had always been a connection between them which neither had ever known with another. Aye, Derek announced with a firm nod. Or, as near to it as possible. What will you do before that? Hugh prompted, unable to keep from grinning. Come on. Out with it. I know what you're thinking, so don't bother hiding it. Derek fumed. I had planned on going back to the lass Marjorie, and bringing her along with me. I thought so. As did Brock. You sound skeptical. Has the lass shown any interest in any such arrangement? Derek chuckled. Did that stop you and your bride? He emphasized the last word, reminding Hugh of how he'd forced Dalla into marriage on purchasing her from her kidnapper. I was trying to save her. And I'm trying to save her. He gritted his teeth at the memory of what he'd seen in her little room, and recounted the story to his brother. By the time he'd finished, Hugh looked as incensed as he felt. You should have killed him. I wish I had. She's as unhappy as you say. More, I'm certain of it. But she has her own ideas as to her life, you know. Dalla had no such plans, and there was no one waiting for her at home. What will you say to that when your Marjorie inevitably argues? I'll tell her we'll find a way to bring her from her village, but I won't allow her to stay here another day on her own, nor in any other village or town. She seems to attract ill fortune. By all means bring her along then, Hugh muttered with a roll of his eyes. The one thing we need on our journey home is ill fortune. He pushed off from the wall. My men and I have made camp outside the village, and I'll return to them now. Derek extended an arm to bar his progress. I must warn you of one thing. And that is, I won't leave without her. If she refuses to go, I'll not leave. You can take Brock back if you wish. I'm certain he would rather go with you than stay here one more day, but I will stay behind. Philip will know from your report that I'm perfectly safe here in the village. But you aren't safe, Hugh argued. You told me only minutes ago that you made an enemy here. He wouldn't be the first enemy I've ever made, brother, and it's likely he won't be the last. I can take care of myself, and anyone else who needs my protection. Or have you forgotten what I did for you and your bride back in Concarney? No. I haven't forgotten. How could I? Then you know very well how capable I am. You've nothing to worry about. He clapped his hand over Hugh's shoulder. I'll send word no matter the outcome. Whether we stay here or go elsewhere, you will know. But you will try to convince her to come with us back to Duncanlands. I will. I'll do everything in my power to make her understand she'll be safest with me. She belongs with me. Hugh chuckled. You're in terrible trouble, you know. Derek's smile was grim. I know.
Chapter 21. It was a long night and a sleepless one. Instead of spending it in her room, which no longer felt like hers, not that it ever truly had, Marjorie chose to sit by a small fire in the tavern. She sat and watched and waited. Waited for the next threat, the next danger. Would she ever enjoy a good night's sleep again? That was one thing she'd never lacked at home. Beatrice would be sleeping her sound, unbroken sleep. The sort of sleep afforded people who worked hard and could feel secure in their safety. who had never seen with their own eyes the type of evil possible in the world. Had she ever been that innocent and unknowing? She never would be again. Perhaps that was what hurt worst of all. But she had Derek. Derek cared for her, protected her, had kissed her. She ran the tips of her fingers over her lips, remembering the touch of him. They were still sore from the mistreatment by the brute who'd attacked her, but Derek had been so careful and gentle. His kiss was the only thing that could have soothed her at that moment, something he seemed to know. If anyone would ever know, it would be him. He seemed to see straight through her, straight into her heart. She loved him. That much was plain. Why did the knowing of it give her so much pain? Because she loved another too. Beatrice. She could never be with Derek without betraying the sister who needed her so. A tear rolled down her cheek, followed by another. Just when she was certain of there being no more tears left to cry, she'd found reason to shed even more, certain her heart was being torn to pieces. Derek or Beatrice, Beatrice or Derek. To follow her dreams in one direction meant leaving the rest behind. What would Beatrice think if she never came back, never sent for her? How long would she continue to wait, before coming to the conclusion that her sister had come to some terrible end? For how long would Marjorie's very soul long for Derek if she went home or to some other village? No matter if she managed to send for Beatrice or not, she would never feel as though her life was complete without him. She would never feel safe without him. But she had loved Beatrice first, and Beatrice was depending on her. Derek didn't depend on anyone or anything but himself. He would get along. And so would she. Somehow. Chapter 22. You're certain of this, lassie? Hamish looked like a man on his way to his death, as he wrung his hands, watching as Marjorie gathered her few things. I am. And I cannot tell you what it means for you to lend me the money for passage to Edinburgh. I promise to pay you back just as soon as I can. None of this makes any sense, if you don't mind my saying. He followed her out into the still dark tavern, the sun far from rising. It meant everything that she'd be able to leave before Derek found out she'd gone. The ship was meant to leave at dawn. If she were on it in time, he wouldn't be able to stop her. It's impossible for me to explain. I cannot stay, and my sister needs me to go on. I'll start somewhere else, somewhere where there are more opportunities. You believe you'll find that in Edinburgh? Or anywhere else? On your own, lass? Please don't try to stop me now. This is difficult enough. She slid her braid beneath the back of her tunic, which she'd washed and dried after scrubbing the kitchen, as though she knew she would need it again, and soon. It wouldn't do to travel looking like a woman, even if the costume did little to conceal her womanly figure. What Hamish didn't know but would find out soon enough, was that she'd stolen a knife from the kitchen and stowed it in her pack. She wouldn't make the mistake of going unarmed ever again. It isn't because of what happened last night, is it? Because I can be sure that sort of thing never happens again. How? She asked, close to the end of her tether. How can anyone? There are ways. She held up one hand, palm out, taking a deep breath to keep from exploding in frustration. I don't blame you for what happened. I don't at all. But there is no way to be certain such a thing won't happen. In the meantime, I would have to sleep in that room. Every night. I would have to serve patrons every day, and wonder if one of them were him. I never did get a good look at his face, you know, so I would always wonder. I would never have a peaceful moment again. His shoulders fell, his breath coming out in a long sigh. I understand. I hadn't thought about it that way, but now I understand. Would you ask your wife or daughter to go through such a situation? She pressed. Of course I wouldn't. I understand what you have to do, lass. I only wish I didn't feel as though you were leaving because of my failure to keep you safe here. She patted his arm. It isn't your fault. You've been more than generous. She patted the pouch tied to the belt around her waist. And I do promise to repay you. I know you do, and I trust that you will do your best. Even if you don't manage to. I will. A glance out the window told her the sky was just beginning to lighten in the east. Dawn was still a way off, but it was close, and she would need to be waiting to board. I'll go alone, she urged when Hamish appeared to be ready to follow her outside. It will be easier for me this way. You'll send word when you've arrived? She smiled. You care that much? The question clearly left him embarrassed, and he scuffed his toes against the straw-covered floor. You're a nice lass. A good sort. I hate to see a good sort get pushed around. She shrugged, still smiling. Perhaps it's time to employ a young man here? One who can take care of himself while still pouring ale? He saw the humor in this, and was chuckling as she stepped outside. It was nice to hear his good humor behind her, as she walked down the street. Cool, damp air nipped at her cheeks and turned them pink. Likely one of the last truly chilled mornings, she guessed. All around her, candles and fires were beginning to light the insides of the homes she walked past. That was the way life went here, and throughout Marjorie's existence as well. Up before dawn, the day ending not very long past the setting of the sun. Life would go on here when she was gone. It would be as though she had never stepped foot off the ship. How many people felt that way, as though they'd been chewed up and spit out like a piece of gristle. As though they might just as well never have existed. Was this what life would be like in Edinburgh? It would have to be what it was. She had a responsibility to Beatrice. The sooner she got settled and saved enough money, the sooner they could be together again. But they couldn't be together in Kirkcaldy. What a God-forsaken place. She hoped to never see it or hear of it again. Even if it meant never seeing Derek again. She quickened her step as she passed the spot where he'd given her lessons on how to defend herself. Her heartbeat quickened too, even though thoughts of him holding her were all mixed up with the memory of how little his instruction had helped the night before. What would have happened if he hadn't come in? No sense in thinking about that, or about any of it. It was all in the past, just as memories of endless hours and days and years spent at her mother's bedside were nothing but shadows of what used to be. They had nothing to do with the present, would do nothing to help her with what she needed to do. The ship was there, waiting out on the water. Rowboats waited at the dock, to collect passengers and any cargo being carried on board. There were already 2 boats manned by muscled sailors being rowed out to where the tall, proud-looking vessel waited. She swallowed hard, hesitating. Why was she hanging back so? Her direction had already been determined, her path set. She would go, she would make a success of her plan. She would not fail. She must not fail. More than just her future hinged on her success. An old man with rough hands and even rougher clothing noticed her standing there, alone. Are ye for the ship leaving for Edinburgh then? She opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly found herself without the ability to do so. Her mouth was dry, her tongue thick. Her heart began hammering in her chest, a sick feeling she wished would go away. Lass? Are ye hearing me? The old man stepped closer, a hat pulled low over his eyes, his torn trousers stained and poorly patched. He rubbed his hands on them as if to clean them somewhat, before touching her shoulder. Are you well, lassie? Did she look ill? She was behaving as though she had some sickness. Yes, she managed to croak, I'm well. Please excuse me. It's just that I'm a little nervous. She looked down at herself with a laugh. You knew right away that I'm not a boy? Even with this? She touched her hand to her hat. Aye, but I'll keep your secret. He winked. So? Are you for the ship? It was time to stiffen her back, as well as her resolve. Yes. I am.
Chapter 23. You think she'll come then? Brock sounded less than certain, which was no surprise to Derek. I do, he said, belting his tunic before tying the laces at his chest. And I'm certain Philip and the rest will be glad to have her, in the event that your next question was about that very thing. It wasn't, though I won't deny it's another concern. You know as well as I that there's more than enough room at the manor house, and I've known Philip and Jake since we were boys together. There isn't a doubt in my mind that they'll welcome her. What then? And what of McInnes shipping? We may in time have to sail back to Konkani in order to settle affairs there, or I could send for the other ships and have them meet us along the western coast. So long as I have the three of them in the same place, I'll feel safer. And then? Brock pressed. And then I'm unsure. You know I am. I can't ask Marjorie or any woman to marry me, when the life I lived was so impossible to predict. More stable than that of your everyday sailor, but far less so than a merchant or farmer. A farmer's life is stable. Brock chuckled. I was of the belief that they were just as beholden to the elements as we always were. You know what I'm getting at, Derek argued. In one place. At home every evening for supper. In front of the fire. That sort of life. Aye, Brock grumbled, jamming his feet into his leather shoes. This would not be the end of their conversation, Derek knew, but he wished his first mate would stop pressing so hard. They weren't partners. While Brock's livelihood depended upon Derek's decision, he had no real say in the matter. Derek felt this point was forgotten, and didn't want to voice it for fear of further distress between them. I'll go to the tavern now, Derek announced. I know they're hard at work before dawn. It won't give you much time to convince her before it's time for us to go, Brock pointed out. I won't need much time, but if I can't, I'll find you and Hugh outside the village and let you know. He left the room before another question could be voiced, needed to hear himself think for a minute. The fact that he had slept at all was incredible, so many concerns at war in his head from the moment he'd stretched out on his bed through the moment he'd opened his eyes again. Only one thing continued to make sense, no matter how many other questions remained unanswered, Marjorie and the fact that he loved her. He wouldn't leave without her, wouldn't live without her. She was enough to drive even the sanest man to lunacy, but she was the only woman who'd ever come close to stirring his heart. He was quick in his walk to the tavern, determined to bring her with him and be well on their way that very morning. Would Hugh be surprised? Well, he wasn't the only McInnes capable of wooing a woman. Hamish looked up in surprise when Derek burst through the door. Derek's first thought was to question why the fleshy older man was on his knees scrubbing the floor. Where is Marjorie? He asked, suddenly filled with dread. Had something else happened during the night? Hamish nearly jumped to his feet. She's running off to Edinburgh, taking the ship which leaves at dawn. What? He imagined what it would feel like to be run over by a charging horse, and couldn't imagine it being worse than what he felt at that moment. It hit him all at once, the thought that she would be gone forever. How would he ever manage to find her again? He looked out the door to where it was clear the sun was nearly over the horizon, golden rays stretching their fingers over the sky and water. There was no time to ask further questions, not if he wanted to catch the ship. Villagers, women, children, even a few men, cried out in alarm and anger when he shoved his way past them, dodging and weaving through the early morning traffic of the town. A team of horses stopped dead in the center of the street, forcing Derek to cut around them and lose precious seconds. He couldn't afford to lose more time. If only he had walked past the harbour on his way to the tavern. But he hadn't wished to run into McBride, and that was the long way to the tavern from the rooming house. If he lost her for such a stupid reason, he'd never forgive himself. Run. Run. He could make out the masts of the tall, proud ship as she rose and sank with the gentle waves. So long as he kept his sights on it and it wasn't moving away, there was still hope. So he was desperate to believe. The docks were empty of women when he reached them, even women dressed as lads, which she undoubtedly would be. He looked around wildly, turning in a circle, scanning everything around him for any sign of her. There. The boat being rowed away from the dock, in the direction of the ship. And the flash of gold hair visible between the hat and tunic. Marjorie. He ran full out, his feet slapping against the weathered boards as he flew down the length of the dock. Marjorie stopped. She looked behind her, surprise and dismay battling for control of her features. Derek? What are you doing? I'm stopping you, you daft thing. Get out of that boat and come up here now. The old man sitting at the boat's bow chuckled. Well, lass, what will it be? The ship or the man hollin' at ye from the dock? Marjorie held on to the side of the boat as it rose and fell on the somewhat choppy water. I don't understand this, she said, shaking her head. You do, which is why you were running away from me without saying goodbye. Don't pretend you don't know why I'd come for you. Her face seemed to crumble with emotion, but it did little to weaken her resolve. But I have to go. I have no choice, Derek. Don't you see that? No. I see no such thing. I only see that I need to speak to you, but I won't yell across the water at you. All I ask is that you take a minute to listen to what I have to say before you do this. The old sailor leaned forward, closer to Marjorie. The ship's leaving in a short while, lass. They won't leave without me, but they have a timetable to keep, and I won't be the reason they're late. She nodded without looking at him, eyes trained on Derek at all times. What was she going to decide? She couldn't ask the old man to continue on to the ship, but if she did, he was ready to dive into the choppy sea and swim after her if that was what it took. He wouldn't simply allow her to leave him. Her eyes cut to the side toward the sailor. I understand. Please row me back. I won't take long. He waited with his heart in his throat as the boat returned to the dock, and held a hand out to haul her up the ladder, unable to wait for her to climb it herself. There was no time to waste. What is this then? What are you trying to do by following me here? She asked, smoothing down her tunic, clearly incensed. Why do you have to ask? Don't you know? You want to know what I know. Her eyes narrowed. I know that I still have a responsibility to my sister. I know she's waiting for me. If I can't build something for myself here, I'll find someplace else. Edinburgh, he spat. Why not? She challenged. You think that will be any easier than this place? I'm not asking for easier. I'm asking for anywhere but here. Where I won't have to see him ever again. Where I won't have to be in that room and remember what happened. There's nothing to keep me here, now that you're leaving. Her eyes went wide, as though she was surprised at her own words. She couldn't take them back, and he would never forget them. They were like a key, he need only turn to open her heart fully. He took a step closer. She didn't back away. He dipped his head lower, just slightly, just so he could lower his voice and say the sort of thing a man didn't like to shout at a woman, especially not in the middle of a crowded harbor. Marjorie, don't you know I love you? Her mouth fell open, nothing coming out but a sigh. Her eyes glowed, her cheeks pinkened. And as far as I'm concerned, the two of us belong together. You're mine, under my protection, and I would offer you that protection until my dying day. If you'll allow it, sweet lass, I'll take you as my wife. He reached for her, running a hand over her cheek, taking in the softness and smoothness of the woman he loved. He expected her to accept him, or to at least express surprise at the suddenness of his intentions. What he should have expected was for her to argue him, which she did. Marry you? What about Beatrice? I can't desert her. As she had before, however, she leaned her face against his palm with her eyes half closed. Her body was betraying her, showing him what she truly wanted. Once you're under my protection, so is she, he assured her. I would never desert her, as you put it, when I know how much she means to you. This means she's important to me as well. Truly. I wouldn't speak the words if I didn't mean them. That's one thing you can always be assured of, lass. My word means everything to me, and I don't break it lightly. Which means I don't take my offer of marriage lightly either. It hasn't been made in vain, just to keep you here with me. I intend to make a life for us, if you'll only accept me. She smiled, eyes sparkling with tears. I do love you, she whispered. As for marriage. I understand, he interrupted. I have little in the way of security to offer right now, with my affairs still untidy. But I promised to build a life. I mean that. I'll find a way to give you everything in life you deserve. You'll never have to debase yourself ever again, nor scramble for your living. And you will never have to spend a sleepless night. He'd noticed the deep circles under her eyes, and knew she hadn't gotten a minute's sleep after he'd left her. Not that he'd expected her to. Oh, Derek, it sounds so wonderful. His heart took flight at this, and at the wistful tone in her voice. So say yes. I only wish I knew for certain, for my sister's sake. Her hands were so small in his, so fragile but strong just the same. She had worked so hard for so long to ensure the well-being of those around her. Will you ever choose to do what sounds wonderful to you? Not for the sake of anyone else, but just for yourself. She blinked hard, her eyelids fluttering. I've never considered it. Naturally. The girl had spent her entire life doing for others, worrying over others, sacrificing, putting the rest of the world first. Perhaps it was simply her nature, or the way she'd been brought up, believing that true happiness wasn't for the living, but for the life after this one. I believe this is the time for you to begin doing just that. He pulled her closer, still holding her hands, as though he could will her to take his strength. If it would have helped make her decision easier, he would have given it to her. He would have given her anything, so long as he knew it would allow her to accept him with an open heart, with no hesitation. Just for myself? Just for yourself, he repeated, drinking in the sight of her lovely face like it was water to a man dying of thirst. Knowing she loved him as he loved her made her infinitely more precious, every part of her. I could do that, she whispered, as though she were giving herself permission. Yes. I could do that. Will you then? Will you stay? She swallowed hard, the pulse throbbing in her throat. His heart raced just as swiftly as hers. Yes. She laughed. Yes, I'll stay. With you. He was certain his chest would explode as he threw his arms around her waist, lifting her from her feet and turning in a circle as she giggled helplessly. I love you, you stubborn lass, he declared, placing her back on her feet before gathering her in his arms for a kiss. It wasn't the proper thing to do, not with so many eyes possibly watching them, but nothing could have stopped him. I suppose this means you won't be coming with us then? Marjorie gasped, covering her blushing face with her hands for a moment before shaking her head, looking down at the old sailor who still waited in the boat. No. I won't be, she confirmed, leaning ever so slightly against Derek. I didn't think so. He grinned, touching his oars to the water. No, I didn't think you would.
Chapter 24. I insist, I insist. Keep it. It's the least I can do. Marjorie clutched the coins in her closed fist. It would be so easy to take the money Hamish offered, in spite of her not leaving for Edinburgh. She could send it to Beatrice somehow. They hadn't quite worked out that part of the plan, had they? She would no longer have to worry over how to fulfill her promise. And Hamish was so insistent she take it. But that wouldn't be right. She shook her head. You deserve to keep your own money. Derek stepped in. In the interest of leaving before too much of the day has passed, might I offer a compromise? Within 20 minutes, she sat astride a horse of her own, while Hamish accepted what was left of the money. You'll be all right up there? She patted the neck of the pretty little grey mare, noticing how her hand shook. Don't let the horse know you're afraid of it, Derek advised. I'm not afraid. Don't tell me. Tell the horse. He chuckled. I'm not afraid, she repeated, shooting him a withering glance. Good, because you'll be spending days on the back of that mare, he reminded her with a grin. You had the choice of riding behind me, if you recall. I do. But I know. You wouldn't feel comfortable. He wasn't teasing, which was a relief. The very thought of being so close to him, her body pressed against his with her arms around his waist for hours at a time, had been both too terrifying and intoxicating to be proper. Once more she thanked Hamish, who seemed much more pleased than he'd been when she was running away, before following Derek out to the wide street between the village and the harbour. Hamish wasn't the only one pleased with the turn the day had taken. More than knowing Derek loved and wanted to marry her, was the knowledge that she hadn't felt quite right in leaving for Edinburgh. She hadn't truly wanted to. She'd been in the act of running away from something, when with Derek she was running towards something. Or rather, riding. "All right, girl," she whispered, confident that she could get away with speaking to the mare when Derek was in front of them. "We can do this together, can't we? I'm certain of it. We're going to be good friends." It was such a heady feeling, being so far above those who walked along the street, wearing nothing on her legs but stockings, which allowed her to ride comfortably. She felt surprisingly free. Thanks to him. She took a moment from focusing on the movement of the horse, and focused on him. He was magnificent, everything a woman could ever dream of in the depths of her heart. She'd never allowed herself to indulge in fantasies of men, even the most innocent ones. Even so, she'd held on to dreams and wishes and secret prayers which no one had ever heard of. Dreams of a strong man, an honest and good man who would love and protect her. Derek McInnes would never complain about her to his friends at the tavern. He'd never make a joke of the way she cooked or the way she cleaned house. He wasn't the type to drink away his wages, leaving her with nothing. He was a real man. Just the sight of his broad back and shoulders, the sunlight bringing out bits of red in his hair she'd never noticed before, made her heart beat a little faster, and goose flesh prickle the back of her neck. And he was her man. Hers. Pride was a sin, but she couldn't help the rush of it when she looked on his glorious form. He rode straight in the saddle, in command of both his horse and himself. His head was high, his chin raised, confidence in every line of his body. He looked over his shoulder, a roguish smile playing across his handsome features. "How are you faring back there?" "Wonderfully." She smiled in reply. "This is much easier than I'd expected." Not that she hadn't ridden a horse in the past, but she hadn't exactly made a habit of it. Most of her travel was done on foot, their horse needed for work around the farm. His laughter was warm and lovely, even if it was clearly at her expense. "We've not yet begun. But worry not. I have faith in you." "Thank you. I hope you've got a high tolerance for saddle sores." He laughed louder than ever. "Brock can tell you all about his." She gasped in surprise and more than just a little disgust. "I have no desire to discuss such things with him, if you don't mind." "Suit yourself." He had a nice sense of humor, another quality she admired. Life had been so dour, so cheerless before meeting him. She felt herself lightening, as though layer upon layer of waterlogged cloth were being peeled back and allowing her to breathe and move more freely. Once they reached the outskirts of the village, where the buildings weren't so close together, and there was room for budding trees and tiny blades of grass only just beginning to poke their tips out from the dark, rich soil, she could look over her shoulder and bid goodbye to a place which had taught her quite a lot in a short stretch of time. Not only about the world, but about herself. What she was capable of. What she could withstand and what was simply too much. Lessons a person couldn't forget once they'd learned them. She couldn't have bought such learning at any cost, and no price would have been sufficient. That would have to be enough. Derek fell back, so the two of them could ride abreast on the much quieter stretch of road. "I believe this is roughly where Sarah and Heather grew up," he explained. "And they are?" He chuckled. "Of course. You don't know anything about the people we're going to meet." "No, we haven't had much time to discuss these things," she agreed. "First, we're going to meet up with my twin brother Hugh." "You have a twin?" She could hardly imagine there being two of them. One was more than enough. He reined his horse in, coming to a stop. "In fact, I thought he would be here. Or at least nearby. Brock too." Marjorie looked around. To her right in the distance was the sharp drop-off of a cliff which overlooked the Firth of Forth. Her heart thrilled at the beauty, the sheer power and majesty of what the villagers likely took for granted. The morning sunlight turned the water to gold, which flashed and sparkled with every little wave, and even farther out she noticed the retreating masts of the ship on which she would have sailed had Derek not caught up to her in time. She sat there on her mare, imagining what she would have been going through in her mind had life taken a different course, and she had in fact stepped foot on that ship. Derek, meanwhile, rode his gelding up and down the line of spruce trees whose branches were just beginning to bud. He peered into the deeper woods, his forehead wrinkled in a frown. "What is it?" she whispered. "I don't understand why they're not waiting here," he murmured. "I don't like this. What might have happened? Either they left thinking we weren't joining them, likely I suppose, or—" The snap of a thick twig caught their attention, followed by the rustling of leaves just inside the trees. Marjorie's mare shied away from the sound, ears turning in the direction of the woods while she scrambled back. Derek shot her a sharp look of warning. "Stay here," he mouthed, turning toward the woods to face the danger head-on. How could he do that? Every instinct she possessed screamed at her to get out of there, while his instincts urged him on. Was it all men who were like this, or only him? She realized at the last second that he was unarmed, and opened her mouth to cry out to him, her hand shifting down to the pack tied across her body and hanging down over her back. Hamish's knife was still there. Did she have time to get it to Derek? No, because he was already off his horse, tying the reins around the nearest tree limb, before stepping cautiously toward the offending noise. "Who goes there?" he called out, his already rich voice deepening with grave intensity. "It's I, you idiot." Out stepped a man who, on first glance, could have been Derek's mirror image. Derek's shoulders sagged. "What do you think you're doing, hiding in there?" "Just wanted to give you a bit of a fright before setting out." The man chuckled. Marjorie realized she must be looking at Derek's twin, Hugh. Hugh shoved Derek, but good-naturedly. "And now you know just a small bit of what I went through when you didn't return as you'd promised, brother." Derek sighed, running both hands through his hair, "but you didn't have another to be concerned about as I do." Hugh's smile faded as his gaze landed on Marjorie, whose heart was still beating a bit faster than usual thanks to the excitement. He bowed, suddenly quite serious. "My apologies. I thought only to play a trick on my brother, but didn't consider how it might frighten you." "Do not worry." She smiled, even offering a shaky laugh. "I'm only glad you aren't a threat." "Well, that remains to be seen." He grinned, which drew a series of grumbles from his brother. "Where are the others?" Derek asked. "Only a wee bit farther out by now, I would imagine," Hugh replied with an easy grin. "I'm sure we'll be able to catch up to them without much effort." "Your man Brock isn't much on a horse, is he?" Derek chuckled, as he swung up on the back of his own animal. "Nay, he's much more a seaman than a horseman." "He'll learn yet," Hugh predicted. "Come then. Let's set off." He retreated into the woods to locate his horse, leaving Derek and Marjorie to exchange a long look. "Are you ready?" he asked, and Marjorie took the deeper meaning behind his question. Was she ready to leave behind everything she'd ever known, in favor of a life with him? Whatever that might mean. She looked behind her once more, off toward the village. It looked so small from a distance, so unthreatening. The sort of place one could easily forget after passing through. She made the decision then and there to leave her unhappy memories behind, as no one in Kirkcaldy would ever remember her, except maybe Hamish. Why should she remember them? "Yes. I'm ready," she decided, and followed Derek on horseback into the woods.
Chapter 25. "Let the horse go where it knows it needs to go," Derek advised her as they picked their way through the woods, using an old trail which winter winds had left covered in leaves and needles. They brought up the rear of their little party, with Hugh's men in front and Brock just behind them. Hugh followed behind, which enabled him to call back instructions or warnings to Derek and Marjorie. It was good, being with his brother again. Strange to think they'd spent so many years apart, with Hugh believing there to be a rift between them at that. The fact was one of which Derek was far from proud. He simply hadn't given very much thought to his brother and the Duncans, assuming they took him for a fool to run off as he had. The months spent at the manor house had erased all the time between them, and he felt confident in his belief that they were closer than they'd ever been. Perhaps it was because they were grown men, men who had seen plenty of life and what it had to offer. But they were also boys together, and had a shared history, almost a language of their own. Which was why, when Hugh's hand shot up, Derek immediately drew in his gelding's reins. Marjorie was just off to his right, and he held out an arm to signal her to stop as well. He watched his brother, taking note of the way he moved his head from side to side. While unable to see for certain, he would have bet Hugh's eyes darted over every rock, tree and shrub surrounding them, searching for some unseen threat which one of the party had perceived. A glance at Marjorie told him she was tense, even a little frightened. This was all new to her, traveling in the woods, keeping watch for wild animals along the way. Derek assumed one of the horses had caught the scent of a boar or a wolf, something which would cause it to pull up short and prance skittishly. He offered her a reassuring smile. "It's all right, lass," he whispered, not recognizing until he'd done it that he used the same tone of voice with his horse when he wanted to soothe it. "What's the matter?" she whispered back. The fact that she tried so valiantly to appear brave and unaffected only made him love her more. Her knuckles were white as she gripped the reins, but her face was smooth, relaxed. "Probably just an animal nearby. Once it's out of range, we'll continue on, or one of Hugh's men will take it down." "How?" she whispered, fear turning to fascination. "With an arrow, I'd guess." He nodded in the direction of her hands. "If you hold the reins so tight, your hands will tire too quickly. They'll pain you before long, and you won't be able to control the horse." She loosened them, a sheepish smile crossing her face. "I suppose I'm not much of a rider, am I?" "Merely unexperienced." He smiled. "You're doing a grand job of it, though." She seemed to warm to his praise, which only made him want to praise her at every opportunity from that moment to the end of his life. What had she done to him? "We'll continue on," Hugh announced before clicking his tongue to signal his horse. Derek had nearly forgotten his brother was nearby. Chapter 26. "Here, lass." Hugh offered a strip of dried meat, which Marjorie took with a grateful smile. Derek caught the faintest bit of a smile on his brother's face, which said he was warming to his brother's choice. "We've brought some supplies of our own, you know," Derek offered, patting the saddlebag which hung over his gelding's back. "This isn't the first time I've traveled these woods." "Aye, but I thought it a nice gesture," Hugh grumbled, leaning against the trunk of an old pine tree with his legs stretched out in front of him. "And it was," Marjorie assured him, earning another smile. Derek sat beside her, gnawing his own strip of meat, a flask of water between them. She'd held up well over the hours they'd ridden, and was clearly getting the feel for traveling on horseback. He'd never once heard her complain, or even let out a sound which gave away her discomfort. He was proud of her. She was a fine, strong lass, capable of nearly anything. Hugh seemed to pick up on his brother's thoughts, jerking his head in her direction. "She'll make a nice addition to the household. The women will take to her very well." Though Derek sensed her pleasure at this observation, a slight frown creased her smooth forehead. "Do you think they'll demand I live with them in the manor house?" Hugh chuckled, more in surprise than actual mirth. "Demand? Nay, I doubt they would demand anything of you." "I don't mean to be ungrateful," she said in a rush, cheeks turning a deep shade of red. "It's only that I don't want them to think I'm forcing myself on them, nor do I." "Nor do you what?" Derek asked. She looked away, suddenly very interested in a small cluster of mushrooms growing at the base of the tree against which they rested. "I must admit, I'm unfamiliar with the way life is lived in the Highlands. While we offered fealty to those considered royalty, they played only a very small part in our daily lives. We were free to come and go as we pleased, in other words, without his interference. Philip rarely interferes with the lives of those under his protection, if that's what worries you," Hugh offered. She shook her head. "It isn't only that." "Does he? Will he think me terribly rude if I tell him I would rather live among his villagers, or in a little home of my own outside the village? Would that even be possible?" Derek and Hugh exchanged looks over the top of her head. Hugh raised his eyebrows in silent question which Derek understood, and he nodded in deference. When it came to all matters related to the Duncans, Hugh was the expert. "Philip isn't the type to force anyone into anything," he began, clearly taking his time to use the correct words. "He's rather broad-minded, really, though sometimes quick to temper. But his wife balances him out with good sense. Now, Heather and Sarah live with their husbands in the manor house because that is their home. But Mackay and his Alice live in a house of their own, a rather small one granted, but it's theirs. Dalla and I will do the same. You'll be free to live where you want, how you want, so long as you pledge fealty to the laird and declare your loyalty to the Duncan clan." Marjorie thought this over, chewing her lip. "What about you?" she asked, turning to Derek. "Me? You're part of the Duncan clan, yes? Even though your name is McInnes?" "Aye, so long as he'll have me on his lands, I'm loyal to the laird," he explained. "Not that I would have taken up with any enemy clans, should I have met up with them, mind you. I was always loyal to the Duncans. But while on their land, under his protection, I'm one of them. That's how it works." "I see." She nodded firmly, decided. "If you're a Duncan, I'm a Duncan. But I would like to feel as though I have a home of my own, if possible." The brothers chuckled. "We'll see what we can do about that," Derek assured her, brushing his hand over hers in a brief gesture unseen by Hugh. He couldn't wait until the two of them were alone, where he could tell her everything that was in his heart. And then, later, when he could show her. Desire crept through him, carrying promises of what was to come. Brock joined them, walking somewhat slowly, and with a wide-legged gait which Derek knew meant his saddle sores were already back with a vengeance. He'd never dare make mention of them, though he wondered if his friend regretted having been in such a hurry to get back on their horses and ride out to the Duncan stronghold. "The men are ready to ride out," he announced. There was still an edge of irritation to his voice, still a reluctance to meet Derek's eyes. Derek understood why, and knew this was something they'd have to come to an agreement on, and soon. It had to get under his skin, Derek mused, as he untied both his and Marjorie's horses. Seeing his captain suddenly ready to settle down with a woman, willing to let the livelihoods of the men who'd served under him go to waste in favor of her. To watch them ride together, to see how they sat side by side the way they did. It couldn't be easy. He'd find a way to make it up to Brock somehow, even if it meant selling the ships in Konkani and sharing the profits. He wanted to make it right. The hand Marjorie laid on his arm stopped him as he prepared to mount. "What's wrong?" she murmured, barely moving her mouth to remain private. "Nothing," he lied. She wasn't convinced. "I thought you said you always tried to be truthful. Why would you lie to me now, unless it's something very important which you don't wish to share?" "You're far too clever." "I like to think so," she teased. He nodded in Brock's direction while the man's back was turned. "Ah," she whispered, nodding. "I see. I've worried over that, to be honest." "You have?" She nodded again, sorrowful this time. "I don't wish to be the reason for any anger between you." "I'm not angry," he murmured. And as for him, I don't know if it's anger or disappointment in me. Perhaps both. One coming from the other. Because of me. Her face fell. "Nay, lass. Because of me. I didn't have to choose as I did. I never would have if it hadn't been for meeting you, I'll grant ye, but that was only because there was nothing better for me to work for. When I met you, I started to think along other lines." He stroked her cheek, allowing his hand to slide over her neck and across her shoulder. "Nothing I could have gone back to would have satisfied me half as much as the mere thought of living a life with you does," he vowed. "I still don't know quite what that life will look like, but I know the life I lived before couldn't include you. And so the choice was really not a choice at all." She leaned into him, resting against his chest for the briefest of moments before straightening again and returning to her mare. She understood everything he wasn't at liberty to say, or didn't have the words for.
Chapter 27. Oh, Beatrice. I wish you could see this. I wish you could see the adventure we always wanted to go on. How many nights had they spent whispering in the dark about just such journeys as the one she was on? They were only girls then, neither of them with any idea of the world outside Thrushwood, so not much about what they'd imagined was true to life. But the sense of adventure had been there, the sense that something exciting was possible. Traveling on horseback through the woods, never knowing what was coming around the bend. Listening to the sounds of the birds twittering overhead, watching squirrels as they ran up and down the lengths of trunks and branches. She giggled at their antics, watching as they chased one another. There was such promise all around her. That was perhaps the biggest change in her life, even bigger than the presence of Derek. Promise. Possibility. Everything had changed so quickly too. When she looked forward with this in mind, knowing how it took little for life to change course forever, she could only imagine the wonder which awaited her. Even if there was a measure of heartache to go along with it. She was a reasonable person. She knew such things, and what had happened to her weren't specific to Kirkcaldy. It was the way of the world. But the heartache only made the sweetness that much sweeter. And she'd no longer have to go it alone. "Whoa there," she murmured, when the mare stumbled over a rock which Derek had easily guided his horse around. "Is she all right?" he asked, looking over his shoulder. "Yes. It was my fault. I was lost in thought." "Try to keep your attention on what you're doing," he advised. Many the rider who slipped from their mount did so because their mind wandered. "You speak as if from experience." She chuckled, somewhat embarrassed. "He does," Hugh called out with a laugh. She wasn't aware of how their voices carried, and was even more embarrassed to know he must have heard Derek chastising her. "It's wonderful, having a brother along on the journey," Derek grumbled. "What happened?" Marjorie asked. How old were we at the time?" Hugh asked. "I have no memory of it." Hugh's laughter rang out. "Come on now. We both know that isn't true. I believe it was our 12th summer, though I could be wrong about that. At any rate, we'd both gotten horses of our own on our birthday. A symbol of manhood, I suppose. I know I felt like the king of the world when I was on the back of that beast." Derek admitted. "I did at that." "I thought you had no memory of it," Hugh joked. "I remember the horse, damn it." "As I was saying," Hugh continued, "we were on our mounts and feeling quite full of ourselves. Pretending at being soldiers, to be honest. We both held such lofty goals in those days. Seems to me I remember serving in later days." Derek muttered, gazing up ahead to where Hugh's men rode along with Brock. Hugh fell back a bit, until he was nearly abreast of Marjorie. The humor in his face was unmistakable. "We were pretending, you see, that we were on patrol. I took the east flank, Derek the west. In reality, we were circling a field on the northern end of Duncan territory, but we pretended it was a field of battle." Derek was silent. He chuckled at the memory. "The next thing I knew, I heard Derek's horse squeal and turned just in time to see it rear back on its hind legs. I cut across the field, riding as hard as I could to find our Derek flat on his ass, if you'll pardon the expression," he added. "What happened?" "What was it then?" he called out to his brother. "A wee skunk crossed your path? Was that it?" "Aye," Derek grumbled. "And you panicked, was it? Because you were so deep in the story we'd created? Time has softened the memory a bit." "It seems you remember just fine," Derek replied through his teeth. "I'd like to remind you of all the stupid things you did when we were that age, but I'm afraid we haven't the time. There's only another 2 days' ride to the manor house." Marjorie couldn't help but laugh, and neither could Hugh. Derek eventually joined them. Chapter 28. "We should have secured a cloak for you back in the village." Derek wrapped one of the saddle blankets around her shoulders, then wrapped his arm around her to share his body heat. We're in a bit of a hurry," she reminded him, doing what she could to fend off the shivers which raced through her. The night air had become chilled, and she understood why. They were traveling up into the mountains, where the air wouldn't be as warm at night as it was down in the village. This is true. Och lass, I'm not accustomed to this. She heard the uncertainty in his voice, and it touched her heart. She leaned into him, nestling her head against his shoulder. He was very warm, as though he had a fire inside his chest. Sleepiness threatened to overcome her, but she fought it off in favor of comforting him. Not accustomed to what? She whispered. The rest of their party were arranged around the fire which had cooked their supper, and it was likely they were asleep, but she didn't wish to take chances with being overheard. There was something solemn and almost holy about this time with him, sitting in the dark beneath the boughs of a fragrant pine tree, with nothing but the sky and stars above them. She wished for it to last forever, uninterrupted by any of those with whom they traveled. To caring for another. To keeping another's concerns at the front of my mind. I should have secured a cloak for ye, and something more comfortable to sleep on. How would we have traveled with anything close to a comfortable bed? She whispered, sliding her hand out from the blanket to pat his reassuringly. He caught her fingers and laced them with his. You're right, I know. There's no way around the discomfort of sleeping in the woods. This is no way for you to travel. What makes me so special that this is too much for me? She asked. I'm no better than anyone else, certainly no better than any of you. If you can spend your days riding and your nights sleeping out in the woods, so can I. He raised her hand to his lips, brushing them against the backs of her fingers. A new kind of shiver raced through her, a much warmer and more welcome one than before. She watched, holding her breath, as he closed his eyes and touched his forehead to the place where his lips had just been. You are better than I, lass, better than any of the men here. Better than anyone I've ever known, than I've ever imagined anyone could be. You are everything pure and worthwhile in the world. Nothing is too good for you. Tears pricked behind her eyes, threatening to spill over. When we reach the manor house, he murmured, opening his eyes again and looking down at her with almost heartbreaking tenderness, I'll see about selling the ships. I've decided. I'll give Brock a share of the profit, and he'll be free to start on his own with what I believe we could collect. That will leave me with more than enough to begin a life for us. A life for them. Her heart swelled at the thought. Keeping his home, bearing his children. Making friends in the village, feeling as though she were part of something. No longer disconnected, the way she'd felt all her life. I would love nothing more than that, she agreed, tucking herself even more firmly against his body. She felt warm finally, and comfortable in spite of the reality of the ground beneath her and the tree to her back. All that mattered was the warm, inviting body beside hers. His arm tightened just a bit, pulling her closer, and his cheek rested against the top of her head. She was certain nothing could ever be more wonderful, and she regretted the fatigue which tugged at her. To sleep would mean to miss being aware of his nearness. Her eyes slid shut nonetheless. It was the anxious movement of the horses which woke her. She wasn't alone. When she looked around, foggy-headed and rubbing sleep from her eyes, she saw Hugh and his men crouching by the fire, muttering to each other before each of them went their separate ways. What's happening? She asked, turning to Derek. He was wide awake, sharp eyes darting in all directions. It seemed the sounds of the woods had quieted, the hooting of owls, the croaking of frogs down by the pond they'd settled near for the night. All was silent except for the anxious horses. He turned to her, his arm like a band of iron around her shoulders, pressing his mouth to her ear. There's something or someone nearby, he whispered. I want you to stay with me now. Do not leave my side. Understand? She turned her face toward his neck, and felt the throbbing of his pulse under the skin. He was just as afraid as she was. Yes? If I tell you to do something, you do it quickly and without question. I understand. He rose, pulling her with him, then stood in front of her while her back was pressed to the tree trunk. She reached behind her, running her fingers over the rough bark, needing something to focus her attention on, while she waited to find out just what had upset the horses so. She heard their soft whinnying, the way their hooves pawed at the dirt. She had come to love her little mare during the course of the day, and welcomed the rush of fierce fury at the thought of anyone harming her. Minutes stretched past, agonizingly slow, the two of them waiting with all muscles tensed and alert. Brock waited too, crouched by the fire with what looked like a small knife in one hand, ready to spring into action at the first sign of trouble. That trouble was not to make itself known, at least not just then. Hugh announced himself in a low voice before stepping back through the last cluster of trees at the edge of their camp. "It appears as though the noise from the horses frightened them off," he muttered. "Who?" Marjorie whispered, her question lost against Derek's back. "Someone from the clans?" Derek asked. "Would they be this far away from home?" "There's no telling," Hugh admitted as his men returned one by one. "I wouldn't put it past any of them. But it could be they were just passing through and were interested in our camp, whoever they were. If they'd wished us harm, they could have attacked." There was something in his voice which told Marjorie he was softening the blow, likely for her sake at that. If she had been a man, he would have been honest about the danger they could all be in. The sky was still full dark, the stars having shifted their position since the last time she'd looked up through the crossing branches. How much time had passed? She'd never learned to tell time using the passage of the stars. "There's no sense in attempting to start out before first light," Derek decided. "We should sit up in shifts until then." "I'll take the first watch," Brock offered. "Fine, and I'll take second," Hugh agreed, with Derek taking third. Though something told Marjorie he wouldn't be sleeping, regardless of whether or not he was supposed to be. Hadn't she always wanted adventure?
Chapter 29. The tracks were everywhere. They didn't even bother to hide their trail, Hugh marveled, scratching his head. "See. Here, here, here." Each time he pointed to a new set of footprints in the soil. "You're certain you and your men didn't leave these?" The look Hugh shot Derek told him what he needed to know. They were far too experienced to make such foolish mistakes, choosing instead to walk over pine needles and other silent ground cover, rather than announcing their presence by way of deep footprints. "They aren't experienced at tracking," Hugh mused. "Which means?" "It's unlikely they were from a rival clan." He shrugged. "From what we know of the McGregors, the Orkneys and such, they're far too skilled to be this sloppy." "Could they have been passing through the way we are?" Brock suggested. Derek and Hugh exchanged a look. It was easy to forget that his first mate was so greatly out of his depth in matters such as these, especially since he was so capable in many other ways. To his credit, Hugh at least pretended to give this theory some credence. "Aye, they could have been, but why were they so interested in our camp then? Why invite the possibility of trouble?" "A band of thieves then," he suggested. "Like as not," Derek agreed through clenched teeth. He'd allowed himself to forget how dangerous traveling through the woods could be, since he'd only ever had to worry about himself up to that point. Marjorie changed everything. "Come on," he grunted. "We'd better put distance between us and this camp. We'll have to keep close watch on any further tracking which goes on throughout the day." "That's what my men are best at," Hugh reminded him, going off to speak with the 4 horsemen who were awaiting instruction. Brock turned to Derek. "How is Marjorie with this?" It was the first time he'd asked after her since their departure, and perhaps the first time Derek had ever heard him use her proper name. "You know her by now." Even if she were terrified to the point of pissing herself, she'd pretend all was well. "Aye. Sometimes bravery can be foolishness," he agreed, a wry smile playing along his features. "There's something I'm concerned with," Derek confided, hoping this would help close the gap which had opened between the two of them. "What's that?" "McBride." Brock's eyes narrowed, his face darkened. "What makes you think of him?" "These footprints." He pointed to them. "They're deeper than the others. I'd guess there were 4 men about us last night." A shudder of disgust, revulsion and rage raced through him at the thought of men creeping about their camp, with none of them realizing it until it was nearly too late. How could they have slept through so much of it, when the tracks all around the camp made it clear there were few pains taken to hide? "Deeper? You mean made by a larger man?" "Correct," Derek muttered. I believe that for once McBride is involved in his own dirty work. Instead of merely sending his men after us to see where we'd headed, he wanted to see for himself." The two of them looked around, as though they could make out the shapes of 4 men lingering in the trees. While the fact that so few of them had produced leaves so early in the season worked in their favor, allowing them to keep eyes on the woods around them, it also made them that much more easily visible to their enemies. "Why didn't you share this with Hugh?" Brock asked. "Because I was uncertain until now. I'm still uncertain. But I wanted to discuss it with you first, since you're the only other one who has met the man. Do you think he's capable of this?" Brock grimaced. "I think he's capable of much more than this." "What do you mean?" Derek watched as his first mate shifted uncomfortably, crossing and uncrossing his arms, moving his weight from one foot to the other as his eyes constantly scanned the trees. Had he misread Brock's behavior all along? Had he? "He found me 2 days ago, or rather a few of his men did," Brock murmured, his eyes still moving about. "Found you? What do you mean? Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I didn't wish to bring any further danger on either of us. Or upon her," he added. "They didn't know about her, but of course I did, and I knew you would try to bring her with us." "I don't understand any of this. What happened?" "I had stepped out for a walk while you were meeting with McBride. I was more than a little angry at the way we left things, to be honest with you, and I wanted to get the air and clear my thoughts a bit. I thought I'd walk along the harbor, and that perhaps I would meet up with you and we could smooth things over." Derek waited for Brock to continue. "It could be that you had already finished your meeting. I don't know. I walked for a long time without ever seeing you. But I did cross paths with 3 sailors who cornered me and demanded I press you into signing the ships over to McBride. And you didn't tell me they'd made these demands. One of them said their boss, McBride of course, knew you would refuse if you heard they had pressed me. If you flat out refused, he'd know I had something to do with it. And he would get your ships, one way or another. How could you not at least tell me what they'd done?" "Because we decided that night that we were going to leave. You had a bad feeling about McBride during your meeting, and you wanted to go. I thought that would be the end of it, that we would leave Kirkcaldy and everything else behind. Only when we reached the safety of Duncan Land would I have told you this. In case I needed assistance from Philip." "Just that, yes." Brock's eyes went wide, pleading. "They didn't come right out and say it, but you know what he had in mind. That he'd kill you if he had to. And then I thought, Marjorie will be with us, or you would want to stay with her. One or the other. It was best for us all to get out of there while we still could, and decide what to do with him later." Derek wanted to be angry. He wanted to be furious. In some ways he was, but not with the man standing in front of him. "I can't pretend I wouldn't have done just as you have," he admitted. "If it were just the two of us, I would have fought that bastard to the death if necessary. But there's Marjorie now." "We should move," Brock urged. "Let's get to the manor house as quickly as we can, eh? The sooner we're there, the sooner I'll no longer have to feel like a right coward for not being straightforward with you." Derek clapped him on the back, shaking his head. "I would never call you a coward. You're anything but. A coward might have fled to me and told everything and begged me to run. You didn't. You kept this to yourself because you wanted to protect me from it. Not that I need protection, you know." "I can't help but feel you do at times," Brock grumbled. "You don't always think things through before you make a decision. Life on the sea, my friend." The two of them shared a knowing chuckle as they made their way back to where Hugh was waiting. There was no time to weigh one's options when navigating a ship through rough, choppy waters. Decisions had to be made quickly, on the spur of the moment, using what little time and information one had at hand. All a man could do in that situation was hope he was correct. He'd known nothing of McBride when he went in to meet with him, so certain of his experience and reputation that he assumed he'd come out successful. He should have asked about him, gotten a feel for the man's character before striding into his warehouse. Instead, he'd left himself open to threats. "Stay with Marjorie for the moment," he murmured to Brock. "I'll let Hugh know, so he'll have an idea of who we're looking for." McBride wouldn't be difficult to miss, that was for certain. With his size and heft, he would make a tremendous noise. McBride considered himself a man of the sea. He had no experience with tracking in the woods. Or was that merely another incorrect assumption on Derek's part? Hugh's expression grew more and more grave as Derek relayed Brock's story. "I'm certain we're looking for him, and he's looking for us. He's just large enough to have made the deepest tracks. And clumsy enough to have alerted the horses to his presence." "I should have seen to the bastard when you told me you'd made an enemy," Hugh snarled. "I've made my fair share of enemies over the years, and I've never needed my brother to do my fighting for me in the past," Derek reminded him. "I wish Brock had told me. I would have cleared this up tidily." His lip curled into a sneer when he imagined what he would have done, what he could have done. What he would do to McBride, if he were foolish enough to show his fleshy face. Two of Hugh's men trotted up from the east, the other two from the west. All four wore looks of confusion. "What is it?" he asked. "We'll be on our way shortly, if you're feeling impatient." "Nay," one of them replied. "We'd expected to find Brock and the lass with you." "Aye, as did we," one of the other pair agreed. Derek's heart stopped beating for one sickening moment. At that moment, no longer than the length of time it took to blink an eye, he saw the way it had all happened. "Why did you leave her alone in the camp?" he demanded, running for the place where they'd set up for the night. "Derek. Wait." He barely heard the sound of his brother's voice as he darted between the trees, smashing his way through the brush. She wasn't there. They hadn't seen her there. His foot hit something large and softer than a tree root, but more solid than brush, and he went sprawling into the trunk of a large birch. Only sharp reflexes kept him from hitting it headfirst, his arms and hands breaking his fall. He looked at what he'd stumbled over, and found Brock lying face down in the dirt, the back of his head a bloody mess. "Here!" he shouted when he heard his brother approach. "Brock is injured." That didn't stop Derek from continuing on to the camp, only a few dozen feet away. He knew better than to think she would be there, waiting patiently for him, but that didn't stop the pressure in his chest from building until he was certain it would kill him. There was no way a man could live through something like it. "Marjorie!" he shouted, turning in a circle, eyes trained for any sign of her. There was no blood on the ground, no torn cloth, nothing to show what had happened. It was as if she'd disappeared. Chapter 30. "They're either very smart or very lucky," Hugh muttered as he studied the fresh tracks through the camp. "They crisscross each other so many times over, it's difficult to tell who is who and which way they went." "They could have done this to confuse us," one of his men agreed. "Aye, which worries me." Derek nearly pulsed with hatred and rage. He shot a glance in Brock's direction, where he was being treated by another one of the men. He hadn't yet opened his eyes, but it seemed as though the wound on the back of his head had stopped bleeding. "I have to go after her," he growled, glaring at his brother. "We can't go off in a panic," Hugh reminded him. "What if? From what you've told me of the man, he's only doing this to push you into selling your ships to him. He ought to know that harming Marjorie wouldn't lead you to do what he wants. It would only lead you to hate him, perhaps kill him. So he'll keep her for a little while, try to frighten you, then bring her back when he feels you've suffered enough. I refuse to stand here and allow him to do this. I won't wait for him to decide when I have her back. He doesn't decide this." Derek felt panic rising in his chest into his throat, his heart beating dangerously fast and his lungs unable to pull in enough air. Hugh took him by the shoulders, giving him a brutal shake. "Get a hold of yourself. She needs you to keep a cool head right now." Derek flung his hands away. "He's right." They both turned to find Brock fighting to sit up. His eyes looked unfocused, glassy, and he appeared to have a difficult time keeping steady. "Don't overtire yourself," Derek urged, kneeling in the pine needles. Where are they? Who are they? Hugh asked, standing behind his kneeling brother. Did you see them? Derek asked. He shook his head. I heard his voice. That was all. Who? Hugh asked. Derek didn't need to ask. McBride. It wasn't a question. It was a statement, a snarl. As far as he was concerned, a death sentence. Brock nodded, reaching around to touch his fingers to the back of his head. He stared in amazement at his own blood. He was off to the side. I was just about to turn and face him. And that's all I remember. Derek clenched his fists, squeezing hard in a desperate attempt to calm his fury. Was she here? Could you see her through the trees? Brock closed his eyes. For a moment, Derek thought he might be slipping out of consciousness again. I don't remember. I want to remember, but I can't. It's just as well, Hugh said. Derek's head snapped up. That's easy for you to say, he spat, glaring at his brother. Because it's true. It doesn't matter who hit him, or where she was at the time. They could very well have been watching all along, waiting for the moment when she'd be alone. My men should have stayed with her, he admitted, throwing withering looks their way, but they were following the tracks around the campsite too. Marjorie was lost in all of it, I'm sorry to say. He was right, and the truth of it gnawed at Derek's conscience. She had counted on him to keep her safe, on all of them really. She had no way to defend herself, nothing but the few tricks he'd taught her. They wouldn't serve when she was surrounded by 3 or 4 men, all intent on spiriting her away. She had counted on him, and he had let her down. Just as he'd vowed never to do. He rose, fists still clenched tight at his sides. We're going to find her, he muttered, gazing out over the wide expanse of woods around them. We are, Hugh agreed. And I'm going to kill him. I would expect nothing less, brother. Hugh jumped into action, sending the 4 men out in all directions, telling them to report back the moment they found a set of tracks which looked to lead away from the camp. Derek? Brock looked up at him, watching as he paced. I'm sorry. I should have told you. If I had, we would know that he might be following, or he might not have had a reason to follow, if you had worked things out with him back in the village. There was nothing to work out, not in any way he would agree to, Derek muttered. She was out there somewhere. She had to be. She would be alive and waiting for him, and he wouldn't let her down again. Even so, if I hadn't pulled you aside to talk about him. Enough. He didn't mean to sound so sharp, but that was what it took to silence his friend. I'm telling you, there's nothing to be sorry for. You didn't make any of this happen. He did this. And so did I, he added silently, berating himself beyond all measure. It was his fault, for getting involved with the man without knowing the first thing about him. He slammed his fist into his open palm, knowing there wasn't enough physical pain in the world to drive away the pain in his head. A high, sharp whistle sounded out, the signal from one of Hugh's men. His heart leapt. It hadn't taken long at all to locate the tracks. There could still be hope of finding her before the worst happened. Will you be all right here? He asked Brock. I'm going with you. Brock struggled to his feet, swaying once he reached them. No, you're not. You're going to stay here and watch what's left of the horses, and we're going to come back for you when it's over. But. No buts, Derek snapped. You're wounded, you're unsteady, and I can't have you slowing us down. Captain's orders. Brock winced but offered no further argument. Aye, he muttered, sliding to the ground with his back against a sturdy tree. Derek mounted his gelding and trotted off in the direction from which the signal came. Hugh met him halfway, and the 2 of them rode together to where his men had gathered, all of them looking at the ground. Here, one of them said, crouching and pointing. They're trying to be more careful now. Aye, another agreed. Like as not they heard us speaking of the tracks they left last night. They have to have at least one skilled huntsman among them, Derek observed, following the deep tracks into a thicket of closely grouped trees which led even deeper into the woods. One of them knows what he's doing, and is trying to keep the others in line. Whether they heed his advice is another story. There are still the same size tracks, Hugh pointed out. Nothing smaller, like a woman would make. Derek nodded, his jaw tightening at the image his brother's observation called up. Aye. They're likely carrying her. Perhaps over their shoulder. Notice there aren't any horseshoe tracks. Only feet. They must have tied the horses off somewhere else, and are carrying her back to that place. And since she didn't make a sound that any of us could hear, they must have hit her as they did Brock. Or gagged her. You don't know that they've harmed her. They're harming her regardless. He didn't want to hear Hugh's attempts at softening what was happening. We're wasting time waiting here, trying to make sense of how many there are and how they're traveling. She's waiting for me to come for her. I have to find her. Don't rush into this. Hugh grasped his arm in a vain attempt to hold him in place. Derek wrenched himself from his brother's grasp. Give me a weapon better than this. He motioned to the dirk at his waist. I'm going with you, naturally. We all are. You'll be well protected. I don't want you to protect me. I want you to arm me so I can protect myself. If you won't, I'll use this and get on with it. He found the tracks and set about following them. The other horses followed behind, all of them taking their time to be certain the tracks would be left untouched and easier to follow.
Chapter 31. The first thing she saw on opening her eyes was the ground. She was bouncing. Hard. To the point where it made her sick to her stomach. The dried meat she'd feasted on the day before hadn't been appetizing on the way down. She couldn't imagine it would be much more delicious on coming back up. But where was she? It was difficult to say, and even more difficult to understand why she seemed to be upside down wherever she was. Bounce, bounce. Bounce, bounce. A deeply unpleasant aroma hit her nose, adding to the growing nausea. What the? She realized she was bouncing against the back of a rather large, decidedly sweaty, murderously odorous man who seemed to care little for her condition, as he allowed her to flop about like a sack of potatoes. A scream threatened to tear itself from her throat, as the severity of her situation became clear. It all came back in a rush, once again a hand over her mouth. The feeling that she was cornered, trapped like an animal and alone. With Derek much too far away to offer help. And then she must have fainted because she remembered nothing else. Or perhaps they'd hit her. There was little way for her to tell if she was injured, still flopping around as loosely as she could, over the shoulder of the brute carrying her through the woods. Instinct told her to pretend to be unconscious, to let them take her where they would. She could use the element of surprise to catch them off guard, and perhaps escape once they put her down. But escape to where? How was there any hope of escape when she didn't know where she was? Beatrice spoke up, louder and clearer than ever. Pay attention to where you are now. She would have to thank her sister when they saw each other again. If they did. She turned her head ever so slightly, making sure there was no one off to the side who might catch sight of her open eyes before observing her surroundings. It provided welcome relief from the stench of the man whose shoulder she hung over to, fresh air greeting her and helping clear her head a bit. The trees were thinner here, spaced farther apart than they'd been before. Mountains stretched out in the distance, to the right of the man carrying her. If she managed to run, she would keep the mountains to her left. She saw a Y-shaped tree which looked as though lightning had struck and split it, and farther up a series of boulders. She squeezed her eyes shut each time she saw something like this, wishing to seal it in her memory. There were no voices, no other footsteps. Only the sounds she had already become accustomed to over the last day of travel. Twittering birds, the scurrying of squirrels and other small creatures who skittered over the needles and leaves which had fallen before the winter and had rested under the snow. She called again, on what she'd done to protect herself while traveling to Silith. Water was important. It kept a person alive. She had always kept her ears trained to the sound of flowing water. She closed her eyes again, focusing all of her attention, pushing away the sound of heavy footprints and heavier breathing in favor of the trickling or rushing of water. And there it was, somewhere to her right, opposite the mountains, what sounded like a stream. Too far away for her to know exactly where it was, and she was afraid to turn her head in that direction in case someone was watching. It seemed hopeless. How would she ever? "You've finally caught up." Her heart froze at the sound of the deep, rough voice. She went rigid out of fear and surprise, then reminded herself to go limp again. They had to believe she was unaware of what was happening. "She looks light, but she gets heavier the longer one walks," the man who carried her complained through gasps for breath. "If you'd taken any longer, I might have believed you stopped off to get to know the lass a little better." Several men laughed at this, including the one who carried her. The thought alone was enough to make her skin crawl. Who were these fiends? How many of them were there? She wished she knew. Would it help to know more about them? Should she wait, continue to feign unconsciousness? Did she have that sort of time to waste? "I need to put her down." She kept her eyes closed, and deliberately let her body sag heavier than ever, as the brute bent at the waist. She flopped back, then onto her side in a thick pile of leaves and twigs. It took all of her self-control to stay still, as sharp twigs poked at her in a dozen places. She could only imagine what might be burrowed under the makeshift bed she'd been dropped on, and prayed it didn't come out to visit. She sensed someone moving quite close to her, crouching beside her. Hair had loosened from her braid, covering half her face. When a finger swept over her cheek to brush the hair aside, she bit her tongue to keep from screaming. A pretty thing, the man who touched her decided. He was the one with the deep voice, the one who had spoken of her captor getting to know her better. Was he the leader? He spoke with authority. It's easy to see why he brought her with him, another of the men agreed, before laughing nastily. He'll come for her. He's certain to. You're so sure? The deep-voiced man asked, still near her. Wouldn't you? There isn't much I wouldn't do for a golden-headed wench like this one. Ripe and tasty. A low guttural chuckle accompanied this. Marjorie's blood froze. What were they going to do to her while they waited? She couldn't afford to find out. The man beside her stood, shifting his weight with a groan as he did. Lass? Why don't you open your eyes now? I know you can hear us. Oh no. Should she keep pretending? Should she do as he ordered? A sharp nudge to her ribs made her gasp. I said, open your eyes. She did, her eyelids snapping open so she could glare at the beast who'd kicked her. Who had dared to touch her? I thought so, he sneered. He was a very large man, tall and extremely round. His eyes were small, set deep in his fleshy face, and they watched her with no trace of kindness. What are you doing? She asked, sitting up, brushing the leaves and dirt from her hair with all the dignity she could muster. There were 4 of them in total, gathered around her in a half circle. She wanted to curl into a ball, to beg them not to hurt her, to plead for her life. What she wanted more was to scream and fight and hurt every single one of them. And what she absolutely didn't want was to let them see how terrified she was. So there was no curling up in a ball. No begging. She looked at each of them in turn, holding their gaze, defying them to look away first. And all of them did, except the leader. He held her gaze for a long moment before speaking. What are we doing? It's fairly easy to understand, lass. I have business to finish with Mr. McInnes, a coward who ran away before I could get what's coming to me. What do you think is coming to you? She stalled, her mind running in all directions as she struggled to make sense. It was because of Derek and his business, probably the business that had brought him to the village. He would come for her, just the way her captors had predicted. He might already be on his way. Did he know there were so many waiting for him? Would Hugh and the others be with him? Was she worth the fight that was to come? He crouched again, groaning softly as he did. She wondered if he even knew he made such noises while moving. Her mother had groaned and grunted that way when she or Beatrice had helped her move about in bed, but she'd been sick. Dying. This man was merely over fond of eating. What's coming to me, lassie, are the ships he promised me. Promised you? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Aye, he barked, making her gasp. He promised me. Told me he was looking to sell. And then, what did he do? He changed his mind. Reneged on his word. Ran off without another word, the lying coward. That didn't sound like Derek. Not at all. He wouldn't lie. And it was his right to do with his ships as he saw fit. The sharp crack of a large hand against her cheek surprised her more than the flash of pain which sent her head snapping back. The pain bloomed, spreading across her face, sending stars exploding behind her eyes. Nobody talks back to me, lassie, least of all a little slip of a thing in your position. He spat on the ground, just short of the hand she used to prop herself up while the other covered her cheek. How dare you, she hissed, spitting at the hand. It was something she'd never done before, something a woman like her never did, but she was incensed enough and disgusted enough to forget herself. Spare me the speeches. I haven't the time. He stood again, looking around at the clearing in which they'd taken refuge. There were horses off to the side, tied among the trees and happily drinking from a bucket placed before them. The sound of running water was louder than before, meaning the stream was closer. Would that her captors could bathe in that stream, perhaps wash their clothing in it. We'll camp here again if we must, he decided, though the day is young. We might be able to settle this long before the sun sets. How do you plan to settle things? She asked, lowering her hand from the side of her face. Her cheek throbbed, and she could only imagine the bruise which would be left behind, but she wanted the brute to see what he'd done to her, and certainly didn't want to give away her pain. That's none of your affair, he hissed. Considering the way you've kidnapped me to bring him to you, I believe it is. He appeared to think this over, finally smiling. I suppose you have a point, lass. But you'll have to be patient, and see what I have planned for your lad. Her heart sank like a stone. Derek hurt. Perhaps worse than that. She couldn't allow him to have his way. This man had laid a trap for Derek and the others. That had to be what he was planning. And he would use her to force Derek into giving him what he wanted. He didn't know Derek at all if he thought that would work. Then again, Derek loved her. He told her so. He might be willing to give in, if it meant ensuring her safety. But that would mean allowing him to lose everything he had worked so hard to build. It didn't take much reasoning to conclude that this man wouldn't give Derek money in return for the ships. He would be left with nothing. Come on. On your feet. He nodded, signaling two of his men to take her under the arms and haul her upright. They were all dressed similarly, in stained tunics and loose trousers, all of them looking worn and unhealthy. Nothing like Derek or Brock. She could see why Derek had refused to sell to this man. They were as different as night from day. For one, Derek would never kidnap a woman. Or slap her. For one brief moment, she hoped he killed the man for it. Sinful though she knew it was, the impulse couldn't be helped. Once on her feet, she shook off the hands of the two men and faced their leader with more bravery than she truly felt. Tie her up, he muttered, eyes never leaving hers. Beatrice's voice rang out in her head as loudly as it ever had. No. Do not allow this. She knew it without being told that if they managed to bind her, there would be nothing she could do to protect herself from them. She felt their eyes on her, not the leader's but his men. She'd felt the weight of such stares in her short time at the tavern, knew what was on their minds and how much easier it would be for them to get what they wanted once her hands and feet were bound. One of the others went to the horses, pulling a length of rope out of a saddle bag. Her heart took off at a gallop, her breath suddenly coming short and fast. No, she couldn't allow it. She was running out of time. There was only one thing to do. Do not panic, Derek reminded her. She wouldn't. It would mean letting him down, and she couldn't do that. She needed to find her way back to him, to tell him what had happened and what his enemies had planned for him. The first of them to reach for her got a knee in his private parts. He screamed a curse, doubling over as he staggered back and fell on his rear end. She used the confusion to her advantage and bolted, running straight for the path which had led her to the clearing. "Get her," the leader screamed, clearly too large to run as fast as she could. That left two of them still able to give chase. "Go, go, go." She couldn't risk looking over her shoulder, couldn't slow down for even a moment. If they caught up with her, they would hurt her for sure. The mountains were to her left, the running water to her right. She ducked and dodged, her feet flying over the leaf-strewn ground as she searched for the group of boulders which she'd noted earlier. It couldn't have been very far, as she was running and the man who'd carried her had been merely walking. She hadn't realized the ground sloped the way it did. While it helped her move more quickly, it also meant slipping and sliding and skidding on her rear end at times. She scrambled to her feet, the sounds of men crashing through the underbrush behind her ringing in her ears along with loud swearing. They were having as much difficulty as she. That didn't mean she could slow down. She stumbled over a thick exposed root and fell to her knees, sliding forward in spite of the way her hands scrambled for purchase on something stable. Leaves and stones slid away under her, making it impossible to stop. The ground finally leveled somewhat, and she was able to steady herself, still on hands and knees. Her head swiveled in both directions as she gasped for breath, mind racing. Panic was setting in, just as Derek had warned her against. The tree. She had missed the boulders, likely having slid past them, but she saw the Y-shaped tree and knew she was still moving in the right direction. It was enough to get her feet moving again, that and the ever-present sound of men chasing her. "It'll end better for ye if ye stop now, lass." The shouting echoed again and again through the open air, chilling her blood. She had to keep going. Where was she? Where was Derek? She wanted to scream his name, to beg him to find her, but that would only reveal her to her pursuers. She had to rest, if only for a moment. A large thick birch tree stood only feet away. She hid behind it, pressing her back to the trunk, listening for any sign of the men following. If needed, she might be able to climb the tree and wait them out. She might even be able to see Derek or Hugh from a higher vantage point. She only wished she knew how to climb. Necessity had shown her how to do many things she hadn't thought herself capable of. The snap of a twig behind her sent her heart racing again, and she bolted before she could think twice. All that mattered was getting away, and quickly. Horses. Just on the other side of a line of trees. She threw herself toward them, drawing in breath to scream for help, when something heavy hit her from behind and sent her slamming into a tree. "If you want him to live, you'll keep your mouth shut, lass." A blade pressed against her throat and she whimpered. The man who held her in place chuckled, his breath hot in her ear. "You might even live through this too if you're smart."
Chapter 32. I know I heard something. Derek's ears tuned to the sounds around him, and he closed his eyes ever so briefly, holding his breath, desperate to hear again what he was almost certain he'd heard before. A gasp. A whimper. The sound of a collision. When he opened his eyes, he found Hugh looking just as concerned. They exchanged glances, then slid from their mounts and handed the reins to the nearest men. He was careful where he placed his feet, reflexes kicking in as he avoided leaves and twigs, nearly holding his breath. The animal sounds around him had all but ceased, even the song of the birds. They knew something was wrong just as he did. Where were they? Who were they? How many were just beyond the next tree, behind the next shrub? Lying in wait. A twig snapped. Then, another. He whirled in the direction of the sound, his dirk ready, every muscle tensed. His eyes locked with hers, his heart soaring and sinking all at once. She was dirty, scraped and scratched, one side of her face swelling from where she had clearly been hit. Her tunic was torn, covered in needles and bits of pinecone. But she was alive. So. Here we are. McBride stood behind her, one arm tight around her shoulders and chest, crushing her to him. He was sweating profusely, it rolled down his face, soaking into his tunic, and his heavy breathing caused Derek to wonder if he were about to have an attack. A large man such as he, running after a tiny lass probably twice as fast as he. "Here we are," Derek agreed. Hugh stood to his left, scanning their surroundings, likely watching for the other men whose tracks they'd followed. Everything was so clear, so sharp. Down to the delicate buds on the branches of the trees behind McBride's head. Derek saw everything, heard everything. The way it used to be just before battle, when his senses had focused with unnatural intensity and allowed him to be the victor. He could think clearly too, which was just what he would need to do. Her life was in danger. It wasn't just his life anymore. He was fighting for much more than that. He needed every bit of clarity he could get. "You know why this has to happen, don't ye, lad?" McBride gasped, his entire body heaving in an attempt to suck in the air it so desperately needed. But the blade he pressed to Marjorie's delicate throat didn't shake. Just a bit more pressure and it would break the skin. Derek stayed perfectly still, gauging everything around him. Hugh and the rest could take care of McBride's men. This was his fight, right here in front of him. This was the man he would kill, or likely be killed in the attempt. "I know." He nodded. "Nobody leaves me high and dry, as you did. I never meant to mislead you." "Drop the dirk," McBride ordered, his voice sharper than before. He was beginning to get hold of himself, which didn't bode well. Derek did as he was told, and Marjorie's soft whimper told him of her growing despair. To her it would look as though he were giving in, when he was doing anything but. Footsteps sounded around them. McBride's men. Whoever they were, they would be no match for Hugh. They weren't trained the way Hugh's men were. Derek remembered those days, spending hour after hour in the field, learning to fight. Back then, it had all been in defense of the clan. That training had served him well against the Norwegians. A trio of sailors should seem like a practice exercise in comparison. But then again there was that blade and that precious throat. Somehow, even the sight of an advancing Viking horde hadn't stirred his blood the way a glint of sunlight off that blade did. "I've brought with me a contract," McBride explained. "And on it, I want your mark. It states the ships are mine, lad, to do with as I wish. No questions, no provisions. Very simple." He had expected this, from the moment it became clear McBride had trailed them from Kirkcaldy. "I suppose I'm to expect no payment in return?" McBride snorted, jerking the arm which held Marjorie in place. "This isn't enough for you? This ripe young thing? Don't worry, we didn't spoil her for ye. Though I can't say we wouldn't have if she hadn't run when she did. A feisty thing." He leaned in over her shoulder, a bead of sweat dripping from his chin and hitting her shoulder where the tunic had torn. She shuddered, turning her face away. That slight movement caused the blade to press even deeper into her flesh. She winced, gritting her teeth, and a thin trickle of blood ran slowly over her white skin. Derek's nostrils flared, his fists clenching instinctively. He had harmed her. "Well, what's it to be, lad? Your mark or her life?" "You wouldn't kill a defenseless woman," he murmured, allowing himself to look at her for the briefest moment, trying to reassure her. "Wouldn't I?" The man's laugh was harsh, dangerous. It told of many terrible stories, many deeds far more violent and nasty than the one currently unfolding. He had to get Marjorie away. He now understood what depths McBride was willing to sink to. It would take nothing at all for him to slit her throat, to toss her aside like a piece of garbage, and allow her to bleed to death under a canopy of tree branches. She was staring at him, eyes wide, face deathly white. He met her eyes, then looked down. Met them, then looked down. At McBride's feet. Again and again. The slight nod of her head told him she understood. He met McBride's gaze again. The man's confusion was evident. Derek drew a deep breath. This could go one of two ways. Either the man would release her, or he'd slice into her. The odds favored release, but there was simply no telling. He hoped she was smart and fast enough to get away from him in time. "Now," he ordered. Marjorie lifted her leg and slammed her heel down with all her might, grunting from the effort. Something snapped in McBride's foot, and he bellowed like a wounded steer, his arms going slack. "Find cover!" Derek shouted, and Marjorie ducked and ran with one hand over her throat. He was already in the act of throwing himself at the oversized man, catching him off guard, and sending the two of them sprawling in the dirt. "Derek!" "The knife!" Marjorie screamed, and he caught sight of the gleaming blade just in time to throw his arm up in defense before McBride could bring it home. It went flying, skittering somewhere in the brush. "I'll kill you," McBride grunted, closing his hands around Derek's throat. He brought his arms together between McBride's and forced them apart, then closed his fist and smashed it against the man's nose. The sight of Marjorie's trickling blood flashed around the forefront of his mind, just before he pummeled the man once again. The sounds of fighting filled his head, telling him Hugh and the others were battling McBride's men. Marjorie screamed. When Derek turned to see what had caused it, McBride used the opportunity to pick up a large rock and smash it against the side of his head. Grey spots danced in front of his eyes, which he tried to blink away. Something warm ran down the side of his face, which he knew was blood before the smell of it hit his nostrils, but it mattered little. He blocked a second blow before McBride had the chance to deliver it, getting to his feet, drawing back one leg to deliver a kick to the man's ribs. McBride rolled to his side, curling into a ball to defend himself. Then something must have caught his eye. He scrambled on his hands and knees, scurrying toward something. The dirk. Derek ran after him, throwing his body over that of the larger man just before he could reach the weapon. A flash of movement caught his eye, and he realized too late that Marjorie too had understood what was happening. She'd run for the dirk and was just reaching for it when McBride grasped her ankle, bringing her down. "Bastard!" Derek roared, rolling the man over to deliver yet another blow. Sharp, almost blinding pain struck his side, and he realized, again too late, that McBride had managed to reach the dirk after causing Marjorie to fall. And that dirk was currently deep in his flesh. An ear-splitting cry pierced the air. "No!" Marjorie shrieked, throwing herself over the both of them and pummeling McBride with both fists about the head and shoulders, screaming obscenities in between ragged sobs. McBride cried out in surprise, raising his arms to fend her off. Releasing the dirk. There was no choice. Derek grasped the handle and withdrew the blade, dripping with his own blood, only to plunge it into McBride's chest. The man seized, eyes opening wide, mouth gaping in pain and shock. He began to tremble, shaking from head to toe, gasping for air which would never save him. It was over in a matter of seconds. He went limp, eyes still staring up at the clear sky.
Chapter 33. Oh, Derek. She threw her arms around his shoulders when it was all over. He was still sitting astride the now dead man, blood flowing down the side of his face and from the wound in his side. "Och, lass," he gasped, patting her arm with a bloody hand. "You did well, my love." "What did I do?" she asked, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It was as though she wasn't in control of her actions. Everything was a haze of terror and blood. He winced when he tried to raise himself off the dead man's stomach. "I'm afraid he stuck me deep." "I know. I thought I would die when I saw it," she whispered, looking down at the spreading red patch on his blue tunic, turning the cloth purple. My love, my love." "I'm proud of you," he murmured, kissing her briefly before grunting from the effort of getting to his feet. He staggered a bit, as though he were dizzy. She slid an arm around his waist and draped his arm over her shoulders in an effort to help him walk, and he did lean against her as they moved slowly away from the scene of the fight. "Derek!" Hugh crashed through the trees, his tunic streaked with blood which didn't appear to be his as he was unwounded. In one practiced glance, he sized up the situation and immediately took Marjorie's place at his brother's side. He was much more of a help than she could ever be at that moment. A thought struck her, sending her darting back to where the dead man waited. It took both hands and all the strength left in her, but she managed to pull the dirk from his chest with a grunt. There was no telling whether the weapon could be linked with the McInnes brothers. She knew nothing of how such things worked, but had the instinctive belief that the fewer clues as to who had killed him, the better things would go for Derek. When she caught up to them, Hugh was helping Derek sit on a mossy tree trunk. "Get the supplies," he barked, using the hole already in his brother's tunic to tear it further until the wound was exposed. One of his men brought over a bag, which Hugh opened and unpacked with haste. "Where are the others?" "McBride's men?" Derek asked. "We took care of them." That was all the explanation offered, and all that was needed. Hugh called out to another of his men. "Go back to Brock, bring him here. I should have this treated by then. We'll need to move, get away from this area. And the sooner we're back at the manor house, the better." Marjorie knelt at Derek's side. "Can I help?" "Aye, lass. You can clean that wound on his head." Hugh nodded to the horses. "Fetch a flask of water." She did as she was asked, washing the wound and the side of Derek's beloved face until most of the blood was cleaned away. The wound itself didn't seem to be bleeding much anymore, only oozing, and slowly at that, so she felt a measure of confidence. It was the wound to his side which caused her nauseating panic. "We have to get you to Sarah, quickly," Hugh muttered, pressing a wadded-up strip of linen to it. "She'll know better than I what to do. So tired." Marjorie noted the way Derek's color had changed, turned gray. She bit her lip to hold back a cry of dismay. "I know it, brother." Hugh patted Derek's knee, exchanging a worried glance with Marjorie. "Perhaps we should rest here for now," she suggested. "To give him time to recover his strength. If he eats and drinks and sleeps, with the rest of us watching him carefully, he may be able to ride by the morning." "It's only late afternoon now," Hugh muttered, lifting the linen to examine the condition of the wound. "I know that," she said, more than a little frustrated. "I cared for my mother for years. She was ill for a very long time. Nothing like this, of course, but I learned that food, drink, and sleep were the three most important things in the world when it came to recovering one's strength. So long as the wound is clean now, there is nothing more we can do." "She's right about that," Derek whispered, a faint smile playing along his lips. "A smart lass I chose, is she not?" "Aye." Hugh grinned. He looked at Marjorie. "You're right. It's at least another day's ride to the manor. If we continue now, he might bleed to death." She bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. "We can't go now." "But we can't stay here," Derek murmured, opening his eyes to look at his brother. "We must get clear of this place." Marjorie's mind raced. What if your men carried him, while you and Brock and I led the horses? One of the saddle blankets might support his weight, or two layered together. They could each take a corner and carry him that way. We might be able to walk for an hour, maybe two, before they tire and it becomes too dark to travel any farther. Hugh nodded. And they could always take turns with Brock and me, once they were too tired, he agreed. All right. That's what we'll do. He had Marjorie hold the linen pad in place, while he wound more around his brother's waist to secure their makeshift bandage. Brock arrived minutes later, immediately going to Derek's side. "They told me you were injured." "Aye, but I didn't get it nearly as badly as that bastard." "Good work." He patted his friend on the back, before turning to Marjorie. "I'm sorry, I should have been there to protect you. I heard you handled yourself well." She attempted a smile. "Did I? I hardly remember, honestly." "You'll remember in time," Hugh predicted. "It'll come back to you in a day or two, in bits and pieces." She wasn't sure she ever wanted that time to come. Chapter 34. Their camp that night was far different from the one the night before. Derek rested against a fallen log, his head and shoulders propped up against it while his body stretched out in front of him. Marjorie took pains to ensure his warmth and comfort, placing a saddle over the log and beneath his head to give him something more forgiving than rough bark to sleep on. Hugh's men built a fire, and Brock tended to the horses while Hugh examined Derek's side. "It seems as though the bleeding has stopped," Hugh announced as he changed the linen dressing. "You'll have to be careful of how you sleep tonight, make sure you don't roll or stretch for fear of opening it." Derek nodded, and Marjorie noticed with relief how much better his color was than earlier. She took this as a good sign. It had been a long afternoon, stretching into early evening before any of them wanted to give up for the night. They knew that the closer they got to Duncan Land, the better, the sooner Derek could be properly tended to. Night would not be denied once it fell and travel became too dangerous. Especially with the presence of wild animals prowling the woods, perhaps able to pick up the scent of Derek's blood. Marjorie's stomach turned at the thought of the blood they'd shed back in the clearing, of McBride's body lying where it had fallen. Of what the animals might be doing to him, at that very moment. She scrambled away from her place at Derek's side, managing to make it a safe distance away from him before the contents of her stomach released themselves. Now that they were resting for the evening, and no longer going through the difficulties of travel, she had the time to reflect on what they'd done. The men were kind enough to leave her alone, and to pretend they hadn't overheard her retching once she returned to the fire. Brock merely offered her a flask so she might drink. Later, after they'd eaten and some of the men had already stretched out for the night around the fire, she sat at Derek's side. "How do you feel?" she whispered, wishing to avoid waking those who were already sleeping. "I don't know that I could win in a foot race at the moment, lass, but I've been much worse." His eyes traveled over her face, his forehead creasing as he frowned. "When I thought I might lose you for one." "You could never lose me." "You know what I mean." One of his hands closed over hers, his thumb running over the ridge of her knuckles. "I learned something today too. I never knew what true fear felt like until this day." "Oh, Derek." "I mean it," he insisted. "Even in the army, I never knew what it was to be truly afraid. I could handle myself. On stormy seas, standing at the wheel of my ship, navigating through the whitecaps, half blind from lightning flashing on all sides, I never felt fear. Anger, perhaps, at nature for thinking it could get the best of me. But never fear." She listened quietly. "Not like today," he concluded with a sigh. "I don't know how other men live with that sort of fear in their hearts. It nearly crushed mine." "I'm sorry." "Not your fault, lass, that I love you so. That I would have gladly given my life for yours." His eyes glowed nearly green in the light from the fire, and they burned into her very soul. "I would never ask you to do any such thing." "You wouldn't have to ask." She rested her head on his shoulder, staying on his good side, and he wound an arm around her. "You were very brave. As were you. A wildcat, in fact." "I was." "You still don't remember." It's for the best. Perhaps you never will. Sometimes when we're overcome the way you were, we never quite remember what we did." "There are battles I don't remember," he admitted. Even now. I know I survived. I know I came out of them covered in the blood of other men. But I don't quite remember how it came about. I don't want to remember." "Then I hope you don't." They fell silent for a while, both watching the fire and the men who fell asleep around it one by one. The sky was clear, the stars shining brighter than they ever had. Perhaps it was her happiness that made them appear that way, or the relief of knowing they were safe and Derek would survive his wound. She did remember seeing McBride bury the dirk in his side. That was the last clear memory she possessed. Perhaps that was enough to send her into a frenzy. "I need you to know something, Marjorie." He rarely called her by her proper name while they spoke casually, so she knew this was important. "What is it?" she breathed. He sighed, his arm tightening ever so slightly. "If we could have gotten out of there without my killing him, I would have preferred it that way. I never go into a fight looking to kill the other man. Even when he's done something as terrible as McBride did. But there was no other way. He forced it on himself, if anything. He would have killed you. He tried to." That he did. If he'd managed to strike higher, he might have done just that." "Don't say such things." "Even though it's true?" he asked, and his question hung unanswered over them. She refused to entertain such a thought. Even though it was true. She was certain she'd never fall asleep, in spite of the fatigue which seemed to live in her very bones. She had never pushed herself as hard as she'd been pushed over the course of their travels into the Highlands. While fleeing to Silith, she hadn't been in the possession of a mare and a gelding who didn't enjoy being led through the woods for one. At least the scenery was beautiful, staggeringly so. She'd never imagined such beauty, the majesty of the snow-capped mountain peaks as they'd approached the Grampians, the golden light which seemed to pour itself over those very peaks and the woods which surrounded them in the late afternoon. The fresh, thrilling scent of pine, and the sight of deer as they dashed in and out of sight, enjoying the early spring with its soft breezes. Beautiful or not, she was exhausted, and the warmth and strength of the man beside her soothed her into deep sleep before long.
Chapter 35. It was another full day and a half of traveling before a group of men on horseback met up with their party. The going had been slow, with Derek's condition still a concern. It had been difficult to move between taking their time for his sake and hurrying for his sake. Only with one of Sarah's poultices would any of them feel secure that he would heal well. There was no fever, at least, which made it appear as though infection would not be a concern. Yet, Derek had heard more stories of Jake's close call with his own infection than he cared to recall, so he knew how terribly painful and dangerous that could be. His gratitude to Hugh and to Sarah for instructing his brother in how to perform basic healing measures was nearly as great as his gratitude for Marjorie's safety. Mackay. Hugh had saluted his best friend at first sight of him, and the wave they'd received in return had been enough to bring tears to Marjorie's eyes. "What is it?" Derek had asked, bringing his horse in line with hers. The wound ached something fierce, sometimes to the point of agony, but he'd never let her see it. They'd slowed their pace somewhat to accommodate him, but he wouldn't have slowed them any further for anything in the world. Marjorie needed to be safe, after all. The sooner she was with the Duncans and being fussed over, the easier he would rest. She'd laughed softly, wiping away the tears which had already coursed down her cheeks. One of those cheeks was badly swollen, thanks to the slap from McBride. When he thought about that, which he did every time he looked at her, how could he not? He was glad the man was dead. "I almost didn't believe we would ever arrive." She'd laughed. "Isn't that silly? Being here, getting to the house, means you'll be cared for." "That's funny," he'd said with a grin. "I was thinking the same about you." Chapter 36. She did what? Sarah's eyes were wide with appreciation by the time Derek got to the part where Marjorie had attacked McBride. She beat him with every ounce of strength she had and then some. If it hadn't been for that, he might have stabbed again and again before I could stop him. And she doesn't remember. She claims she doesn't. I wouldn't be surprised. It's too much for her to think on. I can only imagine. How is she? Sleeping comfortably, the last I checked. She needed a good hot bath and clean clothing, of course. A big hot meal which she ate with great relish, while the others peppered her with questions about herself. And now she sleeps. Good, he decided. She was safe, she was protected, she was loved. He could finally rest. Young Mary dozed in a basket by the fire, and Sarah fetched her once she was finished with his treatment. With one of her poultices on the wound and a tincture for the pain, not to mention a few pillows behind his head, and a soft bed beneath him, he felt better than he had in days. He smiled at the sight of the babe, who seemed to have grown by leaps and bounds since he'd left. "And how is young Jacob?" he asked when she returned to his bedside, cradling the baby on her shoulder. She smiled brilliantly. A strong, fine boy and the apple of his father's eye. I would expect nothing else. And Heather. Furious that I won't let her out of bed, naturally. No matter how many times I've reminded her that there will come a day when she wishes somebody would order her to bed, she refuses to listen. She should be up and around within a few days, however, and I'm sure she'll come to see you as soon as she can. I don't expect to be down for long, he replied. She fixed him with a cold stare. Do I have to deal with 2 uncooperative charges? You'll lie abed as long as I tell you to. You've already pushed yourself far enough, riding for days after being wounded so. I know it was necessary, but it isn't now. Yes, Mother. She rolled her eyes with a snicker, rising. Get some sleep. I added something to the broth to help with that. I'm not certain I would need the help, he murmured as she left, his eyelids already sliding shut. When he woke, the sky outside the window was full dark. He tried to think back on the time of day it had been when he first fell asleep, but couldn't quite put it together. He might even have slept an entire day, for all he knew. He'd been that exhausted. Turning his head to the side revealed a happy surprise. Good evening, Marjorie whispered, beaming. Good evening, lass. He patted the side of the bed, then took her hand as she sat down. You know, it isn't proper that I be here in your room, alone, she murmured with a teasing grin. But we've slept together out in the woods, haven't we? That we have, and while I've never backed down from a challenge, I must admit there isn't much I could do to compromise you in this state. She blushed. Good thing then? How are you? He asked, always more concerned for her than he was for himself. Wonderfully well, she admitted. Everyone has been lovely. The girls are sweet and the babies. Her happy sigh told him what he needed to know about her feelings. Have you met Philip and Jake? Oh yes. They wanted to know all about me. They're both rather strong in character, she observed, clearly trying to be gentle. He laughed as hard as he dared, with a hole in his side. Aye, they are that, and then some. But they're generous and caring. They were both in to check on you too. I'm to send for them when you wake up. I don't see you running for them now, he murmured, foregoing her hand in favor of the thick, clean hair which hung loose about her shoulders. It seemed to glow in the light from the fire which blazed away along one wall, its color so rich and vibrant. I have no wish to bring others to us. Not at this moment. No, he whispered with a half-smile. No. She was bolder than she'd ever been before as she leaned down, one hand on either side of him to press her mouth to his. He held her face in one hand, the other resting at the small of her back. It seemed to go on and on, the sweetest thing he'd ever known. Just the two of them, just her heart beating madly against his chest where his beat just as madly. When it was over, moments or hours later, he wasn't certain which, she smiled shyly. I've been wanting to kiss you properly for days, I have to admit. He blew out a long, slow breath. If waiting for days results in a kiss like that, I'd say it was worth the wait.
Chapter 37. Marjorie sat beside Derek, taking his hand in hers. It had been 3 days since their arrival at the manor house, and he was finally declared well enough to leave his bed just that morning. Philip wasted no time in summoning him to his private room, where he did all of his business. Jake was waiting for them, standing by the window with his nearly newborn son in his arms. You'll spoil the boy before he's even a year old, Philip warned him, the more experienced of the two. My boy won't be spoiled, Jake argued, eyes never leaving the sleeping baby's sweet face. The child was asleep, unaware of what was being said about him. I'll be just as firm with him as our father was with us. There won't be a spoiled head under this roof, as long as I have anything to say about it. Philip then turned his attention to Derek. I'm glad to see you doing so well. My wife tells me you had a rather close call by her estimation. Derek cleared his throat, shifting his eyes in Marjorie's direction as though to signal for silence in her presence. She merely shook her head. Sarah already told me. I'm not a wilting flower. I can accept that the blade came close to wounding you much more severely. I didn't know you knew, he murmured. Philip chuckled. Get used to it. I've learned that women understand, and can handle much more than we give them credit for. My wife still surprises me from time to time. Marjorie decided she liked him quite a lot, Jake too. While they had overwhelmed her when she'd first arrived, she was already growing accustomed to their strong presence. In that respect, they weren't unlike Derek. And they were almost painfully sweet and gentle with their wives, which went a long way toward warming Sarah's heart. A man who could cradle his baby so tenderly was undoubtedly a good soul. What are your plans now? Philip asked, getting to the business of their meeting. Derek shifted in his chair. This was something he hadn't yet shared with her, though she knew he'd been meeting with Brock since their return. The two of them had come up with something together, she felt. I've discussed this at length with Brock, he announced. At first, I was set on selling the business, if not re-establishing it in Kirkcaldy. Now my priorities have changed. He squeezed Marjorie's hand. I wish to live a more stable life. Brock, on the other hand, wishes to return to shipping. It's all he knows and he enjoys it. You'll sell the ships to him then? Jake suggested. Derek held up a hand. We had considered that as well, but it would take quite a long time for him to pay me their worth, though I would never hold the debt over his head, mind you. He's too proud a man to be comfortable with an arrangement such as that. And so, I did what I had planned on doing in the future. I named him my partner. Marjorie smiled in relief. It made perfect sense, and she'd never thought of it. Apparently, neither had either of them until recently. You'll still be part owner of the business then, she asked. In name mostly. With my name still on the business, my merchants will know who they're dealing with and will have faith in shipping with us. Brock will be involved in the day-to-day work, while I will have a say in major decisions. Now that there will be a void in Kirkcaldy, he added, clearing his throat, I'm certain we can establish a new warehouse there. No wonder he looked so pleased when we crossed paths with him this morning, Philip observed. He then turned his attention to Marjorie, who swallowed hard when the weight of his gaze fell on her. And you? And me, she squeaked. He chuckled, softening. I've heard you had plans to request protection, and a home of your own in the village. She wished someone had warned her they were planning to announce her intentions. She felt at a loss, having been unaware of his knowledge. Yes, she replied, seeing no other option but honesty. I had considered requesting that on arrival. Derek's condition took my attention until now. Naturally, he agreed. Do you feel the same as you did before? I would like to remain on Duncan land, she admitted, her voice soft. Why did she suddenly feel so shy? But I would like to live someplace I could call my own. I realize it wouldn't truly be my own, she added, blushing. I understand, he replied, smiling kindly. I've always lived on a farm, and I believe I would do best there. Philip pursed his lips, then rewarded her with a slow nod. I think we can arrange that. I see no reason why you shouldn't become part of the Duncan clan, if you wish to do so. Especially since... He trailed off, waving a hand between the two of them. She blushed harder than ever. Yes. Especially since that, Derek agreed. There is one thing which still concerns me, she added once she found her voice again. My sister. She's waiting for me back in Thrushwood, and I cannot leave her there all alone. They knew all about Beatrice, having heard the entire story behind Marjorie's journey not long after she'd arrived. The girls had fairly peppered her with questions, while the men had stood off to the side, keeping silent but listening to every word. Philip folded his arms on the surface of his mahogany desk, looking every inch the concerned laird. The fact that he cared at all made him that much easier to like. He could have easily told her to solve her problems on her own. I'm sure that a man who owns 3 ships could arrange something, he suggested with a twinkle in his eye. Derek groaned, his head in one hand. I can't believe I never thought of it. Philip shrugged. You've had a lot on your mind, haven't you? Chapter 38. Marjorie and Derek walked outside, through the heavy door at the front of the manor house, stepping into sunshine once they did. Marjorie took a deep breath of the sweet air, looking out along the grampians and the pines, birch and spruce which seemed to carpet the landscape from this distance. When she turned south, she wondered where exactly the dead bodies had fallen. Could she see that place from where she stood? She decided not, and further decided to stop thinking about it. That was the past. She was standing beside her future. He looked satisfied, truly pleased and proud. If only he could look that way every day of his life. If only it were in her power to do that for him, she would. She would devote herself to working alongside him, in building the best life they could share. "What do you think Brock will say when you suggest taking a ship to Thrushwood?" she asked. "I think he'll agree it's a good idea." "You do?" He frowned, taking her arm and drawing her away from the house. There was a pond not 50 yards from the house, and a lovely meadow beside it. They made their way slowly in that direction, still aware of Derek's healing. "Why do you sound so dubious?" he asked once they'd put a little distance between the house and themselves where they could be alone. "I don't wish for him to feel as though he's being told what to do. I've already caused enough trouble for him, holding you up in returning here, getting him injured in the woods. You could have been killed. That wasn't your fault. How many times do I have to say it? I'm not speaking of how you feel about what happened. I'm speaking of what Brock must think. The ships will now belong to him as well, and it will be for the sake of fetching my sister that we'll make this journey. What if he says he'd rather not? Then I'll go on my own." "You'll do no such thing." "And why not?" He stopped, facing her with a look of grim determination. "Whether you believe it or not, I'm quite an able sailor. I believe you, but I don't believe my sister would go anywhere with you, simply because you announce I sent you to bring her back. She'd like as not beat you about the head with a broom." "I see the two of you are of a similar temper then." He laughed. "I'm serious." But she had to laugh too, imagining Beatrice's reaction to a man such as Derek appearing out of nowhere. "No, you will not go alone. I'll go with you, naturally. You worked so hard to get away from there. It won't hurt me to go back for a little bit. Anyhow, I can show you how to get there." He pondered this, the two of them continuing on their walk. "I would still rather have Brock with us. Another man at the helm is never a bad thing, and two of us will be able to keep you lasses protected, better than only one of us would." Another thought occurred to Marjorie, causing her to stop short. "What is it?" he asked, eyes widening at what she could only imagine was a stricken expression on her face. She hardly knew how to express it aloud, without sounding as though she were pushing him faster than he wished to go. Would he balk? Tell her she was daft? Or, worst of all, tell her he'd never intended to marry her, that he had only said it to keep her from running away? Her mouth was so dry all of a sudden. She swallowed once, then again, wondering if the entire contents of the pond to her back would be enough to help her. "Out with it," he urged. "It's only. I don't know that it would be right." He stared at her, brows drawn together, then as he caught on to her meaning, his face relaxed. Then a smile spread from ear to ear. "You're concerned about us not being wed," he murmured, taking her hands in his. Oh, they were so much larger, so much stronger. Calloused after years of hard work but gentle. Without him, she would never have believed such a powerful man capable of such gentleness. "Yes," she breathed, praying he didn't laugh at her or walk away. Riding through the woods was one matter, but riding and sailing and doing even more traveling over land? It was too much. She wanted to travel with her husband, not with a familiar stranger with whom she happened to be in love. When he pulled her closer, leaning down until their faces were only inches apart, she knew there was nothing to fear. "I have every intention of marrying you, Marjorie. I would take you as my wife this very day, if you would consent. However, I'm a patient man. I could wait if necessary, until tomorrow. But no longer than that." The twinkle in his eyes told her he was teasing, but not entirely. He did want to marry her, and he was all she'd ever wanted without knowing she was allowed to want it. She dissolved into teary giggles, accepting his kiss before throwing her arms around his neck and nearly strangling him. He groaned but pulled her even closer, holding her in his strong sure arms. Marjorie was still giggling softly as she whispered in his ear, "Maybe tomorrow. Or the day after."
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.